Vibrant, cultural, historic, and famed for its contributions to all aspects of modern life. Welcome to the Lombardy region of Italy. Situated in the north of the country, this area has thrived for millennia, thanks to its mix of stunning natural scenery, such as the Alps to the north, its rivers, lakes, and fertile lands, first inhabited in times even before the Roman Empire. And it also plays host to the second round of the IAME Euro Series in 2024. We're here at Franciacorta in Italy for this round. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box to take you through all the proceedings we are going to see today, which is 24, yes, that's correct, count them, 24 qualifying heats over the course of the day, going into, of course, tomorrow for the super heats and finals. Yesterday we were not live, but we did have some qualifying heats, all for the senior category, 9 of them, and with that, it is Danny Carinini who leads the IC at the moment with just 0 points. The circuit that we're racing on this year, opening in the year of 2020, but yes, opening 21, lap record, Clovis Nougarade, set this year in time qualifying 48.960, very, very quick time indeed set by the Frenchman over this weekend. The circuit itself, an absolutely fantastic venue, so many turns, and it is a long track as well. 1,300 meters, 7.5 meters to 11 meters wide, 5 meters of elevation, 180 meters down the back straight. It is a superb venue. Turns in total, there are many of them. In fact, you can count them. There are 15 in total around this circuit. It is a roller coaster with such high speed turns, but tight, twisty turns as well. It is demanding on our driver. It is technical for a driver, but they all love it. Whenever you talk to a driver, they always say, which track's your favorite? Franciacorta.
Yeah, it's a proper best hits of a karting circuit. As I say, 9 turns to the right, 5 to the left, and 2 hairpins, including that crucial final hairpin. Plenty of overtaking opportunities around this circuit into turn 2 and turn 3. Good examples. Turn 5 as well. We'll be seeing lots of back and forth through sector number 2 as well. And as I say, that last dash into the final hairpin is sure to bring some excitement here today. Top speeds without a draft around 115 kilometers an hour. Sometimes can get up to 120 if you're in the tow. Average speed 94 kilometers an hour. This is one of the fastest tracks on the calendar. And yeah, we saw a lot of that yesterday through the timed qualifying and the first rounds of qualifying heats for the seniors.
Yeah, you certainly can. There is our race director for this weekend, Martin Bean, who streams himself on the humongous gantry spread across the circuit there. You've got a great view of all the circuit. It also means that yesterday when we were doing circuit commentary, we couldn't see turn 1 from our commentary position. That gantry there perfectly blocking our view. But not for our race director. He's got a fine example. There is the balcony near the cafe that looks out over the circuit. Again, you get a fine view of all of it. The only turn these drivers do, or spectators do miss, is that all-important turn 14, the hairpin. Anyway, here's the drivers who are lining themselves up ready for the first heat of the day. It's groups A versus C, and Danny Carinini, Zanchi Motorsport. What can you say about him so far this weekend? Superb, magnificent racing he has had. 2 qualifying heat wins, and qualifying for him was absolutely on it, wasn't it? He had a fantastic one. He got a clear piece of track. He drove away. He had no drama. He had no one pushing him. He had no one kind of defending against him. It was just a nice, clean run, wasn't it?
Absolutely. And for a driver who, I wouldn't say he's a dominant, clear favourite this weekend, but he's definitely one of the favourites. Home circuit here. In Italy. A few weeks ago, we had a pre-round that formed part of the IAME Series Italy Championship, and Carinini was the winner in X30 Senior. He's been unbeaten so far this weekend, and a good opportunity here in what is the last race of round 3 of the qualifying heats for Carinini to get another victory on the board.
Certainly is. Whistle blows then, the light goes green, and the field makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through then the full starting lineup for the first race of the day. Danny Carinini and Marcus Luzio did take a win and a third in his first qualifying heats yesterday. They start on the front row. Johanna Luja and Clement Outron, who also took a race win yesterday, start on row number 2. Andrea Pirovano and Sam Balota, they round out row 3 from Lewis Bird and Angelo Mello, who needs a good result today after 2 19th place finishes yesterday. Arthur Fassort and Thomas Van Verley go from row 5, from Nicolas Simek and Teresa Barich-Kova on row 6. Kevin Bress and Alessandro Tedesca go from row 7 with Cathal Clark and Eloy Gonzalez on row number 8.
Second half of the grid, Gustav Wisniewski and Kevin Lantinga go from row 9. Robbie Buckley starts on row 10 alongside one of the home favourites, Andrea Giudice. Vilma Swan and Sem van der Heijden start on row 11. Sem van der Heijden had a difficult day yesterday. Row 12, Luca Horton and Marius Barryberg will be looking to move through the field. Miguel Silva and Freddie Housley start on row 13 ahead of Rafael Rajani and Otto Pikkinen. Bit of a surprise there to see the Finn down on row 14. Elia Weiss and Ricardo Kukotza start on row 15. Milan Marchak and Bouquet Romiel start on row 16. The 34-kart field, big grid here in X30 Senior, is completed by the drivers on row 17. It's Dylan Patel and Luke Taylor.
Well, this is going to be an exciting one there. You did just see one of the drivers very late to the party there, the Andrea Giudice there, unfortunately in the 3:58, not getting away in the early stages of this race. Giudice, I should say, who is starting this one. He didn't get a good exit there out of the pre-grid, so I think a little bit of a gremlin. But he's out on track now, which is good to see, but he's right at the back of the field.
Yeah, quite an early line for the drivers to get into formation. Here is a view of race control. In race control this weekend, our head is David Manchester, flanked by Joanna Falcao and Sarah Blanco as well, overseeing all the activities. Plenty of cameras for them to check out all the action. Grid mostly formed up, drivers just joining it at the back. It's a long run to turn 1. Are we going to be good for the first start of the day? Red lights, green lights, away we go. Good start for Carinini into turn 1. Bit of jostling immediately behind it. Has been a little bit wet this morning. Track is going to be green. It's going to be damp, and you can see the lack of grip through turn 2. 3 karts off towards the back of the field. One of them is the 382. So a bit of a mixed start there as they run through turn 5, out of turn 5 towards sector number 2. We talk about this circuit being, very big challenge in terms of setup. This part of the circuit, sector number 2, for those of you new to Franciacorta, very tight, very twisty and technical. A complete opposite of the long straights of sectors 1 and 3. It's Carinini at the front of the order, but he's got company in the form of Marcus Luzio. Luzio looking down the inside, lost his winning streak from Zuera yesterday. Well, he's gone back down the inside there and taken the lead at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, this is nicely done. Well, drama then at the start of that one. It was Gustav Wisniewski, who you can see walking away from his car. He is out of this race. Big shame there. Another big send down the inside as Luzio tries to hold on to the lead of this one. He does hold on to it, but Outron there in second place with Danny Carinini there in third place. This is going to be an exciting one between these three, because all 3 of these drivers have won a qualifying heat so far this weekend. So you can all imagine they say, I'd like to win another one, please.
Yeah, Franciacorta already delivering on its character of fast and pulsating racing, and we're only in the first race of the day. But I've got to say, I do think this is a key one for the story of the intermediate classification. These are 3 drivers who have all won a lot of heats so far this season. They will all want to get one over the other in this one. End of lap number 2 then. It's Luzio from Outron Carinini, clear by just over 0.3 of a second. Lewis Bird's had a good start there in 4th. Kevin Bress is up to 5th, biggest mover in the first 2 laps. You look down to 14th place. Luke Taylor has gained 14 side by side out of turn 5. We do see this a lot. Is there going to be a lane on the inside for Carinini? No. Well defended there by Luzio. Was a bit weak off of turn 5, but holds on to the lead.
Yep, this is nicely well defended by Luzio. Remember, they only get the 2 sets. Bit of jumping in the background there. As you can see, drivers trying to make their through. I think Kevin Bryce just getting past Lewis Bird, actually, in the background. We continue to watch this first place battle. Look at the slipstream, the toe coming into effect there is off the track is the 220. That's Alessandro Turisca. Unfortunately, it is still, no, it's not Luzio. Luzio down to third. It's Utron from Carinini now. And again, Carinini looking to see if he can try and get the switch back here. But no, it's going to be Luzio who gets it. Goes wheel to wheel with Carinini. And Carinini says, no. You don't get to go through. Now, Bryce goes through as well as Bird goes wheel to wheel with Luzio. Luzio down to P5 now.
Yeah, these just hold firm at the moment. There's going to be chances throughout the course of this race. It is a nature of this Franciacorta circuit that when there is a bit of battling through sectors 3 and then leading into the next lap and through sector 1, it will come back to drivers in that middle part of the circuit. Who else is gaining positions out there? Well, Cahal Clark is up 7 spots, up to 8th, has just got past Nicholas Simic in the 2.75. End of lap number 4 then. Utron and Carinini working together for the moment, but Utron very aware that the leader of the event is down the inside into turn 2. Beautiful move there from Danny Carinini. The Italian goes back into the lead. Yeah,
not wasting any time, is he? Just, you know, he's won both of his races yesterday. He wants to keep up this momentum. He knows the track like at the back of his hand. As Andrea Pirovano sees a warning flag, that will be greeted with a 5-second time penalty. But yeah, no, exactly that. He knows what he needs to do around here. He's not here to play games. He's just getting on with it, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. He's already starting to open up a little bit of a gap now. He's got a bit of clean air as they're still battling behind. I think Verzort and Bird have just swapped places. Yes, they have. Thomas Van Valley also getting through as well. They're both up so many positions. Kevin Bryce in this one, really impressing me. 10 positions he's gained in this one. He's there in P3. He has got the close company of Marcus Luzio just behind, but for how much longer as Luzio looks to the inside through turn 2, gets it through. Nicely done.
Yeah, really good stuff once again from Marcus Luzio, who's had 6 wins in heats so far this season. A perfect run of 5 from 5 last time out in Spain. He's already had one so far this weekend as well. The job now trying to catch up to Clement Utron. Danny Carinini, well, now we've talked about Danny Carinini's approach to these races a lot so far this season, how he tends to start very quickly. This is probably the exception to the rule so far this season. You know, but he's now gone for it. He's just gone purple through sectors 1 and 2. This is Carinini now trying to get up to that 1.5 second gap, which allows him to then control the pace in the second half of the race, save those tyres. A 49.4 for Carinini there. It's a new fastest lap of the race. He's built that lead up to half a second.
Certainly has. A quick look at the championship standings. If you're unaware, this is round 2 of the first round at Zuera in Spain, just north of the town of Zaragoza. It is Marcus Luzio who leads the championship. Is the driver that we're currently watching at now. Sits 3rd in this race and sits 7th in the IC at the moment, despite that win earlier on from Ruben Moya, Clement Utronqui, and Geraghty, McLaughlin, Latinga. And then Danny Carinini, who sits 7th in the championship, leads this one and is currently looking like he's going to be taking those 10 championship points at the end of the Super Heats tomorrow, of course. You don't get any championship points for the qualifying heats, but obviously where you qualify depends on where you start for the Super Heats, and these can help you out for this, and he's putting himself in a good position to get the maximum 10 points.
Yeah, he's showing the form that we saw last time out in Spain. It didn't quite work out for him in the final, but right now this is looking very good. I should say as well that the pace this weekend compared to the last time the IAME Euro Series visited here, it was round 3 of the 2023's calendar. These lap times that Carinini's putting in right now, considering he's had time qualifying on these tyres and 2 races already, we're quicker than the pole time from last year. It's been some great gains in performance for all the teams and the tyre manufacturer MG Tyres. And good to see that the drivers are able to push on through these 3rd and 4th sets of heats.
You could be forgiven, though, a little bit with them being faster now at this stage of the weekend than time qualifying last year. It was wet last year for
That's
qualifying.
True, yes.
So, yeah, you could give them a little bit of a quarter for that
record,
one.
That's what I was going to say. Anyway,
there you go.
Down the inside, that was Thomas Van Valley moving up the order. That's the battle for 5th place past Artavassor there for VDK Racing. 3 laps to go, well, including this one that we're on now, Danny Carinini are now 1.2 clear of Uton. Also in this this battle, Cathal Clark, third in line there. Make that second in line. Maybe does a little bit of a look down the inside of Varsor, but that's going to leave him vulnerable to those behind. In the shape of Eloy Gonzalez, who's had a bit of a quiet weekend so far. Won here last year, of course. Robbie Buckley in there as well. That's not quite at all from Eloy Gonzalez. Straight down the inside into turn 14. Through past Clark into 7th place.
I thought that was going straight on then at the corner, but you saw it just tip up onto 3 wheels, and then all of a sudden it grabbed, and then he managed to stop it on the apex. Nicely done there. Now you can see Robbie Buckley trying to get through as well. And Cathal Clark off the track. That's not gone too well. Who is not coming through our timing screens at the moment? I think that could be Ricardo Cocosa, unfortunately, who is out of this race. A driver we've not spoken much about in this one for TPK, the 230, Johanna Luja, who started really high up in the order, obviously on the second row of the grid. He is all the way down in P16 at the moment, and I believe that is from the start of the race. I think he got caught out with a cart on his rear bumper a little bit, and yeah, it didn't go his full way at the beginning of this one. We're nearing the end of the race as we keep an eye on this battle. Back with the race leader as he goes on to the final lap, Danny Carinini, who still leads the IC, 0 points to his name from Biasati, who sits second in the points, but not in this race. Utuan Luzio still scrapping for position back here with Buckley and Clark as they still go wheel to wheel. Clark's going to have to give up the position here as through goes Buckley. Nice little move there, gaining that position. Lewis Bird getting the move done as well.
Yeah, really good stuff from Buckley there, getting Clark off the racing line. You'll see a lot of switchbacks out of turn 5 here this weekend. I think you're going to see a lot of this as well. Danny Carinini into the final hairpin, will get on the power, take turn 15 flat out and win again here in Franciacorta. That is 3 from 3 for the Italian. A great start for him and Zanchi Motorsport, and once again controlling the pace to the end. Wins in the end by only half a second, but it was far more comfortable than the record books will show. He wins from Clément Tron, the Frenchman continuing his good form. Marcus Luzio P3, so it's the top 3 that we expected there, Anthony. The 3 race winners from yesterday, but a very key order for them because that leaves Carinini on 0 points still. Utron goes up to 4, Luzio now on 6.
Yes, indeed. Changes it just that fraction, but still, like you say, Danny Carinini on that top spot then for Zanchi Motorsport. He'll be delighted with that one and the team, of course. But still, there is a long way to go over the course of today. So many drivers now finishing their 3rd heat for Groups A and C. But when we go over to Groups B and D, they've already completed 3 of their heats, so they'll be going into their 4th round of qualifying heats. But back here, Franciacorta, see drivers make their way in. All the results that we talk about here, of course, are provisional. Let's go over those results as well, because there are many of them. Danny Carinini taking the win ahead of Clément Utron, Marcus Luzio from Kevin Bryce, from Thomas van der Villay, Arthur Fasort from Eloy Gonzalez, from Robbie Buckley, Cathal Clark from Vilma Svan, Luke Taylor from Lewis Bird, Luca Horton from Johanna Luja, and Nicholas Simic rounding out the top 15. Biggest mover in that one, Luke Taylor, 23 places gained. What a race.
Yeah, brilliant drive from Luke Taylor. Here's your second half of the finishes. Silver from Marchak Babichkova in 18th place. Elia Weiss and Marius Bariber completing the top 20. Also in the top 30, Belota Lantinga. Not a great performance there, unfortunately, for Kevin Lantinga. We've seen him come through the field. Didn't happen in that one. Andrea Pirovano ahead of Dylan Patel. Meliangelo, that's your top 25. Sam van der Heijden continue to have a difficult weekend. P26, same story for Freddie Housley. P27, Otto Pickenden. In terms of the results, nowhere, unfortunately, this weekend. P28, Rafael Rajani and Bocche Romeo were the last of the finishers. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. Wet this morning, still some damp patches on the circuit, and that was definitely the case for some of the drivers out there. Trouble for Wanaluyi. There you see, going out to driver's left. It was one of the TB carts that had mounted onto the back of the 230. Out of the race would go Gustav Wisniewski. Other drivers in trouble, including another one of the home favourites, Andrea Giudice. Not quite having the level of performance in terms of results that the Mara 61 driver would be expecting. Early on in the race, though, Anthony, it was the 3 favourites, 3 of the drivers who took race wins earlier on in the weekend out front. Luzio leading early on.
Yeah, it certainly was, but it changed quickly again, both swapping positions. This is what brought the rest of the pack in. Of course, Kevin Bryce, who was able to close in 9 places in that one, really closed in on this battle. The two just swapping positions. We've gone back into the lead. Then Luzio getting back down the inside. Carinini was also there. Then again, this moment on the outside through in towards the next turn here of turn 7. But again, very difficult to get that move done. That was Alessandro Tedesco, unfortunately, out of the race. He wasn't able to get a good result in this one, and he's struggled a little bit this weekend. Luzio again back down the inside, and there you can see from Carinini going, steady on, let's think about this, because we're going to lose ground here. But Danny Carinini certainly didn't lose ground. He got into the lead and stayed there ahead of Utron for the rest of the race. Yeah,
it was that key middle phase where Carinini went into almost his turbo boost mode, built up his lead to 1.5 seconds as we've become accustomed to, and stuck out front. Plenty of battles further on in the top 10. That was a nice move from Thomas van Villey for RSD Racing down the inside of Arthur Valsor. Hal Clark had a move, attempted a move down into turn 11, didn't quite work out on that occasion. Big send from Eloy Gonzalez. In the end, the winner of the round here last year would finish way up the order there in 7th place. Out of the race later on as well would go Ricardo Cucuzza for AR Racing Team. And fighting towards the end as well. 2 drivers from the British Isles, both Buckley and Clark there going side by side. It would be the Irishman, Buckley, who would take position in 8th. But another win for Danny Carinini, dominating so far this weekend. We'll see Carinini and the others back out later on. For now, though, we move to the next heat. It's another one in X30 Senior, and it's Groups B and D heading out on Circuit 2.
Certainly is. They will be having a pre-workout talk on the pre-grid, I am sure. Natalia Granada, who had a fabulous qualifying yesterday. I think a real surprise for even after the run from the back of the grid, and then all of a sudden, one last lap straight to the front. We caught up with her after qualifying yesterday. Well, Senior X30 qualifying Group 2 is finished, and we have a new fastest driver, Natalia Granada from Spain. Natalia, what a time that was from you. You jumped from, I think, the bottom of the timing table all the way to the top on that final lap. Tell us, what happened on that last lap for it to be so perfect?
I mean, first lap trying to get the tires warm was quite hard for me. But we knew that we could only do 12 laps on the dry coming to this morning. So yeah, we knew we had to push. I tried to get a good space. And yeah, the last lap I had a clean lap. I was preparing my gap. And yeah, it was just perfect lap.
Well, I'm sure it will be good as well in the qualifying heats. It's a great one-lap pace in qualifying. Do you reckon you can maintain that pace throughout an entire race in the qualifying heats?
For sure, I think it's something we have to work on as the weekend's weather has not been perfect, considering that it should be dry for the rest of the week. So we haven't been able to try that much, but I'm sure that with the team we will be able to do a good job and stay consistent throughout the races.
Well, excellent. Congratulations. I'll try my best in Spanish of saying congratulations. Enhorabuena?
Enhorabuena, yeah.
Well, there we go. I'll give it a 4 out of 10. I'll rate myself.
A bit higher, yeah.
Thank you very much. Grazie mille. Well, no, that's Italian. There we go. Well, we'll end the interview there. Congratulations, Natalia. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. I think I'm getting confused with my languages a wee bit there.
You're just a multilingual
talented. Thank you so much. There we go. Español profesional. That's what I say. Right then. Anyway, here's a look what we've got coming up, which is now in no seconds. We've got groups A and C. That's coming out next. Then we go back to seniors B and D, E and F. Then we go to the first time that we see the junior category out today. Really looking forward to seeing what the juniors can offer. Really good times that we saw in timed qualifying. And Harrison Mackie, of course, will be starting on the front of that one. Really, really having a good start to his weekend.
Yeah, really open competition. I feel that's what we're saying a lot about various junior competitions this year in our comms boxes, Anthony. But yeah, juniors going to be some really strong entertainment. And the minis as well. Minis going today for their first round of heats later on in the morning. Bit of a mixed-up grid for the minis as well to look forward to.
Yep.
Plenty of action here this weekend.
Certainly looking forward to it, though, because Harry Williams and Sukhmani Kira, the fastest drivers in qualifying, that for me, I think gives me a nice warm, fuzzy feeling inside, because it's not a standard front row, is it? It's a nice front row.
I say it's a properly mixed-up grid.
Yeah.
We'll get into why that happened later on. Again, characteristics of this circuit playing into the hands of some drivers and not so into others. Back with the seniors, though, Natalia Granada, I mean, superb job yesterday in qualifying. Also fitting new tyres. Now, that's interesting. We're already starting to see some of the new tyres coming into play. And on the left-hand side, Granada has gone for some new boots. I can understand that with the track conditions the way they are. It is dry, but, you know, it's a premium, the grip out there, because of the rain that we had overnight. Let's take you through the grid then for the second race of the day here at Franciacorta. It's the qualifying heats for groups B and D in X30 Senior.
Natalia Granada and Luca Bertoni start this one on the front row of the grid. Bertoni needing a good result today after a 21st place finish yesterday. Colin Werthenberger and Hugo Heron go from row number 2, from Louis Coman and Riccardo Ferrari on row 3. He's had a first, second and a third. One would suggest he's going to get a P4 this time. Clovis Nogueira and Alessandro Cocosa, they start from the 4th row of the grid, from Heikki Kaltonen and Jean-Matteo Giaccardi on row 5. Eduardo Villa and Kian Geraghty go from row 6. Lars Vennick and Leonardo Lagoni go from row 7, with Mathis Barb and Maxime Blanchimont on row number 8.
Tristan Powell and Kevin Bakker go from row 9. Switzerland's Julian Rupp-Baker and Miki Blashkos start on row number 10. Timo Ramikas has work to do from row number 11, is joined by George Nassar. Hawk White and Francois Delati start on row number 12. Louis Johnston-Cool and Wesley Goy start on row 13. Soleil Knoll and Tamer Rupen start on row 14. Thiago Lear and Tommaso Curione start on row 15. Luis Tortmar and Emilio van Overberger start on row 16. Patrick Ogrodovchik does not take the start of this race, so it'll be 33 karts in this field, completed by the sole runner on row 17. It's Greece's George Kokonakis.
Well, again, packed old grid on that one. Another look at the intermediate classifications there. Caronini, Biasati, Russell, Outron, Sash and Ferrari, who round out the top 6 at the moment. Yeah, Riccardo Ferrari really been impressing me last year in the junior category, stepping up now, first year in the seniors. And again, really, really good results. A win, second and a third. I said earlier on, fourth would be indicated maybe for this one in this current scale of events. But that is still 2 places gained from where he's currently starting in P6 on this one. So, anything is possible. Right then, here we go as we get ready for this second race of the day. Qualifying heat B versus D. It's a little bit swamped in the background there, but are we going green? First time of asking. The answer is no. That is our first false start of the weekend.
It is.
It is. That's quite a nice change of pace, isn't it? Yeah. We usually get quite a few false starts.
Yeah, but they're behaving. The back end of the grid not quite ready to go racing there, so I can understand the reason for going round again. Gives us a bit more time to talk through the stories of these drivers from yesterday. One's jumping out at me, for example. Quite a few mixed results for this field. Eduardo Villa, we should talk about. Yeah. The first time that we've seen Villa in IAME Euro Series action this year. Finished second in the championship in 2023, of course. 9th, 30th and 7th. And a timed qualifying that wasn't quite on the money for Villa yesterday. I think the pace is getting there for Eduardo, but yeah, definitely needs to move up the order if he's going to be at the sharp end of things come Sunday.
I think the biggest shock for me, Belgium's Thibaut Ramikas. Qualifying didn't go his way, did it either? And he did make some good places in one of the qualifying heats, but again, he's always just been stuck in and around that top area, of the grid. So yeah, real shake-up in that order, like you were saying there. But Franciacorta does that. It's a fast track. It's a demanding circuit, and you can get a quick lap time in. Very thick and fast. Right, here we go then. We look good at the front of the grid. Is the back of the grid all formed up? The answer to that, I think, is yes. As we get ready to go racing, lights go green. Here we go then at Franciacorta, second race of the day. Down the inside, holding on to the lead. Granada, Württemberger and Coman hold on to 1, 2, 3, but around the outside. Keep an eye on Bertoni as he has to try and concede. He slots back into, I think, P4, maybe even further behind then as they dive down in towards turn 5 for the first time. The pinch point on the circuit as all the drivers try to flood their way through. They all get through nicely.
They do. There was a couple of drivers cutting across the grass. The front-loaded nature of the first sector with limited grip from the rain earlier on and overnight means that a couple of drivers had some scary moments out there. I think Tristan Powell was one of them, was a bit slow through sector number 1, but everybody's still running in this one. I think there has been a delay for Alessandro Cocozza through sector number 2. That is the 2-4-3 moving down the inside of Luca Bertoni, coming back in the latter stages of the first lap. It looks like this at the end of it. Granada, Württemberger, Bertoni, Coman. Nurgared has had a good start as well, was strong here a few weeks ago in preparation for round 2 of the Euro Series. Henke Kalteren has also had a bright start. That's not the way to go through turn 5. Luca Bertoni falling down the order there.
Yeah, that is one of those moments there. You're just thinking, oh, there's the outside gap there. And unfortunately, because of all the rain that we've had here, there's been some divots that have been cut out by the drivers. You know, the mud really kicked up and churned up, and that's caused the just off the track there to be a little bit more, a bit iffy than what it was in the past. And yeah, it's a very risky thing to do. To try and dip a wheel onto the grass here at Franciacorta. You certainly don't want to do it. Back on the start-finish line they go. It is still Granada from Württemberger, Coman, Nurgared, Kalteren, Ferrari, Ron Bertoni down to 8th place now, as you alluded to, from Eduardo Villa. Louis Johnson-Cool is now in the top 10. 15 places gained from 25th on the grid.
The difference a night's sleep can make. I was having a chat with Louis yesterday. He was a bit down. He had a technical problem in one of his races. We said, well, he's still going to give it his all, and that shows it. Yeah, up 15 places on the first 2 laps of this one. Down the inside, oh, very close there through turn 12. That was Nurgared, Coman and Württemberger getting into close proximity. Coman looking down the inside into turn 14. Bit of an assist from behind in the shape of Clovis Nurgared, and that is Coman through into second place. He's looking a lot stronger than we saw in Spain. Coman made the final in Zuera. It was around the top 20. Down the inside goes Nurgared, making good progress there for the Renault Racing team. Down to 4th place now, Colin Württemberger. But yeah, Coman going down to 3rd place there, but looking stronger in terms of race pace this weekend. I think he's keeps this form going, he's on for a good result.
I tell you who else is looking much stronger in terms of race pace is our current race leader, Natalia Granada. We see a replay there going into turn 2 again of that move a few moments ago. But yeah, no, Natalia Granada, what a start to the race that she's having on this one, because yesterday was a good day. She had her best result of the, I think, the season.
Yep.
P4 in her best qualifying heat result earlier on. There's the Bertoni moment. Just that rear wheel getting locked in that divot there, not able to get the power on. Natalia Granada currently sitting in the lead of this one and is cleared by half a second. If she wins this one, this is first win of the year. First win of the year. Yep. First win of last year in a qualifying heat. I don't think she won a qualifying heat last year as well either, did Natalia Granada. So this would be one heck of an achievement for her and a big stepping stone. And
using those new tyres to great effect. The tactical plays from Granada so far this weekend have been perfect, as I say. Got the slipstream positioning on the last lap of the timed qualifying group yesterday. It's absolutely spot on. Took advantage of a track that was getting faster and faster all the time after a lot of rain on Thursday. Here is Nurgared there in 2nd place. What is the gap to Granada? Well, it is coming down now. Just under 4/10 of a second between Granada and Nurgared. Last time around 49.6 for the Frenchman. Granada 49.7. There is Riccardo Ferrari on the M2 run machine. Well, it's a partnership with Zanchi Motorsport this weekend as well, so that's why the livery is a little bit different to the classic Zanchi blue and yellow. But Ferrari, personal best, fastest of anyone through sector number 1, and seems to be growing with pace as we go into the second half of the race.
Indeed, gap opening back up again for the race lead, so Granada putting the power down once again to try and break away 2 personal bests on that last lap, both of them faster than Nurgared. So the gap's still fluctuating at the moment. We'll keep an eye on the pace all the way throughout this one. We are on lap 7 of 11 right now, and the qualifying heats again, they still stay the same within the top section here. No one really in this area. The only driver, Riccardo Ferrari, dropping down now to 7th in the IC. So Ferrari really needing to gain these positions here. Currently in P4, he has gained 2. And what were we saying? He's had a 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But there he is on screen. He is in touching distance here for a race win still.
Is indeed. Yeah, it is, there's 4 more laps of this one. Granada controlling things at the front very well. I think Sector 2 is so important. That was a good run for Granada through Sector number 2. That's where you need to use the fresh tyres, because if you can just have enough of a gap to fend off any kind of attacks into turn 14, it's very, very hard to retain the lead in that 3rd sector when you've got someone right on your bumper running out of turn 12 and through turn 13. You mentioned yesterday, Anthony, that in your opinion it's one of the most feared corners in world karting, and you can absolutely see why, because we do see a lot of overtakes through there, particularly in the latter stages of races. Closing up immediately behind them, Ferrari looking very keen to make a way through here, but Coman in that difficult position of does he attack, does he defend right now? Because Nugared is right there. This is actually quite good news for Granada right now, because whilst the others are all fighting over 2nd, 3rd, 4th, down the inside goes Ferrari on Coman. She's able to tick up another lap, still there in the lead. Yeah,
exactly, and the laps go quickly here as well. It's a long lap, it's 1,300 metres. This is not a short circuit, it's a long circuit. But because it is so fast, these drivers are lapping in the 49 sub 50 seconds. These laps disappear quickly. These races go down so quickly. And Ferrari looking so quick here. Where does that put him? Still 7th in the IC. He needs to gain more positions here. And the more positions you gain, the less points you get. The lower your score in the IC, the better you are. There it is. Down the inside through 11 and 12. No time wasted. Now moves up into 2nd place. The only thing now is that has Ferrari used his tyres just that little bit too much over these qualifying heats, and to catch up with them a little bit after yesterday. He said, yeah, tyres did get the 2 sets. He's not deployed them yet, which, and the fact that he's not deployed these new tyres and he's managing to close up means that he's doing a really good job at this circuit and maintain them. So despite the fact that he's gaining these positions and battling so many times.
Yeah, using the home field advantage in a way, with the strong knowledge that he's got of this place, that despite this is his first run in the IAME Euro Series this year. Wasn't at Suera, wasn't at Winter Cup Valencia earlier in the year, so doesn't have as much experience perhaps on these tyre compounds. So using his knowledge of setup and balance around this circuit to great effect. Granada with a good run though there, out of turn number 12, and that's the point, that with those newer tyres on Granada's kart, she's able to hold the lead and not have to defend through turn 14. One more lap to go then. Can Natalia Granada, who missed out on qualifying through to the final last time out in Spain, get a big result here in the story of her weekend? That's turn 2 done. Next opportunity for Ferrari would be into turn 5. He's too far back to have a go this time around. And as the corners are ticked on by here for Natalia Granada, she's holding on. Can she keep this lead through to the end? There's going to be a big opportunity here, surely into turn 14. Can she get the good run out of turn 12? That's going to be in a moment. Down the inside goes Ferrari. Granada goes around the outside. That's great defence, but Ferrari's going to be still there. There's about 2 card lengths between them. Granada must not defend too hard into here, because we have seen switchbacks through 14.
Yeah, we certainly have, but Granada's got this one covered, and she's going to make it out of the final corner in the lead of this race. Natalia Granada takes her first qualifying heat win of the 2024 season. That is her best result she has had so far this year. Absolutely superb drive for Natalia Granada at the end of qualifying heat B versus D. Riccardo Ferrari takes 2nd place, adds 2 points to his tally, and stays just outside the top 6, but 7th in the IC for Riccardo Ferrari. Clovis Nogueira finishing in 3rd place from Louis Coman. Colin Werthenberger finishing in P5. Brilliant, brilliant drive there. And, well, across the line, Natalia Granada there, fully focused and happy with the result. She said she was working hard with the team to see if she can close up these, these quick lap races and get to the end. and I think overnight they've delivered.
That's a properly strong team effort, that, from the mechanics and the team to set the kart up, get those new tyres on board, and then for Natalia to then deliver that result as well. It's one thing to have the equipment underneath you, it's another thing to drive it to a result like that. That is a properly good result for Natalia Granada, and it was Sector 2. Didn't panic when Ferrari was down the inside, ran around the outside knowing she'd have more speed off the corner, and that was the key element to taking that win. Granada wins for the first time in 2024 by a 10th clear of Ferrari. Nugared with good points again, Coman, Württemberger, Bertoni, Caltern, Geraghty, Johnston-Cool and Ramekers all in the top 10. Good drives there from Johnston-Cool and Ramekers, both in double figures in terms of positions gained.
Certainly so, indeed. Eduardo Villa finishing in 11th place from Hugo Ron. Leonardo Logoni from Matis Barb, Lars Venik from Mickey Blaskos, George Nassar from Matteo Giaccardi, Hawk White from Timo Ruppin, finishing in 20th place. Also gaining 8 positions in that one. Julian Berbacher finishing in 21st place from Tommaso Crion in 22nd. Also 8 places gained. Francois Delati finishing in 23rd place from Alessandro Cacosa. Here's a look then at the highlights from that race. Great start from Granada, Württemberger and Coman on the inside line. But Tony not getting the getaway he would have wanted on the outside of that one, was he, in the early stages? Yeah,
another one of those circuits where it is difficult to start from second place on the grid. There's a few drivers running off circuit. There's not a lot of grip on the outside of turn number 2. That's Tristan Powell running wide and unfortunately would finish down in 26th place. But Tony would fight back. That was a move down the inside of the Diamond kart of Louis Coman. Down the inside would go the Frenchman in response. And then Luca Bertoni, I'm still not quite sure what happened really to Bertoni with that move into turn 5, which we'll probably see in a moment. That was a good response from Coman down the inside. This is where we saw trouble for Bertoni. Was he in half a mind of going one way or the other? Well, the result was he dipped his rear right into the little gully on driver's right there. Ran what did very well actually to keep it on the road through turn number 5. Well. But lost a number of positions and in the end would come home 6th.
Certainly so. Well, the battle still happened thick and fast up ahead. Coman, Nugared, Württemberger all in that area. This allowed the likes of Riccardo Ferrari to close back in, racing with the Zanchi Motorsport team, but running with the M2 livery and the M2 race suit at the moment, which is why he's got a different livery to the rest of the Zanchi Motorsport team. But still, running a good race, just gaining those positions left, right, centre, and crucially not all at the same place as well. You know, a lot of drivers, they have a favourite corner to go for the overtakes. It may be turn 12, it may be turn 14, some of them it's turn 2, but Ferrari just going here and there everywhere, isn't he?
And I think a good sign for Ferrari is that is a kart that is strong in all elements of the circuit, which is very difficult to do around this place. So yeah, it's not a race victory, but another really good performance from Riccardo Ferrari. There was his move for second place. This was the key one for Granada, just holding the steering open, allowing herself to go round the outside and pull away through 13, meant that she didn't have to defend too hard into that crucial final hairpin. Really, really smart driving from Natalia Granada, and a well-deserved victor.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, we look forward to seeing those groups out a few moments' time. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with qualifying heat E versus F.
MVA is a multi-award-winning online school for pupils aged 10 to 18. We offer a flexible, personalised schedule, allowing students to learn on their own terms from anywhere in the world. A dynamic weekly timetable includes assemblies, e-learning, live lessons, one-to-one mentoring, and after-school clubs. Our high-performance club is specifically designed to support elite athletes. Specially trained mentors give weekly one-to-one sessions and report on academic progress and well-being. With over 300 pupils from 30 countries worldwide, MVA has redefined what's possible with 21st century learning, making it the perfect solution for balancing training and competition schedules with a world-class education.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are here for round 2 of the IAME Euro Series in 2024, live from Franciacorta in northern Italy. Qualifying heat E versus F is coming up next. And again, really looking forward to this group. Christian Biasati only had one second place, had 2 wins so far. That side of the grid have had 3 qualifying heats at the moment. Group F, who are starting on the even side of the grid, being led by Romeo Russell. He's had a 4th and a win, but they've only had 2 heats versus the 3. Their tyres are fresher than this side of the grid, so that puts it in a bit of a predicament a little bit for that odd side of the grid, starting on the pole side. Because, yeah, they're going to have to fend off a whole grid of drivers with fresher tyres.
Yeah, I think that run through turn 1 is a key one on this occasion. They're going to want to use the grip that is available on the inside. So we'll see how that goes. Another field where, you know, beyond the front row of the grid, we haven't got any other race winners. Most curiously for me so far this weekend, Anthony, the story of Ruben Moya, who's had such a strong start to the season. Back in his home country for whether it be Winter Cup or Round 1. 13th on the grid for this one, 12th, 13th and 9th as well yesterday. Ruben Moya, championship contender with work to do here.
Yeah, certainly so. He did make positions in one of them, but yeah, it is going to be a tough old weekend for Moya. Let's take you through the starting lineup then for Groups E versus F. It's Christian Biasatti and Romeo Russell on the front row of the grid, from Roberto Castellozzi on row 2 with Loris Schatz alongside. Alex Lagazza and Mark Lapiccolo go from row 3 with Guo Lee and Matis Machautz on row 4. Conor Grant and Rema Blanc on row 5 from Emanuele Leodakis and Gillian Camin on row 6. Ruben Moya and Fred Green on row 7 from Maximano da Silva and Bertram Sasha on row 8.
Eden Spanswick returns, is on row 9 for this one alongside Ricardo Salemi. Hamza Al Fayez and Louis Aguiar start on row number 10. Hugo Delayed and Marcel Matijevich start on row 11. Alex Machado will be moving through the field, you would think, from row number 12. Is joined by Abdullah Kamel on that one. Killian Boss and Hugo Besson starts on row 13. Luca Montebello and Delano Rellens form an all-Belgian row 14. Luna Clare and Marc Granada start on row 15. Austin Gale and Alessandro Bigi starts on row 16. And it's a 34 kart field that is formed up by Juan Pablo Girard and Emilio Ortolani. But an update on that situation, Girard does not take the start, so it will be 33 runners for this one.
Yes, it will. Right, drivers making their way through the infield section here, the tight and twisty Franciacorta circuit that spreads out between 7.5 metres wide to 11 metres wide. It really opens up for the drivers into some of the corners here, but it tightens the most at the exit of turn 14. And again, it brings that extra little dynamic for it being the most feared corner in world karting, as I'm gonna call it that one. I'm gonna put it a little pin on Google Maps that you can do, and just like the most feared corner in karting here at Franciacorta. We're looking ready, set to go then at the front of the grid, back of the grid, just getting into formation. It's still quite spread out at the back of the field, but let's see what our race director Martin Bean thinks of it as they head round the final corner. Into the tram lines they go. The lights go green. We are away and racing. Good start then from Biasatti. Holds onto it. Russell and Sash as well got to the inside as they make their way through turns 1, 2 and 3. There's a spin in the middle of the pack and the rest of the field tries to avoid. Who is the drivers that have gone round? 2 of them off the circuit. We'll get the answer to that one very, very soon. And I think it's the KTR racing driver of Rema Blanc. And I think Emanuele Leodakis was one of them, but there was more drivers further down. I think it's the TB car of Alex Machado, who's the other driver involved in that incident. But big shame for those drivers.
Yeah, and that's the risk if you're starting in the middle of the pack and towards the rear there, that things like that can occur. Machado has got going again, but is some 12 seconds off the back of the pack. End of lap number 1. It's a TB kart, 1-2. Biasatti at the front of the order from Castellozzi. Castellozzi down the inside. Well, that is a move and a half for a driver who needs big results. 4th, 7th, and a disqualification yesterday. Now, the good thing for Castellozzi is, because it's a longer format for the seniors, yes, that disqualification is going to impact his score, but he has got enough opportunities to race back through and into the top 36. Which is where drivers need to be if they want to be on the grid for the final tomorrow. But yeah, he really did send it down the inside there. Oh, now that is a lot of damage. I think that is the KCR of Ryan LeBlanc on the Gillard chassis there. That's going to need some work before the next set of heats. This is Lauritz Sash on the attack as well. Been impressed with Sash so far this weekend, Anthony. Had a solid weekend last time out as well. There's another one of those drivers who seems to have got a bit more pace so far this weekend. And oh, look at that, bit of a wide moment for Castellozzi. He's going to have a challenge here from the Dane in the 332 as they were moved down into turn 5. Yes, there is lovely stuff from Sash, but runs a bit wide. Through steps Biasate. Classic turn 5 scenario. If you run a bit deep through there, that curb on driver's right is one of the just pulls you steering away from going left, and Biasate takes the opportunity to step down the inside.
Yeah, I think Castellozzi is probably not going to be the happiest bunny underneath that helmet after that move there down the inside. Yes, go for the move if you're going to make the corner, I think he's probably going to be thinking underneath that helmet. But no, fair play to Sash. Went for the move, the gap was there, and again, down the inside. I don't think Russell will be too happy with that one. A little bit of contact between the two of them through the corner, but he stays focused now and goes defensive from Castellozzi, who sends it down the inside from turn 2. That was nicely done. The gap was there as he tries to fight back now towards the front. Sash in second place is on that rear bumper of Biasati now, who controls this race.
Need to keep an eye out, though, because Matthias Meerschout behind is running very quickly indeed. A 50.164 is a new fastest lap of the heat so far. The Belgian, who had flashes of speed in Spain, is another driver having probably a bit more of a consistent weekend so far in terms of that pace, looking to score points here this weekend. Down the inside goes Sash into turn 14 on the race leader. Change at the front then. Sash takes it from Biasati. Castellozzi still there in third. Russell making it a 4-car battle for the lead.
This is a nice close battle here. Russell just going to the outside there, trying to get the switch back through turns 2 and 3. That's not going to work. Again, a dive to the inside. We saw it go earlier on. This time around, they haven't got the drama from behind, but Meerschout has closed in. It is a 5-car battle. There is a cut that has stopped on the side. That's the 360. Unfortunately, it's Killian Boss who is tumbling down the order, unfortunately, out of this race. The hard-working marshals quick at the scene, and there you can see the temperature is warming up. It's only 13 degrees on our time screen, but T-shirts around.
Yeah, some good conditions for racing here today at Franciacorta. Round 2 complete, lap number 5 then. Lauritz Sash leads from Christian Biasate. Romeo Russell there in third. Meerschout now up to 4th place. Castellozzi and Leghezza fighting over 5th place. Good to see this from Alex Leghezza. A difficult day yesterday for the multiple-time Italian champion. So strong, of course, in the IAME World Finals a few years ago. This is more like it. Running hardly at all in the top 10 yesterday. Is competing there for 5th place. Back at the front of the order, though. Back end of the Falcon for Lauritz Sash, just stepping out a bit there through turn number 10, but he's got a lot of speed, a lot of punch off the corners. That's performing well down into turn 14. There is Russell down the inside for 2nd place on Biasate. Moves continuing here as we come around to complete lap number 6.
So crucially, what you can take away here is that your front 2 in this one are both starting on the even side of the grid, who have only done their 2 heats. Fresher tyres, despite the best efforts from Biasati here, who's had 2 wins yesterday and a 2nd place. He's got a 1 full heat less of fresh tyres than the rest of the field as well, of course, as the odd side of the grid. So really having to push hard on this one. Meerschout really putting in the work here now. P4 is on this rear bumper. There he is. You can see him on the KCR racing kart. And, well, if he is going to go for the move, I reckon it's going to be in towards turn 14, because look at him close up here, and now there's a move possibly happening there. There's a big impact into the wall. It's a victory lane. It's the 291, and it is Maximiliano da Silva, unfortunately. The Portuguese driver is out of this race after a big contact with the wall, and Emilio Ortolani has just received a black flag. Now, I'm not putting two to two together, but no, he's a technical flag. That's why he's getting a black flag. But that is a big hit to the wall there for Da Silva.
Yeah, it's well, that's black flag came out. Sorry, technical flag came out about 3 minutes ago. So yes, that's why he's had the black flag for not observing it.
Oh, is
now
this
that is
why?
how we lost De Silva from the race. It was contact with one of the Zankis there. Actually, no, that was a separate incident.
Yeah.
Between a Victory Lane and a Zanki. Might have been Alex Legetsu and Mark Lepiccolo, because they've both lost a huge stack of positions.
Yes, they
so
have.
well, after a brighter race for Legetsu, that is more problems for the winner of IWF 2021. Back at the front of the order, change of lead, and Matthias Meerschout has come to the front, but not for much longer, because down the inside goes Lawrence Sash. Romeo Roussel in there as well is going to be wide as Biasati's back down the inside. This is a ferocious race here for groups E and F. It's got a feeling of more like a superheat than a qualifying heat at the moment, but Sash has battled back to the front.
And this is the beautiful thing about this circuit. You can get the overtake for the lead through turn 14. You can hold it round 15 and turn 1, but trust me, you can very easily lose it again into turn 2. This is what makes this circuit so fast, so fierce, and we always get close racing. Again, Meerschout to the inside through turn 14. He gets it done round the inside. Can he get the switch back for Lawrence Sash? The answer to that is no. There is De Silva off the track there, clearly in a bit of discomfort as we go on to lap number 10 now. As we go in towards turn 2, any moves here? No, but look how close they are. He's not broken away. This is why you love the circuit. Franciacorta always offers close racing, but now as he tries to open up a gap as they go into the tight, twisty section, Shouts is having to defend here from Biasati, Roussel, Castellozzi, who is closing back in now.
Some good moves down the order as well. Austin Gale has gained 20 positions so far in this race. He's up to P11. Hugo Besson up 12 as well to 14th. Biasati having a little look there into turn 11 and then 12 on Sash. That's just stretched things out a touch, but it'll soon close in again as the slipstream comes into effect. Meerschout's got some really good pace down the straights. Sash didn't close in as much as I expected there. On to the last lap then. There's a warning flag for the 3-2-2. That's going to be a 5-second appealable penalty for the 3-2-2. We're going to focus at the front though. Meerschout holding onto the lead, defensive to the inside before they get to turn 5. The run off of here is crucial. It's good for the Belgian in the KCR. Still holds onto the lead, but Sash is down the inside. That's going to open things up for Biasati. Oh, around the outside fights Meerschout, but Biasati for the second time in this race sees an opportunity and takes the lead.
Oh, that's nicely done there. Could read the road perfectly ahead, timed it beautifully to just get it down the inside. And again, another factor of this circuit. He's going to go defensive in towards turn 14 again, because everyone goes defensive into 14. It is the most feared corner, but out of the final corner, it will be Christian Biasati again. Another qualifying heat win. That is 3 qualifying heat wins out of 4 and a second place earlier on. He is the closest rival to Danny Carinini at this moment.
That's his best win of the weekend so far, because of the story with the tyres. I don't think he was expecting that, but that is the make of great drivers, that they win the races that perhaps they have no right to do so. But Christian Biasati taking the opportunity, taking the win, stays on 2 points, and has many reasons to be pleased about that one. Goes into the 5th round, or the 5th race for the Italian later on this afternoon. Drivers will make their way back to Parc Ferme, and we'll have a look at the provisional results from that qualifying heat between drivers in groups E and F. Christian Biasati takes the win by 0.5 of a second ahead of Matthias Meerschout. Romeo Roussel in 3rd. There is the recovery for the 360 of Kilian Boss. Not a good result there for the Spirit karting driver. Biasati from Meerschout. Roussel in the top 3. Lawrence Sash and Roberto Castellozzi in the top 5. Keo Lee, good drive there from Keo Lee up to 6th place. Connor Grant, Eden Spantwick, Fred Green and Austin Gale were all in the top 10. Magnificent run for Gale, up 21 positions. Hamza El Fayez, Julian Cameron, Hugo Besson, Bertram Sash and Ruben Moyer in the top 15. Another average result there for Ruben Moyer, unfortunately. Mark Granado was up to 16th place ahead of Emmanuel Leodikis. Abdullah Kamel, Hugo Gelade and Luca Montebello all in the top 20. Alessandro Bigi in the 21st position, 11 ahead of Delano Wellens. Luna Claret, Ricardo Salemi, And Mark Lepiccolo having a +5 second penalty to be added. Alex Legezza in 26th. The last of the finishers was Marcel Matijevich. Retirements for Agria, De Silva, Ortolani, Boss, Machado, Blanc, and a non-start for Gerard here. Anthony, other highlights of that race?
And there were many of them in this race. A great start for the inside row. Biasati, Castellozzi getting away in the early stages, but it wouldn't be a TB kart 1-2 for the remainder of the race, as certainly Russell, who had the freshest set of tyres, was able to close in. This was the reason why we lost a couple of the drivers. Rema Blanc not finishing the race. Heavy damage to the front of that car. Broken track rod. Change for the lead in the early stages down the inside. Castellozzi got the lead early on. There's the damage to the Gillard chassis. Ooh, that's not going to be a nice thing to try and fix, but one track rod and away it goes. Laurent Sash then starting to make the moves then, and again these are drivers from the outside of the starting grid, the even side of the grid, the fresher tyres, the less used tyres. This is what put it into play, and this is why we like these mixed grids, because you get to see these sort of races here. Drivers able to get the opportunity to really push themselves through the field. This was the move for the lead, but it wouldn't work out for both of them. Running out wide as shouts went down the inside of Castellozzi, Biasati got back into the lead.
He did indeed. He was fighting in there on those tyres that were a full race or older than his competitors. Laurent Sash got back to the front of the order. Romeo Russell's having a strong weekend for the PB Kart team. Sits well up the order at the moment. Bit of a contact further down the order. This is how both Lepiccolo and Legezza lost positions. They were in the top 10. They would slide all the way outside and down to 25th and 26th places. Russell fought down the inside of Biasati, and all the while, Christian Biasati just kept things calm. He knew that a top 5 would be a decent result in the circumstances, and the other three on those newer tyres, as they kept fighting, it just kept the Italian in play. That was Russell down the inside through turn 14, took the lead. Matiz Meerschout, who'd come from the 4th row of the grid, was fighting through as well, took the lead on lap number 8. Down the inside was Sash once again at the start of lap number 9, and this is when it really started to kick off. Biasati down the inside again, just taking his opportunities. And for Sash and Meerschout at the front of the order, there would be more drama.
Exactly, and that was actually a well-timed move from Biasati. He didn't know it at the time. You know, getting down the inside here actually would mean quite a lot later on. After this contact here, Sash down the inside, Biasati through past both of them. Beautifully timed, beautifully positioned. No drama for Biasati whatsoever. Apart from that little kick of the curb there, he nearly could have lost the back end then. It could have all gone really, really wrong for the whole of them. The rest of the grid then really closed in at that point, but for Biasati, that is another win, and like you alluded to earlier, Andrew, I think his best win as well.
Yeah, it's his 4th win in a qualifying heat through the course of 2024, and I think that'll be his most enjoyable so far.
Yep, certainly so. Well, that is it for the seniors. We've had so many senior races so far this week, and it's nice to get a change of pace. It's Junior X30 coming up next for their first qualifying heat. Groups A versus B. And in qualifying, what can we say about the United Kingdom's Harrison Mackie? Superb effort from him, really pushing strong in qualifying at a clear time. And the times just kept improving over and over again. It wasn't a case of, you know, he did one good lap and then he dropped off and that was it. It was like, this is a good lap. Now this is a good lap. We caught up with him after qualifying. This is what he had to say. Harrison Mackie, fastest of the juniors in Group 2, fastest of the juniors overall. Brilliant time out there, and yeah, that's got to be a good feeling.
Yeah, obviously we showed the pace obviously this morning, and obviously testing last week when we were here, but obviously yesterday we struggled a lot. Didn't really get much running, we're having problems, but obviously we've shown what we've got, and obviously we just hope to carry that through the whole week.
Yeah. Obviously this is second round of a 4-round championship, meaning the halfway point. Obviously points means prizes, and you know, at the end of this weekend, are you hoping to be out on top and maybe pushing for a championship here? Yeah,
well, we did well in Zerero, came P3. Obviously we struggled there quite a lot with pace, but obviously we've thought about that, worked it all out, and we've got the pace here. So
yeah. let's see what we can do then. But it's a long, odd weekend, lots of races to go. Obviously, ups and downs over many seasons, but this season it seems to be going really well for you in the IAME category. Really strong results all the way throughout. And Wackersdorf is next. Obviously, we've got a lot of racing to do here at Franciacorta before we can really think of Wackersdorf. But is it, again, you thinking ahead more of the future more than this weekend?
Yeah, obviously, at the sort of the start of the year, you think of all the tracks you're going at and what, like, see if they suit you or not. Obviously, I think Wackersdorf as the next round will suit how I drive and all that. But obviously, here is as well. So hopefully, take the speed from here to there.
Well, it's a fast and flowing circuit. We'll see how you do in the qualifying heats tomorrow. But congratulations, well done, fast in the junior category.
Thank you.
Fastest indeed. Can he maintain that pace, though, throughout these qualifying heats? That's the ultimate question, as this is a very fast and flowing circuit. He's got quick drivers all around him, because the Swedish driver here, Scott Lindblom, who was also fastest in his time qualifying group, he goes fastest of Group B, starts second, but on the front row here has got Tyg Buckley and Angelina Simmons-Torres just behind as well. Packed old grid of very, very popular names in the junior category.
Yeah, it's going to be another close weekend, I think. It typified than what we saw last time out in Zuera. I was having a little look through the results, as I like to do, from last time out. We had no repeat winners in heats across the course of the whole round at Zuera, showing again just how competitive it is out there. And none of our front runners in this race were in those list of 6 drivers, in terms of those heat winners. So this is going to be a bit of an unpredictable one, I feel. Out go the drivers, rolling into their formation lap. Let's go through the grid for qualifying heat for Group A and Group B in X30 Junior.
It's Harrison Mackie and Scott Lindblom who start on the front row of the grid. Tyg Buckley and Angelina Simmons on row 2. Fiodon Papaphilippou and Johan Helder, they go from row 3. From Archie Owen and Dan Alaman on row 4. Matteo Melis and Simon Catola on row 5 from Henry Carter, and Didier Klieft on row number 6. Aston Sharp and Alex Pineda round out row number 7.
Chiara Batig and Connor Clancy start on row number 8. Evan Purcell and Quinton van Leeuwen on row 9. Bit of a surprise to see Thomas Pradier second in the final. Last time out in Zuera, starts on row 10 for this one alongside Victoria Farfus. The winner from Zuera in that dramatic run to the line, Benjamin Maniac, leader of the championship at the moment, starts on the 11th row of the grid alongside Elvis Krasauskas. Amelia Burns and Daniel Mota are on row 12. 26 carts in the field, completed by Daniel Oliver and Jurgana on row 13.
Again, packed grid of big names in the junior category here. Really looking forward to the racing from the juniors. Only 2 qualifying heats they've got for this first round of races today before we go into their second round of qualifying heats after the lunch break. And of course, they get their third round later on in the day. The same could be said for the minis that are coming up after this one. But still, really, really looking forward to this one. For Mackie, Lindblom, Buckley, Simmons-Torres on the front row, they've got good opportunities here to really get these good results. They've not got many heats, so these heats, I feel, are more important for the drivers. The seniors have more heats, which means they get a little bit more time to make a mistake here. In the juniors, a mistake is not needed.
Yeah, the opportunity for error and recovery is next to nothing in the X30 juniors. Looks like we're good for a start here for qualifying heats A versus B. Lights are red, lights are out. We're racing for the first time this weekend in X30 Junior. Great start for Mackie. Good start as well for Buckley, straight into second place. Through the first couple of corners they all go. It's looking neat and tidy from the juniors. That's a great start, though, for Harrison Mackie. Back in form when it was a bit off colour at Zuera. Had some difficulties in the races at Winter Cup as well. This is a great way for him to start his round 2 here in Franciacorta.
Certainly is. Nice, comfortable lead he's got at the moment, but can he hold it? That is the ultimate question. Tyg Buckley for Mick Barrett Racing there in second place, also looking strong. So the rest of the field starting to slot into position now as they're still scrambling in the back of the field here. They're still 3 carts wide in the further end of the field. Big send down the inside there by Scott Lindblom. He is getting back up into his fighting spot. He's back into P3 as they go through Vaden Papaphilippou there in 4th place. Archie Owens just behind. Simons Torres has gone to 6th place ahead of Mateo Meles. Sharp at 5 places on the opening lap. He's in P8.
Yeah, Scott Sharp, one of the heat winners from round number 1. So I'd expect Aston Sharp for Mick Barrett Racing to be coming through this field. Had good race pace last time out. Look, Scott Lindblom is all over the back of Ty Buckley here. Ty Buckley had a little bit of a point to Harrison Mackie to say, let's keep pushing on. But right now, that's not working. The Swede closing in. Vaden Papaphilippou also not too far behind as well. Both drivers in 3rd and 4th places. This is their first appearance in IAME Euro Series action this year. As Buckley down the inside of Mackie. Not much Mackie could have done about it at that stage, so he didn't defend too hard. Slips down to 3rd, but he's still part of this main pack.
Certainly is, and that's just the freight train effect there, isn't it? You know, you get the assistance from one, and you get it again from another. They're trying to get, I think, the 2 fusions, 1st and 2nd, to try and break away here, but just avoiding that is Ty Buckley. He is trying to keep these 2 fusion carts apart. He is doing exactly what he needs to do, but he needs to be careful here now, because if he accidentally becomes a rear gunner for Scott Lindblom, he might allow him to break away if he defends too much from Mackie to keep them apart. The only thing Buckley can do here is go for the race lead to try and make sure they stay behind him, and so he can keep them apart, and he's going to do just that now. Down the inside, Mackie's going to follow as well. Lindblom will go down to 3rd, doesn't fight it. He stays there. Papaphilippou still there in P4 as well in the Zanki Motorsport car. The Greek driver now going to the outside. He's going to look for the move on the inside of turn 2. No, he's going to go to the outside. Is he going to try and get the switchback on the exit? No, he can't quite do it. He can't get alongside. Stays there in P4, but still action here at the front. And Mackie covering the inside line, but not going for the move.
Yeah, he's a bit too far back there for a move on the inside of Buckley. We saw fantastic consistency from Ty Buckley in Zweira. He didn't take a race win through the qualifying heats, but he was 2nd in the final intermediate classification. That tells the story of that he was up at the front for all of the races. In the end was 4th in the final, so a good haul of points from Spain. Can he improve here? Down the inside goes Mackie, retakes the lead. Now you've got the fusion 1-2 of Mackie and Lindblom. Buckley now down to 4th place, and look at Angelina Simons Torres behind as well there in 5th place with the MDC racing team running on the barrel this weekend. Just missed out on making the final last time out in Zweira, but a great qualifying yesterday. A good opportunity here for her to race up through the order, a bit wide there for Lindblom. On the outside is going to be the Zanki. That steps is an opportunity down the inside for Buckley. And for Papaphilippou, now back down to 4th.
Yeah, again, but still sticking in that top section. This is bringing everyone back into play now. Jorn Helder has closed in. Archie Owen, Mateo Meles, they've all closed in. They've swapped a little bit of positions between the 2 of them, tumbling down the order. Henry Carter has gone down the order, so it's been a nightmare for him. But still, action at the front here. Everyone just slotting into position. It's still Mackie, though, who leads the way from Lindblom, Buckley, Papaphilippou, Jorn Helder. Now up to P5, Simons and Meles. Tight Buckley down the inside of Lindblom. He once again splits the 2 fusions in half.
He does indeed. Not much that Harrison Mackie could have done once again in that moment of time. Tried to get back on the inside to take P2 behind his teammate, but unfortunately Ty Buckley was right there and had the position. We're on lap number 6. 2 more to go. These junior heats are going to be fast and frenetic. Only 8 laps as opposed to the 11 for the seniors. Once again, Lindblom leads as they go on to the long straight into turn 14. Look at the power that Ty Buckley has there with the slipstream. One of the easiest moves he'll probably do this weekend. It's all getting a bit stacked up behind with Philippou and another one of the fusions. I think that was Jorn Helder coming in. This is an opportunity now for Buckley and Mackie to break away. They communicate with one another again to say, let's keep on running here. Penultimate lap of the heat. Buckley and Mackie now clear by 0.8 of a second. Yeah, Jorn Helder dropped off massively there. The front nose cone bent in and rubbed on the front left wheel. It did poke itself back out again, so is going along, but yeah, lost a lot of time there. This is crucial now between Buckley and Mackie, the 2 of them here, line astern.
lap 7 of 8. Here is a replay of the overtake in towards turn at number 5. Oh, that big moment there. Is that Jorn Helder going through there? I think it was. Yeah, in the number 25. So Jorn Helder trying to get those moves up. You can say, the live feed here, and there's drama in the barrier. That's the number 80. That is Young Rana, unfortunately, out of the race. But also, Mackie leads the race as well. And you could see him there. He was talking to Tyke Buckley on this final lap, just saying, come on, think.
Yeah, bigger story at play here, but Mackie has the lead of this one right now, but all of them are coming back into play here. Buckley, Lindblom, Philippou, Archie Owen, who had that fast start to the race and is ending the race quickly as well. There's been good moves up through the field from Benjamin Maniac and for Thomas Pradier, although Pradier has got a plus 5 second penalty. Last run into turn 14. Anthony, can Mackie hold on to the lead?
Again, he's going to go defensive on this one. It's the most feared corner in karting. Here we go into the braking zone, and he's held on to it. He held a beautiful defensive line there for Harrison Mackie. He didn't over-defend. He didn't out-brake himself. He held it to the line. Mackie will take the win from Buckley, Lindblom and Papa Philippou, the top 4.
That was beautifully done by Mackie. He could have attacked that corner on the brakes, but he just controlled the pace and made sure that he would exit the corner first, and then it was just a simple case of getting through 15 and getting to the line. That is quite hard to believe. Harrison Mackie's first qualifying heats win in the IAME Euro Series in the full rounds in 2024. But a great performance from Mackie. Definitely puts him at the front. There's one more heat of this round for X30 Junior to come. But that will be a good confidence boost as well for the young Briton. Tyke Buckley second, Scott Lindblom in third. The drivers will return to pit lane, and we'll hear from one of the drivers shortly as Anthony Jordan hop skips his way down to Parc Fermé. We'll have a look through the provisional results from that qualifying heat for Group A versus Group B. There is Rana. Well, good to see that Rana is okay, but obviously a bit disappointed with that retirement from the race. Here's the results. Mackie from Buckley, Lindblom, Papa Philippou, Owen. That's the top 5, covered by around half a second. Angelina Simmons-Torres in 6th, ahead of Jorn Helder. Matteo Mellis in 8th place. Aston Sharp and Dan Alaman completed in the top 10. Benjamin Maniac, winner last time out in Zuera, P11, up 10 in that one. Simeon Cotolo, P12. Thomas Pradier, up 6 to 13th. Daniel Motor as well, up 10 spots to 14th, ahead of Didier Kreeft, and 16th place as well for Quintin van Deuren. Alex Pinheiro, P17. Connor Clancy, Elvis Krasauskas, Chiara Batig in the top 20. Evan Purcell, P21. Victoria Farfus, P22. Amelia Burned, Daniel Oliver and Henry Clark, the finishers, one retirement in the shape of Rana. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then from that first qualifying heat of the weekend for X30 Junior. Very good start for Mackie and the others on the pole side of the grid. Mackie led in the early stages from Buckley, and Papa Philippou had managed to get through into third as well. Very good start for the second half of the grid as well. And they kept it clean, they kept it running. This was the first move for the lead. Buckley down the inside of Mackie. Scott Lindblom was on the scene as well, and it was clear in the early stages that the Fusions were trying to get themselves into a 1-2 position to take control of this race. But Tyke Buckley had things to say about that, just kept getting himself either between the Fusions or even better than that, into the lead of the race. Good moves for Buckley into turn 14. The Mick Barrett Racing setup looking very quick through sector number 3. That could be a key factor across the course of this weekend. Mackie and Lindblom fought back though. They did get into a 1-2 position. Papa Philippou through into third place as well. Another one of the Fusions was on the move in the shape of Jorn Helder. That was down the inside for around 6th place, but there would be trouble for the Dutch driver later on in the race, unfortunately. This was Papa Philippou down the inside of Lindblom as they came out of sector number 2. Sorry, not out of sector number 2. That was out of turn number 5. That was an opportunity for Buckley to get back down the inside and back into the top 3. He then pounced with Lindblom. That was Lindblom into the lead ahead of Buckley. On lap 6, Buckley then went for another move into turn 14, this time on Lindblom. That pulled Mackie back through in a very close moment there between Lindblom, Papa Philippou and Jorn Helder. Helder would have damage on the front of the car. Lap 7, this time the the turn of Mackie to go down the inside of Buckley, take the lead of the race. Out of it went Yagrana there, tyres spinning. That was off through turn 8 into sector number 2. The good news though, Yagrana okay and able to get back onto circuit once the race had finished without any assistance. But for Harrison Mackie, another great run, and this time a victory. An overdue one perhaps, but it won't matter too much to him right now. He'll focus on the next round of heats, knowing that he'll be in at least a tied share of the lead. Let's head down to Anthony Jordan, who I do believe has our race winner down in Parc Fermé. Anthony, over to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Down here with our race winner from that one, Harrison Mackie. Harrison, first race of the weekend for the X30 Junior category. Come away with a race win. Certainly wasn't an easy one, though. Lots of pressure through that race. Talk us, how did you get to the win on that one?
Yeah, obviously we had a good start, and then me and Buckley sort of got away, but then Scott, obviously we know he's fast, so he got to us and got in front, but me and Buckley went for a move, and I heard a bang behind us, and I knew Scott was one of them, and I saw we had a gap, so I think if I just push with Buckley here, we'll be able to get away, and obviously we got away, and obviously on the last lap had our little scrap, and then just ended there, didn't it?
You've got 2 more qualifying heats to go for this this day today. Lots still to happen. Obviously, you've got your brother as a mechanic on this one. He always seems to do a good job. What's it like to have a family member as being your mechanic and not just another member of the team?
Obviously, we argue. Obviously, after every session, there's something obviously that I could have done better, and obviously, when it comes from him, criticism, you don't take it too well. So obviously, you start screaming at each other, but then once you calm down, obviously, you listen to each other, and then you're all right.
Family squabbles then, but like you say, they go away. But let's talk about this weekend. Franciacorta, superb circuit, lots of cool corners around this one. Let's talk about 14, turn 14, that last hairpin on the circuit. I know you had to think about that one there slightly. That's probably, I'm calling it the most feared corner in world karting. What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely after last year where I did a 360 round there. Obviously, it ain't my favourite one, but obviously a lot can happen around there. Obviously, in that race, obviously Limblom obviously had a pod with someone, but obviously it's a corner, isn't it? So all you got to do is get it right. Sometimes you can get loaded into there, sometimes not, and obviously that time we didn't.
I call it the most feared corner. You call it's a corner in it. There you go. Well, we'll head back up to you, Andrew, and yeah, brilliant stuff. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you very much, guys. Nothing like a bit of brotherly love, is there? We're going to take a short break here at Franciacorta. Group C and D qualifying heats coming up in X30. Back here at Franciacorta, you're watching live coverage of round 2 of this year's IAME Euro Series. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan in the commentary box for you this morning here in Italy. Getting ready for the next race, Anthony. It's another one in X30 Junior. The first time we're going to see Groups C and D in a racing capacity this weekend.
Certainly is. Looking forward to this one. Riley Cranham, Mulder starting this one on the front row of the grid. Yeah, like we say, big names all in the Junior X30 category. These aren't the slowest drivers by any means, shape or form. They were only off by a few tenths of a second. There is Riley Cranham. Brilliant time in qualifying. Really looking forward to seeing what he can do at the front of this grid. But he's got some names around him. He's got Zach Green right behind him. Zedamini on the other side. Then Just Mulder alongside on the front row. Cranham, it's going to be a tough old weekend, I think. Yeah,
and I think he's definitely wanting to right some of the wrongs from Zuera, where he had pole position for the final. He was the top driver in the FIC on that weekend, but only came home in 11th. So he scored points, but not as many as he would have liked. He's currently sat 5th in the championship standings. There is the number 27 of Just Mulder. Very interested to see how Just Mulder gets on this weekend. As we mentioned earlier, we had quite a few of these drivers here the weekend of the 13th to 14th of April for the second round of IAME Series Italy. Mulder second in the final, only beaten by Nicola Marchesi, who's not here this weekend. So arguably the best prepared driver of the juniors here this weekend.
Yes, indeed. There's a look then at the marshals out on circuit. Again, we say it every single weekend, and we mean it when we say it. We cannot go racing without the fabulous, hard-working marshals out on circuit. They do a brilliant job making sure, one, the drivers are safe and secure if they have an accident out on circuit, and of course making sure the track is nice and clear for the rest of the drivers to keep on racing. There is Zach Green. Brilliant qualifying for him, the number 68 for the Jamie Green Racing team. Again, really pushing his way through. There you go. He's got a cartpix.net visor strip on there. Chris Walker, who'd be taking photos. He's not here this weekend. Do you know what? I've not seen Chris Walker, the photographer, in a while. I love Chris. He's a proper lad, he is.
I'll say hello to him next
weekend.
weekend.
There you go. Yeah, say hello to him next weekend for me.
No, but Zach had a solid time in Zouera, double points finish, 9th in the FIC, 10th in the final. So he'll be looking to continue that form and if not, improve on it. Karts rolling out from the pre-grid then, ahead of another 8-lap heat here in Italy. Let's have a look through the grid for qualifying heats for Group C and D.
It's Riley Cranham and Jos Mulder starting on row 1. Zach Green and Selminier on row number 2. Kenzo Craigie and Jesse Phillips round out row 3 with Griad Badaldi and Toby Gale on row 4. Arthur Didonka and Stid Teredemaker go from row 5 for Vertebergenu and Nilis Malik on row 6. Moritz Moore and Federico Svardelity round out row number 7.
Javier Barasca made the final last time out. Starts this one from row number 8 alongside Max Murray. Nat Johnston and Matteo Peruccio start on row number 9. David Minchuna and Rock Pinera start on row 10. Jacob Backler and Flavio Cara start on row 11. Ella Hakkinen and Elias Lemon start on row 12. The 25 kart field is completed by Luigi Cocchianella. All 25 drivers due out on circuit are out on circuit. We are glad to report for the second half of the field here this weekend for X30 Junior. 51 drivers in total. If you're just joining us, we've already seen Groups A and B out on circuit. So still early stages of the qualifying heats process here this weekend. But it's Mackie with a win, 0 points so far. Buckley 2 points, Lindblom 3 points, Papa Philippou 4, Archie Owen on 5. That's all about to change with this next race. All of these drivers, first race for them of the weekend.
Certainly is. Well, for Cranham and Mulder, this is going to be an exciting one. The inside line always works better here in through turn number 1. You can sweep it to the outside as well, and you can really put a nice block pass on it. If you're on the outside, if you can hold it round the outside of turn 1, you might get a good getaway. Here we go then. Are we going racing? The answer to that is new. It is a false start, second false start of the day.
Yes, so we'll go round for an extra formation lap. There is race director Martin Bean, ably assisted this weekend as well by Pasquale Lupoli.
Clerk of the course this weekend.
Clerk of the course, very experienced official of course, especially here in Italy, working with the ACI as well. But for Riley Cranham, a bit more time to get composed ahead of this one. Was one of those 6 drivers to get a qualifying heat win last time out. But plenty of other drivers who did it as well. Craigie took a win, Barasca took a race victory as well. That was in Zouera for round number 1. So plenty of talent on this grid. Arguably, in terms of the form book, this is the stronger half. So it could be a key race for all of these drivers.
Certainly could be. Back into the tram lines we go then. Are we going this time around? Yes, we are. Down in towards turn 1. Great start for the inside row. Keep an eye on Jos Mulder. He's there on the outside. He's there in P4. He holds on to P4. There's one of the carts off in the background. Looked like a Gillard that went wide. That possibly could have been Rock Pinheiro for the Auto Club team. It would make sense. They all run the Gillard chassis. We're side by side there for second place, but it's Zach Green up into P2.
Yeah, Zach Green and Kenzo Craigie both having great starts there, using the advantage of sitting on the inside. So it's the top 3 rows on the pole side, first, second and third in the early stages of this one. They all run through turn 11 and 12 down towards turn 14 for the first time in this one. Cranham checks over his shoulder, sees he doesn't need to defend through the hairpin on this first lap. And at the moment, it's going to be a United Kingdom 1, 2, 3 at the moment at the end of lap 1. Cranham from green, Craigie. Guido Badoli's had a good start. Is up to 4th place. Artem Lidonka is down the inside. That is Senna Mounier on the move. The Belgian gaining a spot there, down into turn 5. Defensive work from Guido Badoli there. And it's worked. It's fended off the likes of the 126 of Jesse Phillips. Very strong run here last year. Of course, Jesse Phillips on his way to great success in the minis. What can he do here? Well, he's wrestled his way through past Badoli's losing positions hand over fist right now. This is a tough moment for the driver there in the Italian entered Zanchi.
It certainly is. Well, again, back down in towards turn 14 we go, and Cranham hasn't broken away as much as I think he'd like here. Green and Craigie still there first and second, but Craigie fading away there as they go down the back straight, closes back into the braking zone here, but he had no exit speed out of turn 15 there, maybe nursing a slight issue. Senna Mounier, unfortunately, seeing a warning flag. That's going to come with a 5-race in-race time penalty, or 5-second in-race time penalty, I should say. Yeah, that's not going to be well received, but Kenzo Craigie, despite my concerns there with the gap, he's just set the fastest lap of the race, so clearly all is well as he hunts down these two ahead. Zach Green continuously putting on the pressure to Riley Cranham, but at the moment, not going for the move.
Not at the moment, sitting there in 2nd place, and I think that's a good decision because they're both aware of the pace of the Mercedes-AMG junior driver. There is the black and white flag for Senna Mounier, which will be received now. The Belgian in 4th place. So still the same order up front. I will say, though, I agree with your assessment of Craigie through sector number 3. He's lost a little bit again through that part of the circuit. Zach Green now the holder of the fastest lap of the race of 50.832.
Well, we'll keep an eye on these gaps and see what happens. But I think, crucially, it's because Cranham and Green are not fighting. Now, Cranham keeps looking behind him, and he's expecting to see a communication from Green, but Green's not giving him anything. Green's not saying, you keep going, don't worry about me, I'm not going to attack or anything like that. Keeping his cards very close to his chest at the moment, and usually you see a lot of communication between the drivers. You're not seeing that right now, which is unusual. So Cranham still leads again across the line. Green, Craigie, Mounier down the inside. Nicely done, and that's exactly what Green was wanting. The element of surprise. He even surprised you.
He did. That was a spectacular overtake from Zach Green. Jesse Phillips now the fastest driver out there on a 50.543. It's just keeping an eye on the sector times as well. I know I keep harping on about this and the nature of Franciacorta and setup-wise. Craigie is very strong in sector number 2. The tight and twisty bit, the technical bit where you need the balance, you need the response, particularly on the front end of the kart. He is quicker than Green and Cranham through that sector, but again, it's at a cost potentially of pace through the flat out parts through sector number 3. Now he's a bit closer. He might be able to reverse the effects of reverse down the inside from Cranham. Another great move into turn number 2. Cranham back into the lead.
Yeah, and that was just that little sweep to the left a little bit before the right, sent it down the inside. Now they've gone defensive. Craigie's close right back in. Might have had an opportunity to go for second place there, but the gap just didn't exist. He wasn't able to get the switch back that it was wanting. Keep an eye, though, because Senna Mounier is still closing in. Granted, has that in-race 5-second time penalty, will drop down, but is probably the most feared driver in this one because wants to get the position. Big late lunge from Green down the inside of turn 14, gets it done, but not able, again, for Craigie to go for the move. Watch them as they cross the line. Look at this, 1, 2, 3, and 4. How close you want to be. Cranham's going to try and do the move again. Not this time. Craigie to the inside, up into P2. This could release Green now. Green needs to break away if he can because we know that Craigie's got the pace, but he's not got the outright pace as well for the drivers behind.
Well, these three drivers know each other very well. The switchback, the classic out of turn 5 switchback there. Craigie was defensive down the inside. Cranham got the better run through and out of the traction zone. Zach Green continues to lead this one now. What kind of pace has he got out of 12? Flat through turn 13. down towards 14. He's got a gap. He won't need to defend right now. There's a warning flag, and with it, a +5 second penalty for Nilas Malik, who's currently up in 6th place on the road. So we'll drop down from there, you'd think. Great drive from Jacob Bachler as well. Up 14 in this one at the moment to 7th place. Meanwhile, at the front of the order, another move down the inside. Here goes Cranham. Lovely stuff. Takes the lead from Green. Green side by side with Craigie. Good positioning by Green. Not allowing a cut through there from Craigie. Senna Mounier still there as well in P4, knowing he needs to get up the road as much as possible. I'd let him go if you're Kenzo Craigie. Yes, I think that's a sensible decision there. Could have turned in and fought that one really hard, but knowing he's not going to lose the position once Mounier's +5 second penalty comes into play.
Toby Gale closing in as well, and the BMR team are here. The driver from Thailand really pushing strong on this last lap, but it is the last lap, and I think it's going to be all she wrote here. But here, a last-ditch attempt for Craigie down the inside. There's a bit of contact between the two of them, but Craigie gets through. Cranham takes the win ahead of Zach Green. Kenzo Craigie holds on to 3rd ahead of Toby Gale. Senna Mounier drops down to P5 at the end of that one, but I suspect there may be a few words exchanged between Craigie and Senna after that race, because the lunge was there, the gap was open. Was it a bit too late, though?
It might have been, and yeah, I think that's one of those that Kenzo Craigie might look back on and go, that probably didn't need to happen in the context of the race. Not a problem there for Riley Cranham. Another race victory, his 2nd qualifying heat win of 2024, and puts him tied on points, 0 points, with his teammate Harrison Mackie at the end of round 1.
Crucially, as well, in the intermediate classification, that is a fusion 1-2 with Harrison Mackie and Riley Cranham, both with 0 points. When they go out racing against each other a little bit later on today, that's going to be fireworks, I think, between those two, certainly, won't it? Well, there, the recovery job getting underway. Unfortunately, one of the retirements, Jesse Phillips, one of the other fusion drivers, unfortunately out of this race. And Jesse, multiple champion in the mini categories in his previous racing, has really struggled with the step up into juniors. Here's a look then at the classifications at the end of that one. It's Cranham from Green, Craigie from Gale, Malik from Bachler, then Senna, Murray, Mulder, Bergenu, Maker, Johnson, the top 12. The biggest mover in that one, Jacob Bachler. 15 places gained in that. That is a superb effort.
Magnificent drive from Bachler there. Senna Mounier classified 7th. There is the number 36 of Arta de Donker off the road. Running through the rest of that provisional order, Max Murray 8th, just Mulder 9th, Roberto Bergenu in 10th. Stigler Rademacher, Nat Johnston, Luigi Cocchianella, Guido Pedoli and Federico Spadolatti, all in the top 15. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that heat in X30 Junior. It was a good start for those on the inside again. Cranham leading the way into turn 1. A little bit scrappy at the back, but in most, all of them made it through the first couple of corners.
Yeah, and crucially, all of these drivers in the same sort of situation with tyres. That was that heart-in-mouth moment right at the edge of the track. That was keep it pinned, and yeah, absolutely fine. Early moves happening here in the stage of the race. That was Zach Green trying to get down the inside. That gave Kenzo Craigie the opportunity to go wheel to wheel here through turn number 7. Didn't get the power down and was able to get going. And I think that was the biggest question mark that we had in that race. Kenzo Craigie, the pace was there. He was on it. But something was missing, I just think. You could see the gaps opening up in the early stages of the race.
I mean, we've got to remember that for these drivers, this is the first time that they've been in race conditions this weekend. I think there will be a few setup changes for drivers before we get to the second round of heats. Jesse Phillips in the early stages was on the move, but in the end would retire. Green down the inside at the start of lap 5 on Cranham. Cranham would return the favour 1 lap later, again through turn number 2. Kenzo Craigie there, I say, very quick through sector number 2 through the technical bits, but lacked pace through sectors 1 and 3. Just meant he couldn't get ahead of these two. Green down the inside of Cranham again. This was the best opportunity, I think, for Kenzo Craigie. Best move, a brave move down the inside to take P2. It just couldn't quite capitalise on the opportunity. Very smart play here from Cranham. got Craigie to defend through turn 5, knowing he'd get the punch out the corner and get back into second place, and then set about the race leader.
And usually we'd see at that point you'd be able to get alongside, but not able for Kenzo Craigie. That was a quick shot there of Phillips at the side of the road. Clearly it looked like a breakdown there that unfortunately plaguing the Britain for the Fusion team. For the other Britain though, for Fusion, Riley Cranham, it's a qualifying heat win, his first of the weekend, ahead of Zach Green and Kenzo Craigie. Superb effort then for the juniors, and that is all she wrote for the juniors for the first half of the day. We will see the juniors out next, straight after the lunch break. They're due out on circuit at around 10 to 2 on track. We turn our attention now to the X30 mini category, groups A versus B, and again, brilliant effort, I think, in qualifying by the young drivers in this one, and a surprise top 2 as well. Quick pedalers who have been at the sharp end of the field, but when it really comes down to putting in that solid time, we've always seen them come in second or third in qualifying. Not this time around at Franciacorta. Harry Williams, there he is for the Ollie Rowland Motorsport team, starts this one on pole position. He had a superb qualifying. This is what he had to say after it. Harry Williams, first group out for the Mini X30 category here at Franciacorta for round 2. Fastest in group, good time. Busy session though, lots of slow karts out there. What did you make of it?
I thought it was good. I didn't know I was pole until I've just been told, but I was quite surprised of the amount of rolling. Some went off and yeah.
You found a way through, though, and amazingly, you found a quick time. You were part of the second group, big group out on track. So we had the first group come over the line. We thought, well, is that all done? And then you came through from the back of the grid, and you just got that time right to the top. You are one of 5 British drivers in the top 6 as well. So is that going to make it a bit interesting going into the qualifying heats?
Yeah, it will. Will, really. Yeah. I didn't really expect that, so...
Well, there you go. We'll look forward to seeing what you can do. We'll see you out on track on Saturday. But brilliant result for yourself. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, good to hear from Harry Williams there. Like you say, he didn't even know who was on pole until he was told as soon as he came in. An unexpected pole, but a brilliant pole as well.
Yeah, well constructed. I think yesterday's timed qualifying shortened 4 minutes for all the sessions. If it had a biggest effect anywhere, it probably was in X30 Mini. Less waiting around. You've got to get out there. You've got to get the laps in. But you know, I think the drivers did find it a bit tricky to get themselves in the right position. As you mentioned, Anthony, there were in Group 1, there were 2 big main groups that were trying to slipstream with one another. But yeah, for Williams, he took advantage of that, as did Sukwani Kira in Group number 2. Great to see Sukwani Kira here on the front row, a driver who's just getting better and better and better every time I see her race, irrespective of what category it's in. And yeah, great opportunity here for a best result of the year so far.
Exactly, and I think what's helping her improve is being part of that Alpine Race Her program, you know, really helping her push through and help develop a young racer get through this this field. There is William Tagoy, who's just putting his way through. I think one of the tallest drivers in the senior grid. That alongside another driver from Sweden or Finland, I'm going to say. I'm just trying to remember who it is. Victor Kulmala, who is also very, very tall. But these are the shortest drivers that we have this weekend. The Minis. There is Jan Pouya, who's getting ready to go for this one of the French drivers for the Fusion Racing team. Again, another really, really good qualifying. Yeah, first appearance of the year in the IAME Euro Series for the young French driver. Starting in a good spot as well. It's another one of those. Would you prefer to start P2 or P3 for the start of one of these races with a rolling start? We'll find out, I think, across the course of the next couple of races. There is Maxim. No, I think that's actually Harley Musk. It is Harley Musk, yeah.
The little graphic on the screen there. Harley Musk starts P4 on the grid, so really was a strong performance from Fusion. They got a train going. They got a good old, almost like NASCAR-style train with the drafting there that worked very well in Group number 2 in particular to get them up the order. As I say, that's not the last of the Fusions that we see at the sharp end of this grid. No, certainly not. Many Fusions in that top area. The third row of the grid sees Colby Patterson and Maxim Bolvrijov, who starts on that third row of the grid, but still
a very packed group of drivers, as well as row 4, Antoine Venet and Samuel Hugden on that row as well. There is Colby Patterson, another driver for the ORM. The Oliver Rowland Motorsport and the Fusion battle is a battle of teams that has been going on since, well, I'm going to say since at least the dinosaur age.
Yes.
That battle has been happening between those teams. Now, it's crucial here for Patterson and Williams to really get together at this stage of the race to really try and push away. But I think they're outnumbered a little bit here with Fusion drivers because, like you say, you've got Sukmani Kiri, you've got Harley Mush, you've got Maxim Bobashov all there as well, and Jean Bouillard as well, all there in Fusion karts, all wanting to try and work together to try and get rid of the ORM drivers as much as possible. So it's going to be a tough one, I think, for our drivers in this. But I think quickness will prevail.
And I think it's fair to say from the results that we saw a few weeks ago in IAME Series Italy, on race pace, Fusion probably have the advantage right now. You know, that Jarlath Sayer, who's yet to come. We'll see Sayer later on in Group C versus D. He took the round win for the second round of the Italian Championship, and it was Bobrushov's second. So that's a good indicator for that team. Whistle blows, green light on, and out go the drivers ahead of this 7-lap qualifying heat for Groups A and B in X30 Mini.
Let's take you through the starting lineup then for drivers as they head out for this session. It's Harry Williams and Sukmani Kira on the front row. Then it is Jean Bouillard and Harley Musk on row 2. Colby Patterson and Maxim Bobashov ran out row 3 with Antoine Venet and Samuel Hugden on row 4. Bruno Grieling and David Agden go from row 5 from Aurelio Longitano, and Austin Gibson on row number 6.
Gabriel Rinaldo goes on row 7, is joined by the driver who was the runner-up in Zuera, Austin Newstead. Christian Kobe was third a few weeks ago here for preparations in the Italian Championship. Starts on row 8 alongside George House. Patrick Christensen and Baptiste Augustin start on row number 9. Julian Van der Koltelet and Teddy Porter start on row 10. Marlo Cornell and Aurelien Lemaire start on row number 11. Min-jae Kim from South Korea starts on row 12 alongside Ilyas Sami. And then the 26 kart field is completed by Guido Ebogeni and Tony Cachafiero.
Well, looking forward to this one, the ultimate fight between the two teams at the front of this one. If you have a look at it, you've got Fusion and ORM drivers who cover the top 7 drivers out there. Then you go into the Karting Pro Competition team for the French team, French driver Samuel Hugden. Then you've got MDC, DML, Spirit, who's another very popular mini category team, really putting on. And as you can see, we're on board with Maxim Bobashov on one of those Fusion karts. And I suspect we're going to see some fantastic live onboard action from this position.
Absolutely. Bobashov, currently holder of the fastest, the track record for X30 Mini round here as well. I'm not sure this is going to be a start that goes green, and no, it does not. So we'll go round for another formation lap.
Yes, indeed. First one for the minis, then another lap they will do. Gets a little bit more temperature into those Comet tyres. Obviously, the hardest compound they'll be running this weekend out of all of them. Obviously, the juniors and the seniors on the MG, the option and the prime tyres. The seniors on the slightly softer prime versus the option for the juniors. Yeah, certainly for all of the drivers on this one, it is going to be a tough one. But right now, they've just got to really just get this to the end and see what they can do, because ORM were very strong at Zuera. They had drivers who really put in good times from qualifying, you know, working together on such a fast, open, flat-out circuit for the minis. It was like the race has started and they're still going into turn 1. They're still going into turn 1 sort of thing. That's what Zuera's like. It's such a long circuit for these minis. It seems like such an age for them to get around the lap. But here, again, they still lap less than a minute. Here we go then into the tram lines. Is it go this time around? Yes, it is. We're green light and racing down in towards turn 1. Great start from the inside row 3 wide in the background as they go in towards turn number 2. Watch the ORMs. Oh, it's a huge, huge, huge accident in the background. So many drivers involved, and I do hope they are all okay. I will tell you who they are when I know. But it happened so fast there. So many drivers. Who's not clocked up then through the next sector? Baptiste Augustin hasn't. Julian Cortelet hasn't. Teddy Porter hasn't. He's just come through now, so Teddy Porter has got going again. So has Milicorno. Tony Cachaferro hasn't come through either. So many drivers involved in that accident there, but it looks like the only driver who hasn't got going again is Tony Cachaferro.
Yeah, it's pretty much the last 5 rows of the grid who were all involved to some degree in that one. Do hope everyone is okay down there. End of lap number 1, and it's Williams at the front from Jean Puyol, who had a good run a few weeks ago, was in the top 5 in the final here for IAME Series Italy. I think also on the move there, Colby Patterson in the 8.29, the second of the ORMs, up to 3rd place.
Well, keep an eye on the field then as they go through. It is ORM versus Fusion, then it's ORM, then ORM. So actually at the moment there's a lone Fusion at the front here, and it's in the form of the Frenchman Jean Puyol, who is trying to battle off these ORMs. And there you go, the train's working, and now it's an Oliver Rowland Motorsport 1, 2, 3 here from the scrabble of Fusion karts, all trying to get to the front of their group alone.
Well, this has really flipped the script from what we saw a few weeks ago. Oh dear, as off the road is the 8.30 and the 8.57. That is going to be Patrick Christensen, I think David Argton as well, one of the Falcons and one DML. They've got going again, but are outside the top 20 now. End of lap number 2, 5 to go. Williams and Patterson working well together at the front of the field. Change for 3rd. Puyol responding. Antoine Venon is also on the move. The Belgian is up to 4th place. Harley Musk 5th. Who's gaining positions out there? Well, Austin Newstead is up 6 spots to 8th. Make that 7 to 7th. Christian Kobe as well. A bit further down the order, Kim Jae Kim is also improving into the top 15.
Well, the race going on, and again, there's still a scrap happening from 3rd place downwards. They're not able to break away and try and close in on the 2 ORMs there, who are continuing to break away. Maxim Bobrozov now up into 3rd place, who is quick around here. We know he's quick, like you say. He's fastest driver around here, really pushing his way forward. Again, drivers going punched out wide there. I think Newstead trying to make his way through the field there. You can see him in the BMR just coming in the background there. You can see he's got the 865 now of Puyol just ahead, who's dropped down to P7 now. So it is Williams from Patterson, Bobrozov, Vinay. Then it's Musk, Kira in that top 6 at the moment. Here, though, Bobrozov really, really pushing hard here. Fastest lap of the race, but has got the close company of Antoine Vinay just behind.
Yeah, this is where, you know, getting into a rhythm is really important for the drivers as we're on lap 4. No point fighting too much right now. You want to do exactly what Bobrozov's doing here, closing into the front 2 and putting them under a bit of pressure. Bobrozov has gone purple, sector 1 and sector number 2. Already has the fastest lap in this race. As a reference, his event record from a few weeks ago was a 56.0. So the track is definitely running pretty quickly right now. Who's that in trouble? Is that a Gepper Racing? Yes, it is. It's Aurelien Lemaire in the 864ers. Here comes Bobrozov down the inside and takes 2nd place. He's also just gone quicker than he did a few weeks ago, 56.023. I think that is a new track record as now he takes the lead.
Yeah, down the inside, he is really pushing hard here. Now the 2 ORMs go defensive, but now Bobrozov has a dilemma. He leads, but in mini racing, 8 wheels or more works so much better than 4 by themselves. He is in hot water now. Yes, he leads the train, but he's got 3 ORM drivers right behind, and if one goes through, trust me, all 3 will go through.
Yeah, well, they're holding the line at the moment, apart from Venon at the back of this one. Wants to move himself up to 3rd place. That was nicely done from Antoine Venon. That's especially when you're racing against teammates, got to keep it clean, and the Belgian driver did. We're on to lap number 6. Change for the lead. Down the inside, Williams. 1, 2, 3. Go through the ORMs into a 1, 2, 3 lockout now. And Maxim Bobrozov has got to do all of that hard work once again.
The mini category is such a fascinating class to watch because it's not all about just yourself like you would see in the juniors and the seniors, where you've got the power and the ability to just break away on your own. It's also a team game. The mini category is chess at 50 kilometers an hour. Back down the inside, Bobrozov on Patterson, splits them again. But again, he did this earlier on. He took them one at a time, one at a time, but now he's just going to have to wait. If he gets back to the front again, it will happen again. The train will come through.
The question is, can he get the timing right? If he can make these moves, this is going to sound strange, slower, use up the next 2 laps and position himself to be in the lead coming out of turn 14 in the last lap, that is going to give him the win. That is easier said than done, though. Especially with Harry Williams and Antoine Venal doing a great job at the front of this field. Williams starting to look a bit defensive. Here comes Venal down the inside. Is there going to be an opening now for Bobrishov? He gets alongside Williams. That's very, very close. Williams will have the inside for the next corner. That could be good for Patterson. He's going to come back down the inside. Here comes Harley Musk. Harley Musk on the scene. Lovely stuff from Harley Musk up to P4. The 2 teammates are fighting once again as we go through turn number 10 into 11. What a scrap this is to kick things off for X30 Mini this weekend. We're on the final lap, and it is Antoine Venal clear of the field.
It certainly is. Look at the 2 drastically different racing lines here. Musk and Williams. Musk to the inside. There's contact. Musk is off the circuit. Williams drops down several places. And who moves up now? It's Antoine Venal who takes the win. But who's there in second? I think it's Colby Patterson. It is. Newstead will finish third. So it's an ORM 1-2 followed by a BMR, despite the fact that there were 5 fusions all battling within that top 5.
That's going to be a long highlights package. I think there was a lot going on there into turn 14.
That certainly was. Well, in Mini X30, what a first opening heat that was of the weekend. I think it's going to be fantastic races all the way throughout. Antoine Venal taking the first win then ahead of Colby Patterson and then ahead of current championship leader Austin Newstead in the class. Really shakes up the IC then for them, of course. Venal, Patterson, Newstead, Kira, Bobrishov, Williams, Gibson, Longatano in that position. They're the top 8. They start the top 8 in the IC. That's how it stands. Well, there you can see the drivers making their way back into the track. There is Tony Casciafero, who had a very, very scary moment there at turn 1 of the opening stages of that race. Good to see, though, that he is walking away, though, from turn number 2. That is a big, scary moment he had. Here's a look, then, at the finishing results. We've gone over the top 8 out there, being rounded out by Longatano. Jean Bouya finishing in 9th place from Samuel Hugden. George House from Min Jae Kim. Christian Kobe, Bruno Greeling in 14th place from Gabriel Ronaldo finishing in 15th place. Harley Musk unfortunately dropped all the way down to 16th place after that mistake at turn 14, unfortunately. Ilya Sami finishing in 17th place from Guido Ebageni, who made a good drive there. 7 places gained up into P18, the same for Ilya Sami as well. Patrick Christensen dropping down from Agden, Milo, Colette, Austin, Lemaire as well. There, though, Antoine Venal in the DAP-coloured race suit there, running on the DAP chassis. Really, really strong performance. Let's have a look at the highlights on that one. The start of this race, real big shake-up. Lots of drivers going off the track. It all closed in there, and it was already a spin in the early stages of that race. That's what happened with it. Bobrishov into turn 1. This is his view of the start of the race. And again, you can see already 3 wide in the opening stages on that one. Sukmani Kira on the outside. But of course, the train coming through, he would drop down a fair few positions in that early stage. There was the moment there just in the background. Big, big, scary moment there for Tony Casciafero. But thankfully, he did walk away from that one. Marshall's quickly on the scene, but everyone else able to get re-going from that incident. The race continued from that moment, and again it was a case of, can the ORMs get together and work together? The answer for that was answered pretty quickly. It was yes, they did get ahead in those early stages, but Maxim Bobrishov here certainly put a spanner in the works for the drivers at the front here, really getting involved and trying to split the drivers up. But it would be an ORM 1-2-3 to break through in the early stages of that opening lap. There was more incidents further down the order, unfortunately for Julien Cotelet, and I believe Baptiste Augenstein getting involved in that incident in the early stages of the race. They would tumble down the order. Lap 3, and well, that was the start of Austin Newstead claiming several positions. He gained 11 places in that race, really fighting his way through the field, and you can see here more drama kicking off in the background there. I think Baptiste Augustin again, I think at that point was the driver maybe falling down. That was the Gappa Racing driver of Aurélien Lemaire, unfortunately dropping down to P24 after an error out on circuit. Sukmani Kira getting down the inside in the early stage, or Maxim Bobrov, I should say, getting down the inside, getting into the lead as well, really trying to push away, but like we were alluding to, had got the 3 ORMs just behind, and once one went for the move, the rest would go for the move. This was the first one from Antoine Venet down the inside to get through past Colby Patterson. Then they would move out later on and through turn 2, all 3 of them would get past. Bobrov would fight back, it would split them up once more, but on this final lap, the drastic overtakes that we would see. The big defensive lunge there down the inside by Antoine Venet, he would get up into the race lead and he would hold on to it. But again, Williams just having to defend a little bit here with Patterson just to see if they can try and hold on to these top 3 spots here. Then the 2 teammates went wheel to wheel here. This is what allowed Harley Must to get up into 3rd place at that stage of the race, would then go battling wheel to wheel with the drivers behind. And then this very scary moment here between the 2 of them. Musk switching to the inside to try and throw the dummy. Contact between the 2 of them. And unfortunately, Musk would go off the circuit, and for the 827 of Harry Williams, he would tumble down the order as well. That would give Antoine Venet the race win then. The Belgian for Oliver Rowland Motorsport having a very good start to his weekend. Colby Patterson finishing in 2nd place, from Austin Newstead in 3rd. All 3 of them gaining several positions in that race. Well, there is one more Mini X30 race to come up before the lunch break, but let's head down to Parc Fermé. We are live. Andrew Mather, it is over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with our race winner, first one in X30 Mini for this weekend, Antoine Venant. Antoine, a really exciting race there to start the weekend, a win for yourself on a circuit that you run well at. You must be very pleased.
I'm super happy to win. My first time in Euro Series here, and I'm super happy to win this race.
A very good result for the team as well. Leading into this weekend, it was Fusion who had the upper hand. This first race, Oliver Rowland Motorsport, a 1-2. How important was the teamwork in that race?
We need to go all together. 3, like with Williams and with Pattison, we need to go all together, and we are not fast.
We're fast indeed. Going through the rest of the competition, good conditions here today. Are there certain areas of the circuit you think you might be able to go even faster when we get to race 2?
Yeah, we can be faster.
And I want to have a quick question as well. The suit that you've got with the DAP logos on it. What's the inspiration for that?
It's 2 years ago. I was in KidX for GBUSK, and they say to me, "You want to do DAP?" And I say, "Why not?" And now I hear DAP, and
it looks absolutely fantastic. Well done, Antoine, for a great victory. Let's head back up to yourself, Anthony, for the next race.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, indeed. Group C versus D for the X30 Mini category is coming up next. We'll go through the full starting lineup a little bit later on. But again, it is going to be an absolutely superb race because, again, we've got some really good names in this race. Charles Sayer starting it on the front row of the grid. We'll have Bruno Priam from Belgium starting alongside. Those 2 names really excited to see what they can do. There you can see Jarlis there just standing up to the left-hand side of your screen, getting ready to go. I believe everyone getting suited and booted there. Will Green now you can see just behind getting themselves sorted out. Now he is brother of Zach Green, who was racing, and then you have Fred Green, who's the older one. He is the cousin of all 3 of the Greens. He races in the other category, though, does Fred Green. So there we go. So there's Will Green. Alfie Davison starting alongside for this one. And again, it's another one of those situations where you've got a lot of fusions in that top area as well. You've got a Jamie Green Racing. You've got Bruno Priam racing as well on that one, and I believe their Spirit Bruno Priam is on. I will double check that as they get going for this one. But really tough one for all of these drivers in this sort of section of the weekend, because it's early doors. You don't know what you're going to be expecting in this sort of race scenario. You think, is it going to be straight away to the front and break away from the rest of the field? Is it going to be, oh, we're going to be in a pack of 10 karts and we're going to be struggling to find a position? You just don't know. And at this stage of the weekend, you are going into the unknown. Andrew Mather, you join me back in the commentary box. It's a nice little day outside, isn't it? The sun is shining. How are you thinking?
This is the first time we've come to Europe and we've got proper European weather as opposed to bringing our terrible Englishness with us.
It's ever since I've recently moved to Spain that I've brought the British weather along to Europe, and all of a sudden it's just...
Cursed it.
I've cursed it. I've cursed Europe with bad weather. But it's fine. It's sunny again now. The temperature is rising nicely. We're nearing 20 degrees, and there you go. Even the marshals now. If a marshal is getting a T-shirt, you know it's a good day.
Absolutely. Looking forward to this next race. Quite a few of our drivers who ran strongly in Zuera, if we've not mentioned already, example of Oliver Warner back there on the 7th row of the grid. Zdeněk Babacek, who was very good through the qualifying heats and the super heats last time out. So, yeah, very hard one to predict.
It certainly is. Whistle blows. We're getting ready to go racing. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for Mini X30 qualifying heat C versus D. It's Jarlis Sayer and Bruno Priam on the front row of the grid. Will Green and Alfie Davidson on row number 2. Freddie Wood and Romeo Mello round out row number 3. Ivan Gonzalez and Mathis Brageau round out row 4. From Novello Morales and Noah Grenier on row 5 and the top 10. Ludwig Granqvist and Zdeněk Babacek round out row number 6 ahead of Oliver Warner and Pato Medina on row 7.
Luca Pavel and Charlie Clough go from row number 8 in this one. Aaron Burhofer and Cooper Snedden on row 9. George Clark and Zoltan Koini start on row 10. Lewis Boots and Ralph van Turnhout start on an all-Belgian row 11. Atika Meer and Mason Hibberts, racing for the first time this year, start on row 12. Daniel Ferguson and Nahil El Gahoudi complete the 26 runners. I think we've got one driver who's not taken to the track now, and unfortunately that is the 831 of George House, who is showing on our timing system, Anthony, as in the pits.
Yeah, let's see. Hopefully that gets sorted out, and yeah, we'll try and see if the 831 is on circuit. There you can see the mega tyre warming session happening down the main straight. Of course, these are the hardest compound, the Comet tyres that these drivers will be using over this weekend. They're very narrow, they're very thin. There is the 831 of George House. He is out on circuit. One of the new teams coming into this season, the Oracle Motorsport team, OMS Racing, that is joining us. So, yeah, great to see that they are here. They're a big fan of really showboating the drivers this weekend. They've got the name boards in there. They've got the hospitality in the tent. They've got everything. OMS really pushing the drivers to make them superstars.
Yeah, and two of their drivers in this one, the other being Cooper Snedden. Good to see Cooper. I've not seen Cooper race for a while, but he's had a growth spurt as well, as Cooper. It's making me feel very old.
Is he nearly as tall as you
He's
now?
nearly as tall as me now.
Yeah, so we're not the tallest.
Yes, so 7 laps once again for the X30 Minis. Jarlis Sayer, who won here a few weeks ago in Franciacorta, looking to continue that form, but we've already seen that there could be a bit of a changing of the order in terms of race pace. Can Fusion take a victory here? It's going to be difficult for them. Bruno Priam was strong last time out in Zuera as well. Strong points for the driver in the 878. Looking good then for a race starts here in X30 Mini. Into the tram lines, lights out, away we go, and starting this one for Group C and D. Good start for Sayer, good start for Will Green as well as they run into turn 2 for the first time. Freddie Woods up to 3rd place. Also, bit of jostling towards the back of the field, but it's a clean start for this second race in X30 Mini. Sayer defensive to the inside through turn number 5.
Wow.
Oh, look at that round the outside. That's the 814 of Oliver Warner, as there's a bit of chaos in the second half of the field through turn 5. Got to give it to Oliver Warner. He slung it round the outside. then found no grip and managed somehow to not run off the road.
Yeah, I say, if that gripped up and he got around it, that would have been really impressive. But it both shocked us, didn't it? It was like a torpedo out of nowhere. There, unfortunately, some drivers retiring. Luca Pavel, one of them. Charlie Clough, another. Retiring there from the session. I think that was the Euro karting driver of Noah Grenier who hasn't come through. Action at the front here, off the track and round the cone. That is Will Green tumbling down the order now. What on earth happened there? He was wheel to wheel with Jarlis Sayer and I think just ran out of road.
Yeah, it was two drivers going for the same piece of tarmac. Will Green actually skipped round the back of the timing beam, so he didn't quite fall down as low as the timing suggested. He's there in 6th place, but this is going to be another close one. Freddie Wood there in 3rd place. Into the 2nd sector they go. It is Jarlath Sayer at the front of the order. Look at this pack. There's probably about 15 karts fighting for the lead here.
Yeah, at the moment. Well, let's see what happens. There we go as they go through that. Will Green's been put back into position now, which is P10. So clearly a big shake-up here. Big send down the inside for Novella Morales. Gets through. Nicely done. Ludwig Granqvist follows through as well as they try and close down the front two that are breaking away. Jarlis Thayer and Bruno Priam. Bruno Priam not getting the full start, I think he would have wanted. Really trying to push through now. Now he might have the charge here. But the only downside they've got, yes, okay, they're working together. But if the drivers behind start working together and keep battling, to which they are battling here, because you can see there, George Clark just getting squeezed out there as Pata Medina goes through. Will Green goes back through as well. Oliver Warner trying to get involved as well. But still, battles happening thick and fast throughout there, and currently being led by Sayer, Bruno, then it's Granqvist, Wood, Davidson, Morales, Medina, Green, Clark, Warner. The top 10 right now, Zdeněk Babacek sitting in 11th place.
Yeah, it's a good run so far from Ludwig Granqvist. The Swedish champion was outside the points, but not far outside the points last time out in Swear. A positive start, up 8 positions so far in this one. Round 2 complete, lap number 3. Sayer still leading from Priam. Then the chasing pair of Granqvist and Wood. Davidson in 5th place now. So it's settling into that middle phase where the drivers are just focusing on lap pace, keeping themselves in play. But if the first race was anything to go by, we know that it's all going to get a little bit spicy once we get to the last 2 laps.
Oh, it certainly will do. But Granqvist with the fastest lap of the race now, looking strong. 56.472, really pushing in this early stage of the race. I say early stage of the race, it's half race distance. These are only 7-lap races. We're on lap 4. The races go past so quickly. So they've only got 3 heats each, and they go past so quickly. They really don't get the time to really push hard in this one and really try and fight if they make a mistake. If they make a mistake, they could be out this weekend. Really early doors here. Still no change. Sayer and Priam there in 1st and 2nd. Granqvist is still closing in with Wood, Davison in tow. Green is still there in P6 on his charge back after running out wide, but Green hasn't got a rear gunner right now or anyone to push along or get a tow with. He is still there, stuck in a bit of a no man's land at the moment, but crucially, even with that, still sets the fastest lap of the race.
Really good work at the moment from Sayer and Priam at the front of the order. They're very strong through sector number 1, and that's just fending off any kind of progress from Granqvist. Granqvist, again, similar to what we looked at with Kenzo Craigie in the juniors, very good in the 2nd sector. You see he's grown that gap out to Freddie Wood behind. He's taken 2/10 out of the race leaders through the technical part of the course. But he's then just not quite able to continue that progress through sector number 3. However, he is getting into that range now where the aerodynamic effect of these X30 Minis will start playing to the Swedes' advantage. And it's still at the front, Sayer and Priam, both of them in the 56.5s to the nearest 10th on that last lap. But Granqvist at 56.2. Does that again on this lap, he's going to be right there as we go on to lap 7.
Exactly that, but of course he's also got Freddie Wood for company just behind another one of the Jamie Green Racing drivers, as now Babacek sets the fastest lap of the race, 56.1. Very quick time there. He was sizably faster than the entirety of everyone in front of him by about 3/10 he was faster, so Babacek really closing in, but currently still just in P7. Now Jarlath Sayer is under investigation, and if my deductions are going to say everything, as the move for the lead happens down here, Bruno Priam to the inside, Granquist follows. It might be with the incident involving a certain Will Green.
Could well be. We'll let you know if we get any more news on that one. Meanwhile, we're on the final lap of the race, and Bruno Priam is less than 1.3 kilometres away from a second qualifying heat win of 2024. Granquist points forward to say, keep going. Not going to attack into turn number 5. I reckon Granquist is going to want to set this up into turn 14. Could go earlier, actually, considering he's got good pace through this part of the circuit now. Bruno Priam defends again as, they're very close there with Sayer. Runs up a little bit onto the rear bumper, loses position to Freddie Wood. Will Green's coming back into this as well. Alfie Davidson swap places there, so Green up to 5th place. But here's going to be the challenge now from Granquist into the final hairpin. Bruno Priam's on the inside. Can Granquist get a cutback? That's beautifully done by Bruno Priam, who just needs to get round the final corner and takes his first heat win of the weekend, the second of the season. Ludwig Granquist in P2. Good points for both of them.
Nicely done there for Bruno Priam. Well timed, well calculated. Only the 1 position gain, but he started on the front row of the grid, so clearly all is going to be a good weekend here. But that certainly wasn't easy for the Spirit Karting driver. He had to fight through that race. Granquist, brilliant drive there. Sayer and Green also fabulous run.
Yeah, really good driving from that second half of the field in X30 Mini. That leaves the intermediate classification looking like this after everybody's raced once. Tied in the lead on 0 points, it's Bruno Priam and Antoine Venant there, two race winners from that first round. Patterson and Granquist both on 2, Sayer and Newstead on 3, Green and Bobrashov on 4. We will stress those results from those 2 races are provisional. Track preparations will commence and already have got going for the next one as the 866 of Noah Grenier is recovered. Let's have a look at the provisional result from that race in X30 Mini. Priam from Granquist, Sayer, Green, Wood, top 5s for all of those drivers. Babacek up to 6th spots there. Davidson, Morales, Mello and Burhofer all in the top 10. George Clark gained 8 spots in that one to 11th ahead of Pato Medina. Matis Bragio in 13th. Mason Hibbert was the biggest mover in that race, up to 14th from the back of the grid, a gain of 10. Cooper Sneddon in the top 15 as well. Daniel Ferguson 16th. Ivan Gonzalez 17th. Nahil El Gahudi made good progress as well to 18th ahead of Lewis Boots and Zoltan Koini. That was your top 20. Also finishing the race, Ralph van Turnhout and Atika Mir. Let's have a look at the highlights then from that qualifying heat for Group C and D. Early on, good start for those on the pole side of the grid. It was Sayer into the lead in those early stages. Will Green and Freddie Wood following through as well into second and third. The rest of the drivers making their way through the first couple of corners. Look at this from Ollie Warner. Oh dear, understeer. That didn't quite work for the winner last time out in Zuera, but you've got to give it to Warner for having a go around the outside, doing something a bit different. Few drivers towards the back of the field having struggles, but all of them getting back into the race. No, there was only one retirement in that one, and it was Noah Grenier. So apologies, one driver didn't get back into the race. The Belgian will get points for 26th place. Here is one of the flash points of the race, though. End of lap number 1. Will Green side by side with Jarlath Sayer. Both of them wanting that outside line onto the pit straight. Made a bit of contact there. Will Green went round the back of the cone, came back on circuit in around 6th place. Would fight back to finish in 4th, but we do reckon that is the moment that's being looked at with Sayer currently under investigation by the officials. Race continued on to lap number 2. Once again, more overtakes through the final hairpin. Morales with that fantastic livery in the 867 down the inside. That was the first sign of Ludwig Granquist having strong race pace. would continue his work through the field. Good overtaking as well from Pato Medina there in the 8.32. Will Green, as mentioned, was coming back through the field. Bruno Priam moved to the front of the order with 2 laps to go. Ludwig Grönqvist pushing through as well, who'd continue that strong pace. And then onto the final lap, Sayer would just lose out through sector number 2. Freddie Wood would come back through. That wouldn't be the end of the story, though. So still one more opportunity into turn 14 for all of the drivers. Good defense from Bruno Priam. Good control of the apex speed meant that he was able to fend off Ludwig Grönqvist round through turn number 14 and take the win by 0.061 of a second ahead of the Swedish driver. And then a trio of Brits, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Beautiful conditions still here at Franciacorta. Let's head down to Parc Ferme, where Anthony Jordan will speak to our race winner.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Down here in Parc Ferme with our race winner, Bruno Priam. Bruno, the sun is shining. Brilliant race. Tell us, how was that race for you?
J'ai mené je poussais Sayer toute la course. Et puis, quand j'ai senti que Ludwig me poussait, j'ai attaqué et puis j'ai fermé les portes.
2 more races to go. Are you ready for them?
Pour la deuxième, essayer de faire comme ça et essayer de continuer comme ci.
Well, congratulations. Well done on the race one on that one. We'll see you out later on.
Pour la finale, essayer de gagner et faire un top 3, c'est bien.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bruno Priam, on that one. Well, more racing to go, Andrew, but still the sun is shining like you alluded to there. It's getting nice and warm out here.
It is indeed. Good to hear from Bruno Priam there. Keen to proceed into the next rounds and continue his winning form. Right, well, we finished round 1 of the X30 Minis. More racing to come here in Italy after a few of these messages.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Racing Spirit was born out of the need to create a clothing line that could embody the passion and the experience that OMP gathered and cultivated working alongside the most successful racing teams of the last 50 years. Racing Spirit garments are made by enthusiasts for enthusiasts. They can be worn every day in leisure time, but especially on race venues, from the paddock of the hottest Formula One races to the service parks of winter rallies in all weather conditions. Racing Spirit offers a complete range of clothing and accessories for men and women, designed and developed in Italy, combining aesthetics, comfort, and functionality. Because of these features, it is the brand of choice of several prestigious motorsport outfits and organizations. Racing Spirit is the meeting point between high quality and Italian style, as well as the introduction of sustainable materials and innovations, such as the use of graphene. Racing Spirit offering comes with 4 options: cutting-edge designs and customization techniques. Lifestyle is a line of garments ideal for everyday and leisure wear, with refined style and innovative materials. Crew are custom garments of the highest quality that strengthen the visual identity of the team or organization. For instance, the choice of Skoda Motorsport and Dallara. Corporate is a full custom-designed clothing line for sizable organizations, such as Toyota Racing Development. Finally, the Teamwear line for maximum creative freedom uses sublimation printing technology derived from OMP's racing experience. Similarly to the other Racing Force Group brands, Racing Spirit shares the same DNA of competing to be the first and ultimately become the reference in the market.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching live round 2 of the IAME Euro Series, live here from Franciacorta in northern Italy. The seniors are coming back up now for their next round of qualifying heat, and we start with qualifying heat B versus G. That is coming up next, and we head back to Natalia Granada, who took her first win of the season earlier on in the qualifying heats. Really looking forward to see if she can replicate that today. She's deployed half of her brand new set already on one side, still has another half of a set available, but I suspect will not deploy those until a bit later on in the weekend. But yeah, a driver who was really impressed.
Really has impressed, not just with the driving talent out there on circuit, but her reading of the scenarios, the tactics. Have been spot on, I say, with the running qualifying to get the right slipstream and the timing correct to get a lap time in, and then the deployment of those tyres. Maybe a bit earlier than some people would expect, but I think banking in a win at that stage was a very good move that sets her up well for the rest of the weekend. Here's David Dragan, a driver with a lot of racing experience at an international level. Here at Italian circuits, racing for Zanchi Motorsport as well. It's the first time we've seen Group G out on circuit here today. I'm expecting some good performances here from David Dragan this weekend. Could be one of the contenders. Didn't quite make the final last time out in Zuero, so we'll be looking to definitely improve on that one.
Yes, indeed. Well, again, more action coming in from this one, of course, because at this stage in the seniors, they've had so many heats. You start to see deployment of fresh tyres. And looking at that picture there, oh, you can see deployment of fresh tyres in and around the field, because there are quite a few of them who have gone for it. We'll go over those a little bit later on, though. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. Natalia Granada and David Dragan go from row number 1. Colin Werthenberger has deployed a full set of brand new tyres on the second row of the grid. Matej van der Kerkhoff goes alongside Louis Coman and Finn McLaughlin going from row number 3. Clovis Nougarade and Nicholas Frakakis has gone from row number 4. He's also deployed a brand new set of tyres, and he needs a good result on this one. Heikki Kautonen and Joseph Smith go from row 5 from Eduardo Villa and Andy Rattel on row 6. Lars Venek and Ralph Tharin go from row 7. Mattis Barb and Christian Vagani go from row 8.
Tristan Powell had a difficult start to his last race. Starts this one for row 9. He's joined by Marlon Bayer. Julian Baker starts on row 10 alongside Poland's Morgan Knudsen. Tibor Ramikas and Christos Hasis start on row 11. Hawk White and Nicola Antiz start on row 12. Louis Johnston-Court had a great run earlier on this morning, starts this one from row 13 alongside Switzerland's Florent Panet. Soleil Knoll and Lucas Friedrich start on row 14. Thiago Lea and Victor Kulmala start on row 15. Louis Tort starts on row 16 alongside Gabriel Amarillo, and it will be 32 karts in the field. One driver not taking the start of this one, that being Patrick Ogudovchik.
Yes, indeed, missing from the grid there. I'm just going through the current tyre choices from the field, and yeah, there are lots of full deployments of tyres in this race. Obviously, we've gone over the top 2 highest drivers on the grid who have deployed a full brand new set. But then you look back to Eduardo Villa, who's gone for a brand new set on the left-hand side of his kart, as well as Ralph Tharin also choosing the brand new on the left-hand side. Mattis Barb on the 8th row of the grid has deployed a full set of tyres, and that is not including the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other drivers in this grid further back in the field that have all deployed a brand new set of tyres as well. So there is going to be a big shake-up in this field. Drivers coming through the field, some drivers falling down. But for Natalia Granada and David Dragan, it is the front of the grid for them. The lights go green. We are away down into turn 1, and look at that from David Dragan in the lead of the race before even turn 2, round the outside of turn 1. Natalia Granada into P2, now has to deal with Matej van der Kerkhoff. there, who is not on a fresh set of tyres in third place, but is piling on the pressure. Where did Württemberger go? Württemberger, who was in the Zanki Motorsport kart, I think, despite the fact he's got brand new set of tyres, has dropped down. Down the inside there goes the victory lane driver of Van der Kerkhoff. He's up into P2. And now here, I think, is the Zanki Motorsport driver of Colin Württemberger, who is trying to get through on the inside as they go down into turn 14. It's a big lunge down the inside. And here's Finn McLaughlin. Out of nowhere, gets both of them. Finn McLaughlin into P3 now.
Really didn't work for Württemberger at all there, just got too deep into turn 14. For Natalia Granada's just got to hold in there right now. This is going to be the difficult phase of the race as the temperature comes back into the tyres, racing up against these drivers with a bit more life in theirs. That's a beautiful move from Granada down the inside of McLaughlin, back up to third.
Yeah, McLaughlin caught sleeping a little bit there. I don't think he was ready for such a move as everyone gets through. Louis Coman, you can see coming through there on the blue liveried car, just coming through for the Diamond team. The Frenchman looking very, very strong here this weekend. Well, McLaughlin still there. Württemberger back up into P4 now as well. As you can see, Heikki Kalterin trying to push his way through. Now he's been blocked off there from McLaughlin. McLaughlin sent it down the inside of Louis Coman as they go 3 wide into 15. They're off the circuit, unfortunately, is your man Victor Kulmana, unfortunately, who is tumbled down the order in the 350. Back down the inside. Nice change there. Württemberger down the inside of Natalia Granada, moves up into third place and is now the highest ranked driver with brand new tyres.
Is indeed. New fastest lap of the race from Matthias van der Kerkhoff, currently running in second place. David Dragan's lead is half a second. This magnificent battle going on for 5th place down, headed up by Finn McLaughlin at the moment. I think he almost took himself by surprise with that move into turn 14 last time around. It's down the inside there. I think that was Heikki Kalterin making a move on Louis Coman. Yes, it was. Andy Rattel, who had a win yesterday, is moving up through the order also through to complete lap number 3. Here comes Rattel down the inside of Coman. That's going to get a little bit close over the line. Thibaut Ramekes is on the scene. What a start for Thibaut Ramekes, up 13 places in the first 3 laps. The young Belgian once again is on the move.
Yeah, and he has deployed a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side of his wagon. That will be assisting him here through the field. Württemberger again now with the fastest lap of the race. 49.9 is starting to close in on these two here. Dragan, who leads the way, but is under immense pressure from Van der Kerkhoff, who sends it down the inside through turns 12. Gets it done, but now he's under pressure as they go in towards 14. Communication between the two of the drivers there, saying, right, come with me, don't attack, let's go. But there you can just see the speed difference through the corner there. Van der Kerkhoff just opened up a gap through one corner alone.
He did indeed, and the communication, I think that's with Württemberger as part of this situation. Württemberger is flying, 49.735 last time around for the German, closing in on these top 2 despite them working together. There is confirmation. Oh, big off. That looks to be at turn 2, and that is 2-1-1 of Tristan Powell in the wall. Not happy about things at all. That's the second time that Powell has had problems today. I think it was contact with Florent Panet, because the Swiss privateer has also fallen down the order, but it is not a good day for Powell at all. Ran wide in the early stages of his race earlier on today. This one, well, it all but ends, has got back on circuit, but in fact, no, I don't think that's going to go much further than turn 2.
Yeah, it's out. Yeah, that is a disaster then. So yellow flags going into that turn, then they'll have to be careful. But is there yellow flags actually that's out there? Oh, no, I don't see a flag waving, so maybe it was clear, despite the fact there was a kart off in the background. So an overtake happening there. Württemberger in the lead now. Van der Kerkhoff down into second.
Yeah, so Ramekes going quickly as well and rapidly approaching this group. Is up to 5th place now and was up 0.3 of a second quicker. In fact, there he is. He's right there on the rear bumper with David Dragan, who's lost 3rd place now to Natalia Granada. This is a great performance once again from Natalia Granada, given the circumstances on those tyres. Dragan helps out there, doesn't go for the move into turn 14 because Ramekes is on the scene. Andy Rattel's coming through as well. That's a move past Kalterin and McLaughlin up to 6th place. Great stuff once again from the Frenchman racing for Pantano Racing Team. This is a properly interesting race. This is chess at 100 kilometres an hour round Franciacorta, as all these drivers on different tyre strategies try to work out how to navigate their way through. But you've got to think that Ramekers, the pace he's got and the number of laps remaining, is a strong contender in this race, even though he's at the back of this main group. But not much longer, because down the inside of Dragan he goes. That's the Belgian up to 4th.
Yeah, nicely done there. And again, just squeezing his way through. Half a car length gap just closed up. He goes a little bit defensive there into the middle of the road, though, to defend from David Dragan. But Dragan not going for the move. Württemberger leading the way then across the line. Van der Kerkhoff from Granada still there in P3. Ramekers confirmation of his deployment on a brand new set on the left-hand side of his kart. Takes a much tighter line there through turns 2, in through 3, down in towards turns 4 and 5. And again, nicely timed as he closes in on Natalia Granada. This is a superb effort this time around for Ramekers, who has really struggled in the opening stages of this weekend.
Yeah, this has got the feeling of reigniting his weekend. I think the team have obviously done a lot of good work. It's Granada down the inside of Van der Kerkhoff for 2nd place. Fighting back is the Spanish driver. This is going to give surely an opportunity to Ramekers to go down the inside into turn 14, which he elects to do so for 2nd place. What a move from Thibaut Ramekers. 2 for the price of 1. 3 laps to go. We're at the end of lap number 8. Thibaut Ramekers has gained 19 places in this race, and he's only got 0.6 of a second to catch up to the race leader. This is a magnificent drive.
And the superb thing about it is that you have to remember he's only deployed half of his full set that he had as a spare for this weekend, compared to a lot of the field that have deployed a full set here. There you can see Van der Kerkhoff getting swallowed by the pack. Now he sends it back down the inside there, but it's not going to happen. Finn McLaughlin trying to get involved. He's going to go down the inside. We're 3 wide here now in towards turn 14. Oh, dear me, that's never going to end well, but it does end well. And Rattel just loses out on the 1 spot there. Back across the line. We go on to lap 10 now of 11, and it is still Württemberger who leads the way. Ramekers, though, is closing in. And again, Württemberger, he's got a full set of brand news here, but he's been closed in by a driver who's only deployed it on the left-hand side only.
Yeah, this really, we've seen some superlative drives this year from this young Belgian, but this is ranking as one of the best. It is putting the troubles of yesterday behind him. Is there a move into turn 12? No, not this time, but he's surely going to try and set it up for turn 14. That was a good exit from turn 12 there and through 13 for Württemberger, but here comes Ramekers down the inside, so confident on the brakes, dives, gets it locked in on the apex, takes the lead of the race. 1 lap to go. Thibaut Ramekers leads.
Yeah, that was absolutely perfect. You called it there. Superb on the brakes. No drama whatsoever. Marlin Bayer sees a warning flag at 288. That's unfortunate for him, but the race continues here. Württemberger really needs to put those tyres to use now. They're both brand new. He can go fast around the lefts and the rights compared to just the right-hand corners for Ramekers, who's to put him on the left-hand side. Really benefits then the driver here, but he is really pushing now as they exit out of turn 11 and 12. Only a couple of corners to go, but for Thibaut Ramekers, this has been a superb drive. Like you said, this will reignite his weekend, and I think reignites himself going into this weekend to know that he can do it. Across the line, Thibaut Ramekers takes his first win of the weekend here after gaining 20 positions in this qualifying heat. We said there was going to be movers. I didn't expect it to be Ramekers.
Well, we saw a superb drive from this young man in the super heat at Zweire. That just beat it. Your winner, 2-3-1 from VDK Racing. Thibaut Ramekers takes his first qualifying heat, 11-lap format win of the year. He's got a lot of work to do for the rest of the weekend. He's still got another race to go, of course, but we'll be looking to move higher up the order for the super heats tomorrow with that kind of result. How does that affect things in the intermediate classification? Carinini's still on top. Biasati, Utron, Luzio, Russell and Ferrari in the top 6. Andy Rattel, with his performances, still holding in the top 8 also. Drivers heading into Parc Fermé then after that, that very unexpected victory for Thibaut Ramekes. There is a very disappointed Tristan Powell returning to Parc Fermé. There's your provisional result. Ramekes, from 21st on the grid, wins by 0.4 of a second ahead of Colin Württemberger. Another strong result for Natalia Granada, showing that that pace in qualifying yesterday was not a one-off. Finishes third. David Dragan fourth. Andy Rattel up the order again, P5.
Well, how do you say, Rattel looking strong. McLaughlin, Nugareid, Van der Kerkhoff, Eduardo Villa and Heikki Kautonen round out the rest of the top 10. Louis Command from Louis Johnson Cooley gained 13 places in that one. Started only 2 or 3 places behind Ramekes. Deployed a fresh set of brand new tyres all around, but wasn't able to match the pace of this young man here on your screen. Thibaut Ramekes having a look at the timing with his mechanic, and there you can see smiles on both of their faces.
It doesn't even look like he's worked at all in that one. Let's see how Ramekes did it. This was the start of the race. A brilliant start from David Dragan. Exceptional round the outside. You do not see that often here at Franciacorta with a rolling start. But it was the Romanian in the lead of the race round the outside as well. Van der Kerkhoff fighting into third place. Down the inside into turn 5. A lot of defensive moves there. There would be some dramas in the second half of the field. This early start for David Dragan out front. Van der Kerkhoff moving down the inside, taking P2 ahead of Granada. This was all still on the first lap of the race. But meanwhile, Thibaut Ramekes was already starting to make his moves through the field. That was a little bit deep on the inside for Württemberger, just overshot the corner a bit. That allowed McLaughlin and Granada to come back through. Granada would fight back. Again, really impressed with Natalia Granada so far this weekend. Much stronger performance than we saw at Zweira. That was a super move on Finn McLaughlin for third place.
I don't even think Finn was ready for that move there either, because you could see him turning in for the move. But yeah, Granada just sending it down the inside. Württemberger then starting to make his way through the field on that brand new full set of tyres. This was Kautonen going wheel to wheel with McLaughlin. McLaughlin sending it down the inside, though, of Louis Command, trying to get through. Andy Rattel going 3 wide with all of them in the background. This was the change further up the order for P3, and this was Württemberger just getting it down the inside on his charge again through the field. Then Thibaut Ramekes made his appearance onto this top fighting pack. First move getting through there on the driver just ahead. I think Clovis Nugaray just getting squeezed out of the way. A change for the lead here, as again, this was Clovis Nugaray, Van der Kerkhoff going through. Heavy contact in the wall here. Tristan Powell not happy, and Florentin Panet also involved in that incident. Was able, I think, to get going again in that race, but for Tristan Powell, there was too much damage to his wagon. Lap number 6, and again, the changes happening thick and fast. This was Württemberger getting into the lead of the race, Andrew.
And the thing, though, they were unaware that charging in was a young Belgian by the name of Thibaut Ramekes, who appeared on the scene here. This was on lap number 6. Granada back down the inside of David Dragan for, at the time, what was third place. Ramekes pounced and then just took them one by one, working his way to the front. That was him going by Granada. This was a little bit further back in the order. Kautonen down the inside, taking another spot there. Kautonen in the end would run on to 10th place. Ramekes' progress continued so strong on the brakes. This is when he went past both Van der Kerkhoff and Granada into turn 14. So late, so deep, and able to hold it onto the apex. That was, I think, the most impressive thing about the racing from Ramekes. Andy Rattel had a go down the inside of David Dragan. This one didn't quite work out. Dragan had the inside line. Van der Kerkhoff followed through on the inside through turn number 6, but Rattel would fight back. He's having a good weekend for Pantano Racing Team, is the Frenchman. This was the move for the lead. I thought he'd overshot this, Anthony, but just hooks it in there, gets it on the apex, and despite the best efforts of Württemberger, there was not going to be an undercut available. Thibaut Ramekes took it round the final lap and wins from 21st on the grid in the space of 11 laps. A super drive.
A very super drive. He'll be happy with that one, and certainly that will cheer him up going into the rest of the qualifying heats he'll have over the course of today. But in between now and then, we've got some more races to come. It's Senior X30 qualifying heat A versus F that is heading out onto the circuit once again. Some drivers have deployed new tyres, but only on the left-hand side. We'll go over who they are a little bit later on. But your pole sitter for this one, fastest in time qualifying, is a driver who currently stands at the top of the intermediate classifications. Danny Caronini, who has got 0 points to his name for Zanchi Motorsport, has had a superb run of races so far. We caught up with him after qualifying yesterday. Well, qualifying Group 3 is done. Danny Caronini, fabulous time. You're ahead of the field in that one, cleared by a full 10th from the rest of the field. Superb time. You must have been feeling great out there on track.
Yeah, my target was start in the front of the group. We have only 4 minutes, and I want to go without slipstream and make what I can do. I make a really good job, make like a perfect lap. I'm really happy. I hope we'll be pole overall, I think, or no, it's the same. It's important to start in the first row, and after will be a good fight. I'm really happy. Want to thank my team, Zanchi, Matteo, for the fantastic job, and everyone is on the staff.
Let's talk a little bit about the session on that one, because like you alluded to, the session is now 4 minutes, no longer 6 minutes. How do you feel like that went? Is it a little bit more rushed? Do you feel like qualifying is a little bit trickier now?
I don't like a lot the format because it's difficult. There is a fight before to go on the grid, to be on the front. But in this way, a lot of drivers that don't wait the other one. This one is better, especially for me or for the fast driver that always we have some drivers in the middle. I think they must change something, but it's a good way to start.
Yeah. Well, let's go into tomorrow and later on today with high hopes, because of course you'll be starting on, pole at the moment. Let's see, you've got one more group. Let's see what happens, but wish you all the best.
Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
Well, he did hold out in time qualifying. The fourth group in Friday's qualifying sessions was not able to beat the time set by Danny Caronini, meaning he was going to be starting outright pole in the Group A for Senior X30. Romeo Russell, though, starts alongside in this one, and Russell has been a driver that has impressed over the course of this one. Fastest in his group, good results, did take a win early on, has been fighting in that sharp end as well.
Yeah, is another driver who this weekend I think has really stepped up and put himself in the discussion. The drivers rolling out onto circuit then for this next qualifying heat in X30 Senior to go through the grid for Groups A and F.
Well, it's Danny Caronini and Romeo Russell who start on that front row. Johan Aluja, who did not get a good start earlier on, needs a good one this time around. Starts on the second row with Lorit Sash alongside. Andrea Pirovano and Mark Lepiccolo, who is again another driver who has had another really bad result on that one. He needs good results here today. Lewis Bird and Mathis Michaud, they go from row 4. Arthur Fassort and Raymond Blanc, they ran at the top 10 on row 5 from Nicolas Simic and Julian Camin on row 6. Kevin Bress and Fred Green, they go from row 7 with Cahal Clark and Bertram Sash on row number 8.
Gustav Wisniewski and Ricardo Salemi start on the 9th row of the grid. Robbie Buckley and Luis Aguiar start on row number 10. Vilma Svan and Marcel Matijevich start on row number 11 ahead of Luca Horton and Abdullah Kamal on row number 12. Miguel Silva and Hugo Besson start on row 13 ahead of Rafael Vijani and Delano Vellens on row 14. Elia Weiss and Mark Bernardo complete the top 30 on row 15. They're ahead of Milan Marchak and Alessandro Bigi on row 16. The 34-cart field is completed. All drivers out there. Row 17 is Dylan Patel and Emilio Ortolani.
We just witnessed a driver from the 20th first spot of the grid with a brand new set of tyres on the left side only come through the field, take the race win. The 11th row starting 22nd, Marcel Matijevich, brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. Rafael Rajani for Portugal, brand new set on the left-hand side. Delano Wellens, brand new set. Alessandro Brighi, brand new set. All deployed on the left-hand side of the kart. Are we going to see a repeat of what we just saw in the previous Senior X30 race? One of these drivers make their way through the field. We don't know. That's the ultimate question. But what we do know is that Danny Caronini, who is yet to deploy a brand new set, is starting on pole position. He is currently undefeated. He has 0 points to his names. He leads the intermediate classifications at the moment, but it is very, very close still. Here we go then, out through turn 15 into the tram lines. Are we going green? The answer to that is yes. Here we go down the inside, and it's a good start for Caronini and Johan Aluja. Does Aluja get away well for this one? Yes, he does. He stays there in second place. He doesn't get tangled with drivers behind. Russell There in third place, it's the Falcon getting up. It's Lawrence Sash into P4, but it's a great getaway for the rest of the field, but a huge gap has opened up from about 10th place downwards. There's a big bit of real estate that's opened up.
Yeah, that's a good opportunity for this breakaway field to gain spots. It looks like Luis Aguirre has not come through sector number 1 on our timing information, so more troubles for the Portuguese driver. There were troubles as well for Andrea Pirovano, who found himself right on top of the curb through turn 1 whilst flat out off of that start. Pirovano did well there to hold in the top 5. End of lap number 1 then. Carinini leads from Aluja. Roussel, Sash, Pirovano, Lepiccolo, Bird, Blanc is top 8 clear of the rest of the order. Now, let's see, is Danny Carinini going to be able to do what Danny Carinini normally does, Anthony, which is hit lap 2 really hard, break away to about 1.5 seconds clear, and then start to be able to really control this race. Lewis Bird getting by there on Mark Lepiccolo on the black and white Victory Lane machine. That's Bird up to 5th place. Right now, it looks like Juan Aluja is going with the race leader right now. Very evenly matched on pace.
Yep, certainly is. Big send down the inside, though, through 14. Roussel on Aluja gets through. Lawrence Sash tried to follow there, was unable to get alongside. Will stay there just behind him, P4, as Bird tries to close in. And, well, Aluja instantly fights back, says, no, you don't. I'll retake that position. And now Lawrence Sash gets through. Roussel, after gaining 1, loses 2.
Yep, that's Franciacorta to a T sometimes. It's why we love it. So Danny Carinini now leads by half a second, is looking controlled, but will want this gap to go out a little bit further. Why? Well, that's because he wants to save his tyres later on in the race. Down the inside, love that. That's Reimer Blanc making a good overtake on Mark Lepiccolo for 6th place. Juan Aluja really pushing on now as here comes Roussel down the inside again. This time for 3rd place on Sash, who's going to run out wide. How's he found grip there? He keeps, well, he loses a spot to Lewis Bird. I thought Lawrence Sash was going to be off and having a close look at the new hotel at the corner there, and somehow managed to find grip on dirt.
If you ever wanted evidence of a driver keeping his foot absolutely pinned down, it was that right there. Just no quarter given there, didn't even breathe a lift off, just kept it completely flat out, and amazingly, like you say, only loses that 1 spot. Reimer Blanc really impressing me on this one after that retirement earlier on with the broken track rod. Needed a good result on this. Really starting to make his way through the field here. Nice drive right behind there. Lawrence Sash really tucking in. You can see the body language. It feels like it's weekend's not over yet. I can do this.
And it's not just in terms of getting back into the battles. As we have a look, I think this is going to be another look at the Sash split Mew moments in terms of grip. Is going to get right out wide there, and physics is telling me something that should be happening on that.
Physics says no. Lawrence Sash says yes.
So, well, it carries on there in 5th place. Back to Reimer Blanc. Of course, you have a retirement, you want to get back on board, you want a good result. But if there's ever a silver lining from what happened earlier, fresher tyres. Yes, right. You know, he hasn't done as many laps on these, and he's really got to make them count now before the drivers start playing their spare set, as he is doing down the inside of Lewis Bird there, who tries to fight that one but has to concede the position. Also loses out to Andrea Pirovano there, and now might have the attentions of Mark Lepiccolo behind. This is a good battle fighting out there for 4th place.
Certainly is. We'll keep an eye on it then as we go on to lap number 6 now of 11 as they make their way in towards turn number 1 and 2 again. Danny Carinini leading the way from Juan Aluja. That gap now just a fraction over 1 second from Juan Aluja. There down the inside goes the victory lane of Mark Lepiccolo. We were saying Mark Lepiccolo needs a good result. He had a 25th finish earlier on. And then he also got a 5-second time penalty after that as well, because I think he was involved in an incident, and I think he was declared at fault for that incident, so he got the warning flag for it. So he really tumbled down the order, and that's his 2nd bad result. He had a 25th in his first one, did Mark Lepiccolo. He did have a P5 in his 2nd one, but he really needs to fight back in this one, and he's doing that right now, down the inside, and just squeezes past Andrea Pirovano.
He does indeed. End of lap number 6 then, Carinini. It's taken him a little bit longer than normal, but he's got a 1.3 second lead as through goes one of the Croc promotion entries there. It's actually the privateer of Vilma Svan going through in that one. Carinini can now go into that phase of the race, you'd think, where he can just save the tyres. He is going to use his newer tyres, but he wants to use them as late as possible into this weekend to maximise his situation here. Through into turn number 11 and then 12 yet again. Reimer Blanc holding on at the front of this group, all fighting over 4th place. Who's gaining positions out there? Well, we saw it earlier. Vilma Svan up 13 spots, is down the inside. That's a nice move. That's Mark Lepiccolo back up to 5th place.
Yep, nicely timed there through 14. And just saying there, confirmation, come on, let's go, let's go. But this is a carbon copy of what we saw earlier on. But drivers are not going to listen. Sash goes back down the inside of Mark Lepiccolo. Well, yeah, now he said, this is interesting here, isn't it? Both of them have just said, right, come on, follow me. Mark Lepiccolo, no. So I'm going to go down the inside. Squabbling at this stage of a race, as entertaining as it is for us to watch, for them, it's not the most tactically clean thing to do because now you're just losing time to Reimer Blanc, Roussel, Aluja and Carinini.
And Lewis Bird took advantage of that. Watch Lewis Bird go down the inside here into turn 14. He'll say, thank you for the squabbling, gentlemen. Oh, no, he stays there in 6th place. No, he doesn't.
Oh, no, he doesn't. He's gone for it.
He has. Thank you, Lewis. Right on cue. He's gained 2 positions out of all of that because he was able to cruise up to the back of them. Quite happy with that indeed. Here's your fight for 2nd place. 2 drivers having a good weekend in terms of race pace so far, but mixed results at the end of it. This is a crucial one for Juan Aluja to get himself back in play.
It certainly is here, right on the rear bumper as they go through. Aluja under the pressure from Roussel. Roussel having some good results over the course of this weekend. Currently sits 6th in the intermediate classifications, just 10 points to his name, so some good racing all the way throughout. This move here will certainly help that out as well. Drop another point in the time, and there he goes down the inside. Nicely timed. The change for 2nd place has happened, but Aluja's not going to fight it. This is still a good result, a P3, a good result that he definitely needs.
Yeah, he needs to get to the end of this race more than anything right now. Of course, he would love to be P2, he'd love to be P1, but this needs to be a result where he takes advantage. As a warning flag for Mark Lepiccolo. The 2nd time we've seen that today. That's going to be a +5 second time penalty for the driver of the victory lane. 3-2-2 is currently 10th on the road.
That is a big shame. That is 2 qualifying heats in a row now for Mark Lepiccolo where he's come away with that. So, yeah, that is a big, big shame for him now. Roussel looking strong here. Gap 1.1 seconds. Laps remaining 1. I don't think there's going to be enough time there for the battle to close in. This battle, however, has closed in. This is well down the order a little bit there. I think that was about P20, I think we were looking at there. Luca Horton, Elia Vice-Brajani in there. This is the battle back for 2nd place as we go on to the last lap. Danny Carinini, what can you say? What a race, what a performance, what a weekend so far.
Yeah, and he's back into conservation mode now, knowing he doesn't need to win by too much at this stage. He needs to save these tyres, and he just backs off by maybe 1/10 of a second per sector. It does mean his lead is eaten into, but not too much. He won't have any troubles getting to the end of this one. New fastest lap of the race from Fred Green, making some good moves there. He's up to 9th place. But for Danny Carinini, this is a lovely Saturday afternoon drive here in Italy. Round turn 14, out onto the curb, round turn 15. That is 4 wins from 4 for Danny Carinini, and he will stay at the top of the intermediate classification. His perfect weekend continues.
To be perfect. There we go. What a weekend so far for Carinini then. Very closely followed, though, by Romeo Roussel. Brilliant drive there. Agnew and Aluja, the top 3, staying in position from the starting grid. Reimer Blanc, 6 places gained for that one, the KCR Racing driver. Like you said earlier on, with those slightly fresher tyres, because, of course, he didn't finish his race earlier on. Finishes in P4. Loritz Sash dropping to P5. Lewis Bird in P6 from Arthur Vassort, Matis Machalt, Fred Green. Mark Lepiccolo finishes in P10. with that 5-second time penalty, that would drop him down to all the way to about 22nd place. So that is a big oof there for Mark LaPiccolo. It's not the weekend he wanted.
No, and I think now with those results, you're starting to think about. I don't think it's quite not being able to get through to the top 72 and into the super heats, but yeah, a top 36 and a place in Sunday's final is looking a bit of a stretch right now for Mark LaPiccolo. Here's a look at your provisional classification then. Danny Caronini makes it look so easy. Wins by 0.6 for Zanchi Motorsport, ahead of another second place for Romeo Roussel. Ryan Aluja back in the points there, third place. Reimer Blanc, also good recovery there. Response from disappointment with a fourth place. Loritz Sash in the top 5 ahead of Bird, Valsor, Meerschout, Green and LaPiccolo. But as Anthony mentioned, that penalty for LaPiccolo will move him a long way down the order. Svan, Simic, Pirovano, Salemi and Clark in the top 15 on the road. Bress, Bertram Sash, Elia Weiss, Luca Horton and Rafael Rajani complete the top 20. Another very routine victory, Anthony, for Danny Caronini.
Let's see how he did it as well. Some of the highlights from that one. You can see the inside line getting a good getaway, but crucially as well for the outside. Romeo Roussel was able to slot into third place and get his cut on the inside line. There you can see on the outside, Loris Sash on the Falcon, just trying to get his way through. He got up into P4 in the early stages. The battles happened thick and fast in the background. We did lose one or two drivers just in the back of the grid as well. So it wasn't a good getaway for some of them. Unfortunately, one retirement near the end of the race. Abdullah Kamal, unfortunately, from that race. For the rest of the grid, it was a relatively clean start. There, down the inside, nicely timed for Lewis Bird, really pushing through the field on that one, gaining those positions, but only would gain one at the end after getting all the way up, a little higher up. Then the battle happening between Romeo Roussel and Johan Aluja. That got closed in by your man Loritz Sash, who really started to get involved in the early stages of the race.
Did indeed. Reimer Blanc needed a good result after retirement earlier and used the extra tyre life that was on the 249 to get back up to fourth place. This was a real hair-raising moment for Loritz Sash, who was out on the dirt, went for a bit of rallying and lost a position, but kept himself in the main pack on the way to fifth place. Lewis Bird would take advantage of that situation, would also score well in sixth. Sash down the inside once again. This was in that battle with Reimer Blanc. This was all over fourth place as Roussel and Aluja would carry off the front of the order. Pirovano was in the mix as well. Difficult race for Mark LaPiccolo. The race pace is there. He's definitely up for an overtake, but I imagine it was that moment there, that contact with Pirovano, that resulted in the +5 second penalty. That is to be confirmed, we should stress. Vilma Svan had a good race. In the 286, gained 10 places, up to 11th in the final classification. Well, that'll make it 10th once the penalty is applied. Mark LaPiccolo down the inside of Loritz Sash there for another spot. This was lap number 8. This was the period where LaPiccolo and Sash went, no, I'm going to overtake. No, I'm going to overtake.
Exactly.
Lewis Bird would take advantage of this, gaining one of these spots here as LaPiccolo was down the inside of Sash into turn 5. Bird would then complete the progress, getting through past LaPiccolo later on in the lap.
Yeah, it would all start to kick off a little bit. Arthur Sort making his way through the field as well, just gaining those little positions left, right and centre. Big send here down the inside for Matis Meerschout, really pushing strong in this side. This was the change for second place. Romeo Roussel getting that done. The PB Car driver looking very strong this weekend, getting up into P2 and holding onto it. That was a very brash moment there out of turn at number I believe 10 and 9 and 10 in towards 11 for one of the drivers, but the rest of the field nice and strong. Danny Caronini, Romeo Roussel and Johan Aluja, 1, 2, 3 across the line. Some good results for them going into later today in this weekend. Well, there are one more race before the lunch break today. We turn our attention now towards groups C and E for the senior category. Again, 11 laps of racing. And this time, it's Marcus Luzio who starts this one on pole position, the fastest driver in Group C. And Group 3 in qualifying. Certainly had a good run yesterday. The premium karting driver really having a fabulous weekend so far. Has had a qualifying heat win. But after qualifying, let's see what he had to say, because he was delighted with his time he set. Senior X30 qualifying Group 1 here at Franciacorta for round 2 of the IAME Euro Series. Marcus Luzio, fastest in group. Superb time for yourself. Sub 50 seconds, we're into the 49s. Brilliant time for yourself out there, despite the horrible conditions we've had this weekend. It's nice and dry right now. How do you feel ahead of that one?
Yeah, no, really pleased. You know, coming into it, we didn't do the test weekend last weekend because I was racing in other things in F4. And yeah, testing was very limited in the dryers. We only actually got one session. And I was pretty bad in that, to be honest. So, yeah, to come out with the pole is really superb, especially considering I had no toe. So, yeah, no, it's really good.
Franciacorta is a fast and technical circuit. There are overtaking opportunities, but there is a lot of flat-out moments here. Do you reckon the kart is fully capable to hold off a full grid of karts throughout the qualifying heats?
Well, I hope so. I mean, only time will tell. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes this week. And yeah, we'll see in the racing today, and hopefully we can get the wins in those. As you know, I'm leading the championship at the moment, so yeah, hopefully we can extend that lead.
Must be a nice feeling to be fastest in group while leading a championship, to be, you know, in this prime position. The premium karting team have done a brilliant job, haven't they, in this start of the season? And yeah, I think everything happy with the team, and you're happy with the performance still.
Yeah, I'm really happy with them. I need to thank the team and Spike for the engines. So yeah, no, it's all been superb so far this year, and yeah, no, it's been really good.
Excellent. Well, we'll see what you can do.
And my dad.
And your dad. Can't forget Dad, can you? Well, see what you can do in the qualifying heats, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Great to chat there too. Marcus Luzio for this one. Really looking forward to what he can do. Right, so tyres is going to be the main talking point of this one, because, well, nearly the whole grid has deployed a fresh set on either the front right or the front left. Crucially, Biasati's gone for a brand new set on the left. Castellotti has gone for a brand new set on the left. Clement Outron's gone for a brand new set on the right.
Yeah, it's quite a varied set of selections. You've got some drivers as well who've gone for all four corners. Alex Legezza was an example. So, yeah, drivers playing different strategies with their setups. The last race before the mid-afternoon break then. Qualifying heat for C, Group C and E. Let's have a look through the grid.
It is Marcus Luzio and Christian Biasati starting on the front row of the grid. Clement Outron and Roberto Castellotti on row 2. Sam Balota and Alex Legezza go from row 3. He's deployed a brand new full set of tyres. Angelo Melli and Kyo Lee, they go from row number 4 with Thomas Van Verley and Connor Grant, both of them going for a brand new set on the left. Teresa Babichkova and Yumeli Leodakis go from row number 6. Alessandro Tedesca and Ruben Moya round out row 7. Tedesca going for a full set. Ruben Moya going for the right-hand side only. Eloy Gonzalez and Maximano de Silva on row number 8.
Kevin Lantinga starts on row 9 next to Eden Spanswick. Andrea Giudice and Hamza Al-Fayez start on row 10. Sam van der Heyden really needs a good result now. He's had a difficult weekend so far. Starts on row 11 alongside Hugo Gelade. Marius Barryberg and Alex Machado start on row 12. Freddie Housley and Killian Boss on row 13. Otto Pikkinen has had an awful weekend so far. Hopefully he can turn it around in this one from row 14. He's joined by Luca Montebello. Ricardo Cocozza and Luna Clare start on row 15 ahead of Bocche Romeo and Austin Gale on row 16. The 33 runners in this race are completed by Luke Taylor. We have one DNS in the field. That is unfortunately the 300 of Juan Pablo Gerard.
Well, again, this is going to be an exciting race on this one, with so many drivers deploying a brand new set of tyres on one side or the other. I'm really curious to see how a right side compares to a left side on this one, because, well, corner-wise, there are quite a few right-hand turns on this one. In fact, there's more than left-hand turns. So one would suggest that deploying on the left-hand side is the smarter thing to do, but we have seen it worked better on one side.
I'd say the right-hand tyre selections are the ones looking at sector number 2. Let's see if we're good for a start. We are. Green lights. Good start for Luzio. Straight into the lead. Utron up into second place as well. They're fanning out behind 4 wide. That's surely not going to work. Somehow they've all kept it on the road. But one of the victory lanes was squeezed out there and is going backwards. Marcus Luzio leads, though, side by side between two of the TB kart racing entries through turn number 5. Frenetic start here for the last race of the morning and early afternoon session, Anthony. But it's Marcus Luzio once again at the front of the field.
Certainly is. Luzio looking very strong here, but he has not deployed a brand new set, so he has to worry here about the drivers behind. There, Clement Autran really pushing strong in second place. Checks over the shoulder. Is there going to be a lunge? Yes, there is going to be a lunge. Straight down the inside. Nicely timed for Sam Balota. Straight down the inside. Balota also going for a brand new set, but on the left-hand side. And as you can see by that situation, it seems to be working as both of them freight train their way through Marcus Luzio in towards turns 2 and 3.
Well, Balota's had a fairly quiet weekend so far. Was 13th in the final as well in the points. This is a very bright start to this race for Sam Balota. Into sector 2 go the drivers. Clement Autran holding there, has already been a race winner so far this weekend through these qualifying heats. But Sam Balota, body language of the kart at the moment looks very good, very composed through the technical parts of sector number 2. He's got a good lead as they head down to turn 14.
Yeah, they certainly are. Another big lunge there. Very late on the brakes. How on earth was that stopped there? Angelo Melli just managing to get it on the apex and moving up another position now through Christian Biasati. Here's Luzio, though, back into second place. A little bit of contact there between themselves, but gets through. Tron holding on to third as they again continue to try and close up to Balota, but Balota, I think, is in the best position here. Brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side, leading and is opening up a gap.
He is indeed. New fastest lap of the heat so far. Still the early stages, of course, for Roberto Castellozzi, who is slightly on the back foot after a disqualification in one of the races yesterday, but the race pace is there once again for the Italian for TB kart. Is now up to 6th place. Has just got past Alex Legetza down the inside. Utron on Luzio, and the swap places back. Good news again for Sam Balota because the gap grows at the front of the field for the Belgian. It's now 0.34 of a second. Utron, Luzio, Biasati, all 3 of these drivers have taken race wins so far this weekend. Into turn number 5 once again. Biasati down the inside of Luzio for 3rd place. This is where Marcus Luzio just needs to hold in, not panic, stay calm as he has done for many races so far this year. This will pay back. Not using the new tyres means he'll have fresher tyres later on when he gets to the super heats tomorrow. He's in a comfortable position right now in terms of the intermediate classification. He's not one of these drivers needing a big result in this race to get themselves back in play. Looking down the inside, that's for the lead of the race. That is Clement Autran breezing past Sam Balota. This is great middle of the race pace for Clement Autran.
And that is, like you say, deploying on the right-hand side. It seems to be working through the second sector. Obviously through turns 1, 2 and 3, he'll be on the down foot there. He'll have the less fresher left-hand side of his kart. But the right-hand side still helping him out here. Elo Gonzalez fastest out on circuits. It's currently in P8 in the 210, but still looking strong for the Birolak Racing team. But down here, in towards the infield section now, the tight, twisty section. Are we going to see moves? Oh. We are, and that is Elo Gonzalez, and damage to Angelo Melli. After that contact, his rear bumper has disconnected from the chassis, and unfortunately for him, that will be a technical flag. You can see the damage on the front of Elo Gonzalez's NAS panel there. Now he's going wheel to wheel with Legetza, and instantly, Melli's going to pull in. He knows the damage is there.
Well, that's in some ways that's respectful driving for Melli Angelo. He knows that is going to be a problem. He doesn't want to make things worse. Potentially, maybe if they could get into the repair area, they could get back into the race, but it's not going to be the best of results. Back in the front, though, Balota has responded back into the lead of the race ahead of Biasati, but it's brought, back ahead of Utron, it's brought Biasati back into play, and Luzio, and Castellozzi, and Alex Legetza. Alex Legetza has applied a full set onto his kart down the inside. Here goes Utron yet again. Back into second place, runs wide though, out of turn 14. That's what we're talking about. That's why it's so feared. It's not about the entry, it's about the exit as well. Luzio takes the opportunity, comes back through. Castellotti's looking to the outside as well, trying to wrestle his way past his teammate and charging in all the time. It's Alex Legezza. He needs a big result in this one. It's been a disappointing weekend so far for the multiple-time Italian champion. Right now, though, he's going backwards again. Eloy Gonzalez through to 6th.
Yep, again, big changes happening here on lap 7. But we'll keep an eye throughout the entire grid. Alex Machada's had a good race on this one. He's up 12 places right now into P12 after starting 24th. He is a driver who has not deployed a fresh set of tyres. He is one of the many drivers out there who have not deployed a fresh set, but still getting away. There's the contact, and Bosch, there's the damage. Unfortunately, between Eloy Gonzalez and Angelo Melli. Angelo Melli knowing that rear tyre, yeah, straight away. He knew it was there and, yeah, thought straight away I'll go in. There you can see the big damage. Oh, and a big slide there. Just ahead. Now, who was that? Was that Legezza?
It was Legezza. It's just not working for him so far this weekend. That was almost a carbon copy for Clement Utron.
Wow.
That's how Biasati got ahead. Back into the race, though. We're on lap number 8, and once again, Christian Biasati has come to the front of the order. This one's not done, though. Ballotta's responded already in this race and he's still within striking distance. Marcus Luzio doing a grand job on those worn tyres, but he's going to lose 3rd place there to Clement Utron, who goes back down the inside. Another driver like we saw with Thibaut Ramicas in the earlier senior races, strong on the brakes into turn 14. Ballotta's strong on the brakes into turn 2. Retakes the lead past Biasati at the start of lap 9. This is a great run for the Belgian for Dream Racing.
It certainly is, really looking strong here, but again, that's the left-hand side. Deploying the fresher tyres on that left-hand side means you have the pace through that first sector of the lap, but Utron deploying on the right-hand side, he's got the pace through this sector here. Can he deploy it, though, as they go through? Is he going to send it? No, he isn't, but Eloy Gonzalez is down the inside of Luzio. He gets another position. Now, Castellotti trying to close in. Legezza trying to close back in towards turn 14. Here's the lunge. Biasati for the lead. Utron follows as well as they go 1-2. It's TB Kart now 1-2 ahead of Dream Racing. Sam Ballotta back into 3rd place.
And the teammates have got to work. Oh, that's not working together at all. That is a little bit of a touch through into turn 2. They managed to keep it in the same order, but Ballotta's going to look down the inside. He's defending and attacking at the same time from the winner here last year in the final, Eloy Gonzalez, who's come alive. It's been another driver who's had a quiet weekend so far, but he's running there in 4th place. Less than 2 laps to go. Still the 2 TB. I think that was a bit of a warning moment for Biasati and Utron to go, hang on a minute, we need to bring this result home. And they are now doing so. A keen battle for 3rd place. Is Gonzalez going to make the move? Ballotta switches to the inside line. Really on the edge there. Could bring Luzio, Legezza and Castellotti into play. Once again, the 2 TB teammates running side by side into turn 1. It's very close again. And Biasati holds on once more ahead of Utron.
But you've got to be careful here. Yes, your teammates, yes, you're fighting, but we're in the middle of the qualifying heats. Yeah. It's not the super heats, and guess what? You're 2nd and 3rd in the IC. If you take each other out now, guess what? You're going backwards a long, long way.
You are indeed. We're still now, well, we're now on this final lap. Ballotta defensive to the inside through 11 ahead of Gonzalez. Marcus Luzio. It's not going to be a win, but I think this is a very strong P5 given the circumstances. Down into turn 14 for the last time. Ballotta sits to the inside ahead of Gonzalez. Is Luzio going to switch back here? Good traction out of the penultimate corner. Over the line, though, it's going to be close again between the TBs, and Utron's taken it. Utron's got it done on the last lap and ties it up on points with his teammate Biasati. They're both on 4, but I wonder, Anthony, whether there might be a couple of words in the TB Kart awning after that one. That was close.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be words between the drivers. I think the drivers will come back going, that was a good race, wasn't it?
yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. Yeah, I think the team might come over and say, bash their heads together and go, what on earth was that? You could have taken each other out. But amazingly, they didn't, and now they continue to be second and third in the IC. Like you say, both joint on 4 intermediate classification points. It is Clement Outron who takes the win ahead of Christian Biasati. Sam Balota gaining those 2 positions. Eloy Gonzalez gaining 4. He might not have his race result finalised just yet. All the results that we talk about here, though, are provisional, of course, as the drivers make their way back in towards Parc Ferme. The lunch break coming up thick and fast. Before that, though, we'll go over the results in this one and, of course, the highlights from that race. There were many from that one, Andrew. The top 10, it is Clement Outron, Christian Biasati, Sam Balota, Eloy Gonzalez gaining 11 positions in that one. Marcus Lucio, you said it, Andrew. Good result on that one. He didn't deploy fresh tyres. It is still a good result in P5. Cazzolozzi finishing in P6 ahead of Van Vliet. Lagetza finishing in 8th place. Machado gaining 15 places. He didn't deploy fresh tyres. That's a superb race for Alex Machado. Teresa Babichkova rounding out the top 10 from Leah Dykes, Moya, Kyo Lee, Turiska, Latinga gaining 2 positions from Otto Pukkanen, 11 positions gained in P16.
Rest of the top 20 look like this. Marius Bauerberg ahead of Eden Spanswick, Austin Gale and Hugo Gelade. Not great results, unfortunately, for Andrea Giudice, Sam van der Heijden in 22nd, Hamza Al-Fayez, Maximiano de Silva, Killian Boss also in that top 25. Luke Taylor gained 7 from the back of the field, finished P26. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then from another very entertaining race here in Franciacorta. Good starts for Lucio from pole position. Outron followed through into P2. Sam Balota looking for a strong result as well, and another top 10. All got a bit messy through the middle of the pack. I think it was the 282. That was in biggest problems there, losing a couple of positions for one of the victory lane drivers. Into turn 5, always close through here on a first lap. But the early stages very well controlled by Marcus Lucio, and he knew he was going to need to do a more controlling drive being on those older tyres.
Yeah, certainly so. This was Sam Balota making his way through the field here. He deployed a brand new set on the left-hand side of his car, and that's been the common trendsetter over the course of this weekend. Deploy on the left. Look at the traction that he had there into the corner. The left-hand side gripping, able to tuck it in, and it would just get round. And you can see that the right-hand side of the car is trying to overtake itself, but with those tyres on the left-hand side, not able to do so. That's what we're talking about, deploying them on that side. Again, the moves happening thick and fast in the early stages on this one. That was Angelo Mello making moves there, but unfortunately for Angelo Mello, the race wouldn't end the way he wanted after contact with Eloy Gonzalez. His rear bumper would fall off. I'm sure we'll see that a bit later on. Lucio, though, fighting back in the early stages, despite the fact that he hadn't deployed tyres, he's battling wheel-to-wheel with drivers on fresher sets.
Yeah, he had to get a little bit scrappy in there. He had to disrupt the progress of those on fresher rubber and take opportunities. Make opportunities, I think, really, as opposed to take them when they're on the table for him. And I think he did that. Yes, it wasn't a win, but he will be able to apply his fresher sets later on in the competition and potentially have things swing back. This was a move, once again, from Outron down the inside of Balota. That was for the race lead on lap number 5. This was the moment Meliangelo, loose rear bumper, instantly felt that one swaying at the there. You see, checking over the shoulder, knowing, yeah, got to pull that in because it's going to be a mechanical flag. That's a real shame for Meliangelo there for the EGP team. A P32 in the end. Down the inside, this was Outron having lost the lead, coming back through the order. That was him going past Biasati for a moment, nearly losing control out of turn 14. Again, Marcus Lucio just kept coming back again, picking off the spots, holding himself in that top 5. That was him down the inside third.
That is kind of like a last hurrah for these tyres, isn't it, for Marcus Lucio? Really just using every little bit he could of it. There you could see Biasati and Balota again going wheel to wheel, just trying to push each other along here at this stage. Would allow Outron to close back in now. Eloy Gonzalez going down the inside. He would shake up the order there as Lucio would go down to P5. He would stay in P5, but still a good result. This, Biasati down the inside of Balota. Utron would go through, and then started probably the longest last few laps of a race for the TB kart team.
I have to say, team manager will have been having a few gasps at these moments through turn one. There's one, there was two. Again, as Utron was desperate to try and get things back on terms with Biasate. And it wasn't done there.
It wasn't done there. The race carried on all the way throughout. Elo Gonzalez again trying to get the moves done. Lucio around the outside. That was going to be Lucio's best attempt at trying to get back up into the top four. Would settle for a top 5 finish, though. Utron just at the line here. Wheel to wheel. Utron and Biasate very, very close. They probably loved that race. The team, however, probably hated that race for TB Kart. But still, that is the first half of the day done and dusted. We are going to be taking a very short break. We are going to be back in around 50 minutes' time for the second half of the day, kickstarting for juniors for their second round of qualifying heats for groups B and C, then A and D, then back with the minis, and then, of course, a repeat of the seniors. Myself has been Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather. Brilliant start to the first half of the day. I think the second half is going to be even better. What do you think?
Well, it's just going to, the stakes are going to get higher and higher. Those spots in the super heats tomorrow up for grabs, and you'll be able to watch it all here from Franciacorta. As we say, come back in around 40 minutes' time for the build-up ahead of the next race. It will be juniors going off from 13:50 local time. We hope to see you there. Welcome back, everybody, to Franciacorta in northern Italy. It's round 2 of the 2024 IAME Euro Series. Getting ready for the afternoon session here on Saturday, the qualifying heat today for all 3 of our categories. Over 220 drivers competing here this weekend. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you for every lap of every race. Getting ready 5 minutes away from the start of the second round of heats for X30 Junior. Second of 3 rounds for them here today. And a lot of action early this morning, Anthony Jordan, in that first round, of course.
Certainly so, yeah. There was plenty of talking points throughout the morning, but I'm sure there'll be plenty more this afternoon. There you can see Groups B and C for the X30 Junior category is coming up next. They are lined up on the starting grid, ready to get going. There you can see some of the fellow TB Kart drivers just watching alongside as we get ready to go for this first round or second round of qualifying heats for the Junior categories. Earlier on, it was a brilliant start, I think, for Harrison Mackie and Roman Kamyab. We did say to ourselves we'll have to wait until we see them go out later with each other. That would be a little bit later on. But, yeah, right now, Scott Lindblom and Riley Cranham on the front row of the grid for this one. There is Scott Lindblom, a brilliant qualifying that he had over the course of yesterday. I caught up with him after that qualifying session. Here's what he had to say. Junior X30 qualifying practice group 1 is done. Fastest driver, Fusion Motorsports, Scott Lindblom. Scott, fantastic time for yourself. I was watching you out on circuit. You had a relatively clean track in front of you for the whole thing, so that is pure power out there. Well done.
Yeah, no, it was great. Great to be on pole. Just roll with it.
Yeah.
Felt really nice. I mean, I got the slipstream there on the line. It was great, to be honest.
Yeah.
Felt great.
All round, just a good lap that came together. Let's talk a little bit about the races. Obviously, it's a long weekend. So many races you've got to get through today. You've got a great backing, great team behind you that have won races and championships with the IAME Euro Series. Do you feel confident for this weekend still?
Yeah, I feel very confident. I mean, we have the speed, and I have a great team behind me, and I have a great mechanic. Everything's great.
Yeah.
I think I can win this.
Obviously, you've changed team recently to the Fusion team. How has that been? And judging by you standing here talking to me, I think it's been going well.
Yeah, no, it's great. Fantastic people. Love the team.
Yeah, excellent. Well, let's see what you can do in the races this weekend. Congratulations, and we'll see what happens. There is one more group to go, though. So at the moment, it's still only a provisional poll, but we'll see what you can do.
Thank you.
And a provisional poll, it would stay being fastest in the second group, not getting to group 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really strong performance from a driver we'd expect to be strong in these conditions. There's Riley Cranham, had a very good start to things earlier on today, took a race win, continuing that qualifying heats form that we saw back as well, of course, for round number 1. So he knows he's got the pace to win this one. Has got the difficult job, though, of starting on the outside for this next race.
Yeah, he does have that difficulty. But, like you say, we have seen instances where drivers have been able to get to the inside. It's not been too dramatic from that point of view, so it is okay for some of them. There is Angelina Simmons, another driver who has had some a good result earlier on. Keen to see how she can do in this one. Simmons earlier on did drop back a little bit, but still a top 10 finish in P6. Looking forward to see what she can do in this next one.
Yeah, and looking stronger as well than we saw last time out. Another driver, quite a few drivers this weekend have taken a big step forward, and Angelina Simmons is definitely one of those. I just heard the whistle indicating, well, now less than 1 minute to go before the green light and the start of the formation laps. If you've missed any of the action from this morning, don't worry, you can watch it all back either on the IAME Euro Series YouTube channel or on the Facebook page as well. And of course, we'll be back tomorrow for every single race, all the super heats, all the finals, plenty to look forward to and enjoy here at Franciacorta. Time is just coming up to 13:50 local time. And the start of round 2 of the heats, the qualifying heats for the X30 Junior category. Remember, it's B and C with us here first. Groups B and C, the These groups determined by timed qualifying yesterday. It'll then be groups A and D. After this one, the minis will be up after the juniors as well. Their second round will commence from, well, it's due to go from 2:30 local time, and then we've got another round of seniors for 3 races, and then we repeat that format all again, juniors, minis and seniors to the end of the day. But for now, it's time for the X30 junior category to roll out into the circuit. This is qualifying heat B versus C.
Let's take you through the starting lineup then. It's Scott Lindblom for Sweden and Riley Cranham alongside. Cranham winning earlier on. Can he take another one? Angelina Simmons starts this one from the second row, P6 earlier on. He'll have Zach Green, who finished second in his first race, alongside Jorn Helder and Kenzo Craigie. They go from row 3. Dan Alleman finishing P10 earlier on. He'll have Guido Bidaldi alongside on row 4. Simone Ketteler and Arthur Dudonka, they go from row 5. Didier Klieft and Wouter Bergenu on row 6. Alex Pinheira and Moritz Moore round up row number 7.
Connor Clancy and Javier Barasca go from row number 8. Quinton van Leeuwen and Nat Johnston starts on row 9. The top 20 is completed by Victoria Farfus and David Manchuna on row 10. Elvis Krasauskas and Jacob Backler starts on row 11. Backler had a fantastic first race. Daniel Mota and Ella Hakkinen start on row number 12. And it's a 26 kart field that's completed by Jörg Ranner, who had a retirement in the first round, starting P25. And Luigi Cocchianella completing the field there on row 13. There is Martin Bean. With sunglasses on, the cap on. It's beautiful conditions here at Franciacorta. I just noticed he's got a little hut there. That little hut wasn't here the last time I was at Franciacorta, so continuing improvements all the time here at one of Italy's premier circuits. Still a relatively new circuit here at Franciacorta. First started hosting events in 2020, the back end of 2020, and then formally opened in 2021. It's been a great weekend so far here for round 2 of the IAME Euro Series. And for the X30 juniors, the next part of their adventure through this round is about to begin.
It certainly is. As drivers make their way around turn 14, we will see hopefully a green start first time of asking, but well, with juniors that's easier said than done. But let's see what happens as they make their way out of the final corner. We do get a green light. We are away and racing, and it's a great start from the front row. Lindblom getting away really early doors. Simmons Torres gets up into second place and holds on to it as they make their way out of turn 4 in towards turn 5. Defensive goes the Birrell of Angelina Simmons, but it's not going to be enough as down the inside, or Riley Cranham trying to get his nose down the inside was unable to get it completed. As the rest of the field close in, Jorn Helder's made a good chunk of places. He's up into P4 now as they head through into the next part of the lap.
Yeah, really good starts for everybody through this one. It's been solid starts through round 1. It's good to see that continuing here into the second round. Down the inside for second place. Well, it wasn't an easy move, and it's still not done for the number 39 there of Riley Cranham, having to fend off one of his teammates. I think that's Jorn Helder coming through. Yes, it is. So it's a 1-2 for Fusion right now, with Lindblom clear from Cranham into turn 2 and turn 3 they go here. This is definitely what we expected. The stakes are hotting up as well as the temperatures this afternoon. Jorn Helder down the inside of Angelina Simmons takes third place. But for Scott Lindblom, this is a brilliant start. He's broken away at the front of the field as someone was running very out wide there. It's Kenzo Craigie, wasn't it, in the number 48. It is fast and frenetic as always here in the juniors.
It certainly is. Moves happening thick and fast as around the outside there. Very risky place to be. But it holds on to it. I'm trying to think who that was. I think it was Didier Klieft for Fusion Motorsport. Change up here, though, as down the inside comes Jorn Helder on Riley Cranham. The two teammates switching positions, but crucially, they are nowhere near their fellow Fusion teammate, Scott Lindblom, who considerably has broken away, 2.1 seconds clear. Still, Simmons is there. Angelina Simmons looking to go defensive, but down the inside goes Cranham, and Helder is off the circuit. Jorn Helder has just been dragged out wide, nearly gets collected by one of the other Jamie Greens. I think that was Nat Johnston that nearly got collided with there as they rejoin the circuit. But that is such a thing that happens on this circuit. You get caught out on that bumpy curb on the outside of turn 5. it just pulls you onto the grass, and that's exactly what we've seen.
Yeah, there's a little ridge just beyond the curb that Helder had difficulty getting out of. There is Dan Alleman on the move. In good form at the moment is the Swiss driver. That is Alleman up to 3rd place now. That's a gain of 4 from where he started. Defending there is Riley Cranham into turn 2. I'm not sure he needed to defend as hard as he did there, because Dan Alleman is now really on the rear bumper of the number 39, but elects not to go for it right now. I think that's quite a sensible choice from Dan Alleman, because he's one of the fastest drivers out there at the moment. But if you can work with Riley Cranham over the next couple of laps, there's a chance they could bring Scott Lindblom back. But they've got 2.3 seconds to find to the Swede who leads this race.
I say Scott has just put in big sectors out in this one. He's just driven away at the start of this. They have closed in a little bit here, but if they continue to scrap like this, there is no way they will close in. Alleman here is a driver who has gained 4 places. He wants to gain 1 more. Well, okay, well, there he's saying to Cranham, what are you doing? Come on, go. I won't attack you, but if you keep defending, I will. He's defended again, and now Simmons Torres has gone through. The gap increases once more. It's now above nearly 2.5 seconds. Zach Green comes into play, gets past Alleman. Alleman will not be happy with Cranham there as to why he kept going defensive.
He won't be, but from the team perspective, you can appreciate that, yeah, it was a Fusion 1-2, and to some regard, Riley Cranham doesn't want to spoil things for his teammates whilst he's in a strong position himself in the intermediate classification. He wants as many drivers up front as possible when we get into the super heats tomorrow. I think if you're Dan Alleman now, just keep it cool. There's a good way to go in this one, and you can still work your way up to 2nd place. That wouldn't be a bad result at all. End of lap number 5. Lindblom leads ahead of Simmons Torres. Cranham, Green, Alleman. That's the top 5. There's a warning flag. It's for the number 35. Didier Krieft will have 5 seconds added to their race time. Oh, lovely stuff from Green down the end side there of Cranham. Well, now it's all gone wrong for Riley Cranham. Had a great first round, won it, and is now finding himself in round 2 down in 7th place.
Yeah, and Jorn Helder as well, who was battling with them, down in 14th as well. So that's 2 Fusion drivers who are fighting within the top 3, both of them now out nearly of the top 10. So that is a big shame for them. It means that Angelina Simmons there in 2nd place has got a clean piece of track now to go to work to try and close in Scott Lindblom. The other question is that Green is there, Catola is there as well, Kenzo Craigie is there also, all trying to get involved in this battle. But right now, it's in a bit of a lull as everyone just holds on to their position. There's Alleman trying to fight back. He's there with Kenzo Craigie just behind. Cranham now up into 6th place now as well. He's got back through a position. Nat Johnson's just tumbled down the order a little bit. So is Moritz Moore. So there's still battles happening out all the way through the field. But Lindblom looking comfortable at the front. 2.2 seconds in the gap. Angelina Simmons can't close in. Zach Green, though, has closed in. And I suspect he's going to go for the move here. Down the inside, Simmons covers the door. It's not enough. Green goes through. Here comes Catola has come back in. And for the GP Racing team, the Finnish driver looking strong here. Yeah,
he's having a very good run, is Catola. Craigie in there as well. Was a touch unlucky in the first race, was Kenzo Craigie. He'll have learnt a few things from that first round. He's having a strong response here for George Gibbons Motorsport. Good run out of turn 5 there for Riley Cranham. And Dan Alleman trying to wrestle his way past Catola now as well. Not quite able to pull that one off, but Cranham back up into the top 5. I mean, if this result was to stay like this, is really going to open the door for some of the drivers in the second race to take advantage, because a lot of these drivers taking points off one another.
They are taking points off each other. They're chopping and changing, you know. Buckley's putting himself in a good position here. You know, well, he's second, he's going up, but Green is dropping down the order as Craigie gets squeezed out wide there. Cranham, Catola go through as Lindblom takes the checkered flag. Green takes second. Simmons from Cranham. Catola going through. Craigie at the end of that one will finish P6 from Alleman. Quincy Van Leeuwen goes from 8th place. Connor Clancy from Boasca. But for Scott Lindblom, superb drive, 2.3 seconds clear. I don't think he'll have any complaints about that.
Yeah, and he'll be able to save his tyres a bit through the course of that race as well. A very professional job from the Swedish driver. It puts him into 3rd place in the intermediate classification. And well, they can build on that. They could get better than that, of course, depending on results for Tyke Buckley and Harrison Mackie in the next race. Other drivers who moved in the IC in that race. Riley Cranham now stands in 5th place, tied on points with Zach Green. That's 4 apiece for those 2 drivers. That's the rest of the moves affecting drivers who just finished their race there in the top 8 for the intermediate classification. One more race in this round to come, of course. Let's have a look at the provisional result from that qualifying heat involving groups B and C. Lindblom by 2.3 seconds wins from Green. Simmons 3rd. Cranham and Catola complete the top 5 ahead of Craigie, Alleman, Van Leeuwen. Good drive from Connor Clancy there into 9th place. 10th was Javier Barasca. Top 15 was completed by Jorn Helder, Arthur de Donker. A good response there after a difficult first round. More positions gained for Jakob Bakler, 9 of them that time to 13th. Alex Pinheira and Daniel Mota completed the top 15. Most positions gained in that race. 16th place, Luigi Cocchianella. Still hopes for Cocchianella. Had a very good run here a few weeks ago for the second round of IAME Series Italy, the second round of the championship where he finished 6th in the final, but still having to fight back from that difficult qualifying. Ella Hakkinen was 17th, 18th, Minikuna, Bidoli and Johnston completing the top 20. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one, and a brilliant start for Scott Lindblom, who got the jump on the rest of the field and didn't really have to do much else apart from that to take victory in this one. Everybody else squabbling over 2nd place. Great start for Angelina Simmons, cutting through up to 2nd place there for MDC Racing Team. All of them checking over to driver's left, which is the typical line on lap 1 here into turn 5, because it's such a good opportunity to overtake, especially in the early stages. This was very close for Riley Cranham, right up to the track limit on driver's right. Was able to get down the inside, did have the attentions of his teammates Jorn Helder on the exit of the corner though, and that allowed Angelina Simmons to get back up into 3rd place. That was just lap 1. Into the 2nd lap, Jorn Helder deep through turn 5, but made it work past Angelina Simmons for what was at that point 3rd place, the number 85, cutting through the order there, as well as everybody else was jostling for position through the 2nd sector. Didier Kreeft running around the outside there, another one of the Fusion pilots. Lindblom was gone by this point, so it was a discussion of who would take 2nd place. Jorn Helder laid claim to it at the end of the 2nd lap, going down the inside of Riley Cranham. And then into turn 5 again, it was a swap of positions. Cranham this time on Helder, but crucially just there, running beyond the curve. There was nothing Jorn Helder could have done there. That wasn't him simply steering off the circuit. That was the effect of the little gully off the curb, the bottom of the kart scraping along the ground there. Effectively had no steering at all at that point, lost a number of positions, but would recover to 11th. Dan Alleman had a bright race there as well. The Swiss driver for Spirit Karting fighting for 2nd place with Cranham. They got involved with one another, which allowed Angelina Simmons to come back through. Zach Green was also on the scene. Good race for Zach Green for the family team of Jamie Green Racing, starting to move up through the order. First past Alleman, then past Cranham. The number 76 of Simeon Catola for GP Racing, also having a strong second half of the race, would run home to 5th. Cranham, after difficulties, would try and come back through. He'd get back up to 4th place. This was a key move as well on lap 7. This was for 2nd, where Zach Green would finish that one after 8 laps. Kenzo Craigie also in amongst the top positions again. Craigie would come home to 6th in that one for George Gibbons Motorsport. Catola on the last lap would also slip by Alleman there. Alleman would finish in 7th place. It still wasn't done, of course. Into turn 14, there were going to be more moves. Catola getting by Craigie, but no problems at all for Scott Lindblom, who takes his first win of the weekend, moves himself into at least 3rd place in the intermediate classification. Could be better, dependent on how this next race goes. But for now, let's head down to Parc Ferme. Anthony Jordan is with our race winner.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, indeed, here in Parc Fermé with Scott Lindblom. Scott, fantastic race for you out there. Calm, controlled, didn't need to worry about too much anything. Flag to flag, 2.2 seconds clear for the rest of the field. How was it from your point of view?
No, it was great. Just taking it easy in the lead, just driving. Got a great start and just got on with it.
Were you aware of the drama that was unfolding behind you? There were so many overtakes, there were so many battles. Did you have any idea?
No, not really, but it was just great to not be in that, just taking it easy in the lead. It was great.
With a good qualifying and now a qualifying heat win, this must build the confidence up for the second half of today. You've got one more qualifying heat to go. You're in a good position. Do you reckon you could get away with some championship points at the end of the super heat tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I'll try my best to get as good a position for the super heat. And I just hope that I'm in the top.
We were talking a little bit about weather. Obviously, you come from Sweden. It's 5 degrees there. You're coming here. You're saying it's boiling hot here right now. For some other people, it's cold. Does that really affect you a little bit out there?
No, because when you're out on the track, you don't feel that it's hot because of the adrenaline. So it's only when I come in that it's really hot.
Well, make sure that you get a hat on. You stay in the shade then. Enjoy a little rest before your next heat. But congratulations. Well done, Scott Lindblom. Fantastic race win.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Well, plenty more races to go. Another one of the juniors is lining up ready to get started. So, Andrew, let's head back up to you and let's go over the next qualifying heat for juniors.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Good to hear from Scott Lindblom. Very happy with things down there in Parc Fermé. And indeed, we're getting ready for the second race of round 2 of the qualifying heats for X30 Junior. And it'll be groups A and D, Alpha and Delta, heading out on circuit for this next race, which once again will be competed over 8 laps. 3-minute board in the air, indicating that we're not too far away from the start of proceedings here. And there on your screens at home or around the track, if you're following the broadcast here in Franciacorta, we had a quick sight there of Just Mulder, kart number 27. Very, very quick here a few weeks ago in the second round of the Italian Championships. There's Harrison Mackie, who I really do feel is back on form, the kind of form that we saw at the start of the season, right back in the Winter Cup weekend back in Valencia. This is a Harrison Mackie back in 10 out of 10 form, having a very, very good weekend. His older brother, Lewis Mackie, on the spanners as well, doing a fantastic job, even if sometimes there's some brotherly love rivalry there. And I think as a team, they very much egg each other on. Results from earlier on today for these drivers. Mackie, as we say, back in form, took a race victory from pole position in the A versus B race earlier this morning. Just Mulder was P7. Keep an eye out for Tyke Buckley as well. We'll start this race from the second row of the grid, was P2. In the first round, and he's currently second in the intermediate classification as things stands. This is a very good opportunity for the Irish driver for MBR. Tanner Mounier in this race as well. There is the number 86 of Faidon Papaphilippou. First run out in the IAME Euro Series this year for the Greek driver. On a Zanki Motorsport prepared Tony Kart chassis there. Anthony, that is a good package to have around this part of the world.
It certainly is, yeah, indeed. So we'll keep an eye on what they can do through these races. Obviously, yeah, really good result there earlier on with a P4. Jesse Phillips, who starts alongside Faidon Papaphilippou, though, did not have the race he would have wanted earlier on. 23rd, I believe I had him down as after a retirement. He, I think, was a breakdown out on circuit as to where the kart was positioned. I think it was not where he wanted to be, but we'll confirm his actual finish position. I got him down as 23rd. You got him down as 22nd.
I mean, there may have been. Yes, there was a disqualification, which that's the wrong race that I'm looking at here.
There you go.
Yes, it was P22.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I was wrong. I was wrong. There we go.
But either way, 23rd, 22nd.
It's not great.
That's not where you want to be
yeah,
if you're Jesse Phillips. I mean, he does have the solace of being having had the fastest lap in that race earlier on today. But we do often say, don't we? It's like when a kart puts in a very quick lap time, that's often just before it starts to give up.
To break down.
Yeah, to break down. Anyway, getting on with things now. Karts rolling out for the formation lap. It's X30 Junior, and it's the second qualifying heat for Groups A and D.
Here's the race lineup then. It's Harrison Mackie who took a win earlier on. Can he maintain that momentum here in qualifying heat 2? Jus Mulder starts alongside Tyke Butley and Sedemir going from row number 2. Vaden Papaphilippou and Jesse Phillips going from row 3 from Archie Owen and Toby Gale, 5th and 4th for them respectively earlier on. Matteo Melis and Stid Rademaker go from row 5. They round out the top 10 from Henry Carter and Nilis Malik on row 6.
Row 7, Aston Sharp and Federico Spardoletti, Chiari Batig and Max Murray on row 8. Evan Purcell and Matteo Peruccio start on row 9. Thomas Pradir and Roc Pinheiro will both be looking to move up from row 10. Benjamin Maniac, winner last time out in Zuera, starts this one from row 11. Flavio Chiara alongside on that particular row. Emilio Byrne, another driver who you'd expect to move through this field, starts on row 12 alongside Switzerland's Elias Lemont. Daniel Oliver completes the 25-strong field in this one. A key one for the round. Can Harrison Mackie get another win and book himself at the top of the intermediate classification for this second round? Buckley could be top of the standings with a win as well. Jus Mulder also looking to get back onto the kind of form that we saw back here in April.
Yeah, certainly so. We have seen some good race results so far this weekend. Are we going to maintain some of these good results through the second half of the day? Groups A and D yet to race with each other yet this weekend. This will be the first time we see it. Mackie and Jus Mulder on the front row. Jus Mulder dropping down in the order earlier on in his race. P9, his result. He needs a good one this time around. Can he get it? From the outside of row number 1 into the tram lines. Lights go green. We are away and racing. Jus Mulder sweeps to the inside and gets into 3rd place. But look at the start that Mackie and Tyke Butley got straight away, opening up a gap. One car going wide there. I think that might have been Sedemir in the 148 who tries to get back onto the circuit. Jesse Phillips is there in P6 at the moment, with the rest of the field in close pursuit just behind.
Aston Sharp making moves early on here, was going around the outside on the exit of turn number 5, but it's a good start again for Harrison Mackie. I get what Jus Mulder did there, because we've seen so many drivers start second and end up exiting turn 3 in 4th, maybe even 5th place. He went, you know what, I'll take 3rd place right now and work my way into this race, and he's definitely doing that right now. All over the rear bumper of the number 25 is Tyke Buckley. Buckley points to Mackie to say, keep going, keep pushing on, let's try and break away from those behind. Here down the inside is the number 86 of Papaphilippou. That's a move for the Greek driver up to 3rd.
Yep, certainly is. Good start here, and Jus Mulder looking to the inside now, gets down the inside of Papaphilippou as they keep changing positions. Archie Owen trying to fight back through as well, but Papaphilippou again just holding on to that position. Nicely done as the rest of the field carries on. So again, it's a good getaway there. As you can see, the next long train coming through, that's 6th place, all the way down to 24th.
Yes, just casually getting on with their races as they do in X30 Junior. Back at the front of the field, though, Harrison Mackie still leads from Tyke Buckley, coming around the final corner to complete lap number 2. And they're working well together here. They've got about 0.6 of a second clear of Mulder behind. Who's making good progress? Well, Benjamin Maniac's out there showing that similar kind of racing form that we saw in Spain. Is up 9 positions to 12th right now. But he's in 12th place, needs to progress more if he wants to be back at the front end when we get into the major races tomorrow. Mackie and Buckley continuing sector by sector to elongate this gap ahead of the chasing trio.
And this is sort of a dream scenario that you want for 2 drivers here. Breaking away, not fighting, not scrapping. Yes, okay, they might fight, they might squabble on the last lap, but right now, just getting to the end. They're not teammates, and what do I say when you get 2 karts that are not teammates but work together? Frenemies. They become the best of frenemies all the way throughout. But then until the end of the day, when it matters, then yes, then they become enemies again. So
And these are two drivers who know each other very well. Of course, they know each other's styles. They know how they're going to tackle these next few laps. Archie Owen has just set the new fastest lap of the race, 51.057. So Archie Owen in the middle of that chase trio just behind, which has had a change in order because Mulder has gone to the back. And I think there's also been a problem out there. Is it not for Elias Lemon, the Spirit Karting number 57, has fallen to the back of the field.
So has Federico Svardelity. He's just tumbled down the order there. He's lost 10 places on that last lap, so something tells me he may have had an issue out on circuit, though. No change still within the top 2. No change still within the top 5. Papaphilippou, Owen and Mulder still there. Jos Mulder, though, on the rear bumper of Owen, not going for the move just yet, but might potentially into turn 5. No, he thought against it. Oh, here we go. Now Buckley's maybe looking at a different line here. Has the frenemy stage of their race come to an end?
I just wonder as well, is Buckley trying to get in the peripheral vision of Mackie, try and put him off, force him into a mistake perhaps, and it's probably not going to work on a driver of Harrison Mackie's standard, but you could understand Buckley for trying nonetheless. Anything to gain a sporting advantage. Mackie out of turn number 14. We're into the second half of this one. I tell you what, that chase trio are starting to get on terms with the top 2. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Archie Owen. I would say at the moment, Papaphilippou, Owen, Mulder are about 2/10, maybe a tenth and a half quicker per lap than Mackie and Buckley.
Yeah, indeed. Svardelity also, and there's a car going straight off there. Now, who is that? Is that Papaphilippou? I think it is, the 86. It is. He's tumbled down around the outside of turn number 5. He's another victim of that outside curb that pulls you into the grass, and he's tumbled down the order.
Well, they're not 2/10 of a lap quicker than the lead 2 anymore. That could be the key moment that allows Mackie and Buckley to fight over this race win when we get into the latter stages. And we are in the latter stages. 2 more laps of this 1.3 kilometre circuit. You can see Buckley, he's starting to move around. Mackie's starting to defend as well. The situation in the IC right now, if Mackie was to win, he would take the lead, hold the lead on 0 points, but the only driver remaining on 0 points for Buckley right now. He's scoring 4. He could drop that to 2 and tie it up, with Mackie, of course, moving the other way. Thomas Pradier has just set the fastest lap of the race on a 50.798. The runner-up from round number 1, trying to move through the field, and has moved through the field, up 13 places for the Frenchman into 6th place. Mackie very strong through sector 2. It's not the first time in this race, Anthony, that he's had a good gap heading down to that crucial turn 14.
It is, yeah, but he's gone very defensive there. Whichever gap he had, he's lost right now. Buckley back on that rear bumper now as they head into the final lap of this race. Defensive once again from Mackie. Leaves the door open a little bit on the exit of turn 3. Through 4 they go, into the braking zone of turn 5. Quick check over the shoulder. Buckley goes to the outside. Could he get the switch over here? The answer to that is no.
No, not indeed. Mackie's doing a great job at the moment to control this race. He's positioning his kart perfectly to fend off Tyg Buckley, but this is the crucial bit. This is where he needs to break away. It's what he's done the last couple of laps. Harrison Mackie, Just Mulder's clear of the drivers behind as well, and we'll be hoping that there is a bit of a moment between Mackie and Buckley. That could give him a chance of the race win. Here comes Buckley to the inside, steps Harrison Mackie. If he can get it off the corner, he should have this one done side by side between Mulder and Owen for 3rd place. But Harrison Mackie makes it 2 from 2 with a very, very professional job. Kept a cool head in the warming conditions here in Italy and has a perfect score through 2 rounds in X30 Junior.
Yeah, Tyg Buckley as well with that 2nd place. Means that's 2 2nd places now for him. I suspect he'll be wanting a win at some point today. That maybe mean the red mist will descend. Qualifying heat 3 for them later on today. For that group, well, for Harrison Mackie and Fusion Motorsport, it's another delightful end to a qualifying heat. They'll make their way back to Parc Ferme, I'm sure, with big smiles on the face, knowing that everything is going their way just right now. Buckley in 2nd, Archie Owen rounds out the top 3 for Croc Promotion. Then it is a victory lane duo of Jos Mulder and Thomas Prader, who gained 14 places in that one. For Thomas Prader, what a drive for the number 44. A superb result. I'm sure he'll be delighted with that one, especially after what happened in the first one.
Yeah, that's much more like it from Pradir. That's what we've seen from him so far in 2024. There is your provisional results to continue on with it. Toby Gale in 6th place, Matteo Melis in 7th, Henry Carter, Chiara Batic and Benjamin Maniac in the top 10. Maniac up 11 in that race. Aston Sharp, Max Murray, Stig de Rademacher, Senna Mounier and Philippou all in the top 15. Evan Purcell on his first appearance in the IAME Euro Series this year, P16 in that qualifying heat, ahead of Daniel Oliver, Flavio Chiara, Rock Pinheiro having a tough weekend, the top 20 completed by Matteo Porruccio. Jesse Phillips also having a tough weekend, was top of the IC in Mini at this stage last year. At the moment, P21 in juniors, not where he'd expect to be. Let's have a look at some of the highlights.
Yeah, there were many in that one, but not from the front two. It was, well, signed, sealed and done for Mackie and Buckley at the start of that one. Stayed line astern and, well, stayed there. They broke away. They opened up a gap of not too much, only 0.6 of a second from Archie Owen. It was third place downwards where all the action happened. There in the early stages, that was how Senna Mounier, unfortunately from Belgium, tumbled down the order after running wide at the exit of turn 3. Came back onto the track at turn 4, but albeit way down in the order. Just Mulder in the early stages held on to P3 though, but would have a tough fight with the rest of the field. But still in this sort of stage, you know, you don't know how to really predict it because you don't want to go defensive at the start because you know you're just going to lose it. Jos Mulder was thinking at the start of this one, right, Mackie and Buckley are breaking away. I need to stay on my racing line.
Yeah, I think he was definitely thinking that. The thing was, Philippou had some really good pace. I think Philippou was good value for moving up into third. Back would come Just Mulder and Archie Owen. They're side by side between Philippou and Owen through turn number 7 there. Philippou would fight back down the inside on Owen, taking 4th place. This was all on the second lap of the race. But yeah, this gave the opportunity for Harrison and Buckley to just break away. This was on lap 6 now. I think this is the moment, yes, for Philippou. Want to get just beyond the curb, and you see the bottom of the cart ground out against the far side of the curb, and there's nothing as a driver you can do at that point.
The steering doesn't work, and you keep your foot pinned because that's your mentality. You know, you keep going, but yeah, it's just not turning, and then you just get dragged out onto the grass, and then you got to wait until you're on the grass and then get it going.
It's
again.
no longer a go-kart; it's a toboggan.
Yeah,
at that point.
exactly.
And there's no snow to get you around the corners. End of the race, though, Mackie held it from Buckley, very close on the line between Owen and Mulder. It would go the way of the Britain for Croc promotion there in third, but as I say, that leaves Mackie on top, 0 points from 2 races. Lindblom on 3, Cranham top of those on the tiebreaker in third. Fusion 1, 2, 3 at the moment. We'll come back to the juniors later on this afternoon. Right now, though, it's the start of the second round of qualifying heats for X30 Mini.
Yeah, and looking forward to this one as well because we had some really good results earlier on in the Mini category. Sukmani Kira obviously having a brilliant sessions overall out, but Antoine Venet taking the first win in Groups A versus B ahead of Colby Patterson, Austin Newstead and Maxim Bobrajov in Group B. But, you know, for the rest of them, still brilliant results. For Sukmani Kira earlier on in Group B, though, that was the interesting one. She finished P12, unfortunately, with a penalty that was applied. Not sure what the penalty was for. I'm sure we can find out what it was for. We did see there was well, close racing all the way throughout that one. Was it a front fairing? It was a front fairing. So, yeah, that is the reason, unfortunately, why Sukmani Kira had tumbled down the order. That is one of those penalties that is never well received, you know, because you've done a brilliant race. You don't know it's dropped. And on the minis, it's hard to tell that it's dropped as well because they're so bunched up close to the NASA panel that, yeah, you don't realise that it's dropped. So a real tough one there for Sukmani Kira, but I'm sure she will fight back stronger in this one, looking for another good result. There she is on your screen. And, yeah, we caught up with her after qualifying because a fabulous qualifying session from her. She put herself up at fastest in group. Here's what she had to say. Well, Mini X30 qualifying completed. Group 2, fastest driver, Sukmani Kira. Congratulations, a brilliant time for you there. The track was very quick. How did it feel for you?
Yeah, it's really good. I just want to thank everyone that's helped me this weekend.
Are you ready for the racing this weekend? There's going to be a lot of races to get through. Are you feeling confident and ready for it?
Definitely, I'm going to give it my all.
How do you like the Franciacorta circuit? It's, I think, a favourite for many. Where does it rank on your list of tracks?
It's definitely one of my favourites, one of my first European tracks, so I'm really excited.
Excellent. So lots of experience around here already. Well, let's see if you can put that experience into play in the qualifying heats. Well done, and we'll see you out there in the races.
Thank you.
Well, great to chat there to Sukmani Kira. Still a bit of time to go before we are starting this race. We are bang on schedule right now, so really good to see that everything is going well. The sun is shining, the clouds are departing from the local area, and the air temp going up to around about 20 degrees out there. It's becoming a lovely day here in northern Italy. We are going to take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments' time for the start of the Mini X30's second round of qualifying heats.
Racing Spirit was born out of the need to create a clothing line that could embody the passion and the experience that OMP gathered and cultivated working alongside the most successful racing teams of the last 50 years. Racing Spirit garments are made by enthusiasts for enthusiasts. They can be worn every day in leisure time, but especially on race venues, from the paddock of the hottest Formula One races to the service parks of winter rallies in all weather conditions. Racing Spirit offers a complete range of clothing and accessories for men and women, designed and developed in Italy, combining aesthetics, comfort, and functionality. Because of these features, it is the brand of choice of several prestigious motorsport outfits and organizations. Racing Spirit is the meeting point between high quality and Italian style, as well as the introduction of sustainable materials and innovations, such as the use of graphene. Racing Spirit offering comes with 4 options: cutting-edge designs and customization techniques. Lifestyle is a line of garments ideal for everyday and leisure wear, with refined style and innovative materials. Crew are custom garments of the highest quality that strengthen the visual identity of the team or organization. For instance, the choice of Skoda Motorsport and Dallara. Corporate is a full custom-designed clothing line for sizable organizations, such as Toyota Racing Development. Finally, the Teamwear line for maximum creative freedom uses sublimation printing technology derived from OMP's racing experience. Similarly to the other Racing Force Group brands, Racing Spirit shares the same DNA of competing to be the first and ultimately become the reference in the market.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see that we have stayed on schedule throughout the entirety of today. We have not gone behind on time at all. We have stayed perfectly on time throughout the entirety of the day. But Mini X30 coming up next, qualifying B and C, with the Minis A and D coming up next. But really looking forward to this one. 1.5 minutes to go. Giggling in the background might be a little inside joke that's going on there. But Andrew, the Minis earlier on, really good racing,
yes.
Technical racing. It was a little bit demanding, and it's all about Fusion versus ORM. And I hate to say it because we always talk about it, but it is. Like, the top rows are dominated by the teams.
They are. Those two teams are really putting multiple drivers at the front. Any of them have an opportunity to win this. I think before the weekend we were talking about Fusion being on top. You know, they had the better results in the second round of the Italian Championship, IAME Series Italy, before we came here for the Euro Series, but I think that's switched now. I think the ORMs performed fantastically early this morning. A few penalties in there as well for, you know, you look at Sayer, Kira and Musk. There's 2 commonalities between them. They're all Fusion drivers, and they all picked up a 5-second penalty in that in their first races for various reasons. So, yeah, they'll be looking to strike back here, and they've got a good opportunity to do so from the front of the grid.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, Antoine Vinet and Bruno Priam were the winners earlier on in the first 2 qualifying heats. Antoine Vinet and Priam Bruno, both of them not in this race. They are both in the next race, so that's what makes that one a little bit interesting. We are going to see someone not take a first win straight away in this one. But right now, crucial to see what's going to happen this one. Sukmani Kira with the best positioning here, starting on pole on the inside. We'll start this one with fellow teammate Jarlath Sayre alongside. Let's go through the starting lineup then. It is qualifying heat B versus D for Mini X30. It is Sukmani Kira and Jarlath Sayre on the front row of the grid. Harley Mask and Will Green go from row 2, with Maxim Bobrajov and Freddie Wood starting on row 3. Samuel Hugden and Ivan Gonzalez go from row 4, with David Agden and Novella Morales on row 5. Austin Gibson, I should say, and Ludwig Granquist, they go from row 6. Austin Newstead and Oliver Warner go from row 7.
George House and Luca Pavel go from the 8th row of the grid. Baptiste Augustin and Aaron Berhofer start on row 9. Teddy Porter and George Clark form an all-British row number 10. Aurélien Lemaire from Belgium is joined by his compatriot Lewis Boots on row 11. Ilyas Sami and Atika Mir start on row 12. 26 carts in the field, completed by row 13. Tony Cacciafero from Andorra and Daniel Ferguson.
Yes, indeed. Well, packed old grid in this one. All drivers have made it out onto the grid. And, yeah, for all of our drivers, this is going to be another calm race. Reports from the pre-grid, there's been no changes whatsoever. Everyone is on their original tyres that were on earlier on. That's the beautiful thing about the Comet tyres. They just work and they can last for so long, can't they?
And it allows the drivers to push on as well. There's none of this anywhere near as much of the conservation that's required with the seniors. The seniors, of course, doing a lot more races. We should remind. And we'll catch up with the seniors later on, of course. But for the minis here right now, this will be a race that most likely will stay close at the front of the field. The nature of this Franciacorta circuit means it's very, very hard for a race leader to break away. Sukmani Kira, for one of the first times, brings round the field, starting from pole position. Winner of the Kart Sport Trophy last year for the British Women Racing Drivers Club. To the line, are we green? Yes, we are. Good start for Sukmani Kira. Challenge from Jarlath Sayre on the outside. There's already one kart off on the inside. It's done very well. It's one of the ORMs. I think it was the 862. As in the background there, one of the bills is off. It's a bit of a dramatic start here. It's Baptiste Augustin with that scary moment down the inside on the grass through turn 1.
Yeah, that was a very heart-and-mouth moment there for Baptiste Augustin, but all is well now, but obviously at the back of the grid. Sukmani Kira leads the way, though, still close company. Harley Mask there in 3rd place. Jarlath Sayre holding on there as well in P2. Obviously, all 3 of these drivers suffered from a post-race penalty earlier on in their races. They are looking right now to just stay like that, 1, 2, 3, and get it to the end. No penalties for either of them.
Yeah, they need a strong result here. They need to work as a team at the front of the order. Apologies, it was one of the Oracle carts that was off as well. In the early stage. Oh, maybe no, because Ivan Gonzalez in the Birilat has fallen down the order. Problems as well for Oliver Warner. A real change of things from the driver who spectacularly won the final in Spain from 11th on the grid. Has already got one bad result. Is now down in 26th place. Could we quite dramatically be talking about one of the favourites for this weekend not even making the final on Sunday? Still, this race, the 3rd round and the super heats to go, of course, but Oliver Warner really needing to turn things around from here on in.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the start of a weekend you'll have wanted. Now, these 3 have not broken away. Despite them not fighting, they have been closed in. Maxim Bobrajov has closed in, and now there's going to be a change. Jarlath Sayre will lead the train and will try and now take all 4 of these drivers to a 1, 2, 3, 4 if they can. Will Green there in P5 is going to try and close in, but already there's a gap starting to open up. Again, this is like the Tour de France right now that you're seeing here. You know, it was Sukmani Kira who was leading the way. you did well, but we're getting caught up. Now it's Jarlath Sayer's turn to lead the train, punch the hole in the air, and try and push these four away from the rest of the pack. And right now, this one, it seems to be working. Oh, but there's mutiny within the team. Bobrajov goes down the inside of Musk and moves up into third place. That scrambles the pack a little bit, and now they become two groups of two, but Bobrajov closes in now.
The key thing for Kira right now, in terms of IAME Euro Series, yes, this is a new position for her, but it's not a new position in her racing career. We've watched her for many years, Anthony, in various different disciplines where she has won races. She's dominated races. She needs to lean on that experience right now to stay calm, as we've seen her do back in England. She can still win this race, still get a good result, of course. Second would do quite nicely at this stage. Freddie Wood getting involved there with Will Green. That's the two teammates. That's the two Jamie Green Racing teammates who probably have something to say about us, saying it's a Fusion versus Ollie Rowan Motorsport story all the way, because they've been strong so far this weekend as well. But right now, it's Fusion domination at the front of the field. Sayer, Kira and Bobrajov working magnificently together, breaking away from Harley Musk behind. Austin Newstead's had a good start as well. He's up 8 positions so far in this race. Sits there in 5th.
A lone BMR driver, Austin Newstead, sits currently in P5 and is closing in, and will continue to close in with these battles happening here as Bobrajov now gets ahead of Sukmani Kira and moves up behind Jarlath Sayer. This is a dangerous spot now for Sukmani Kira. If she stays there, to which she's done right now through turn 1, she'll be absolutely fine. Musk, though, has been caught. Newstead's got past. Ludwig Granqvist is trying to close in as well. Freddie Wood closes in also.
And this is a bit of a similarity, very different circuit, of course, to where we were last time in Spain.
Yeah.
But when we were at Zuera, we often said about Austin Newstead's races, he comes strong in that second half of the race. That is where the pace really starts to ramp up for the driver in the BMR. And he'll be a worry right now to those 3 Fusions out front, because he's not too far behind. He's, in terms of battle buffer, we always like to use that term. There's one little overtake between this top 3. He will be right there. And in fact, there has been a change. Bobrajov has got ahead of Kira. And Sukmani Kira now trying to hold on to the rear bumper of the driver representing the United Arab Emirates. We're on lap number 6 now. Look at that there. Newstead with some help from Ludwig Granqvist, who was fast in the first round as well. This could be a 5-kart scrap when we get to the final lap.
It certainly could be. Well, Bobrajov really pushing hard there on Jarlath Sayer. I suspect if there's a change here at the front, you know, Sayer's done a good job of keeping the rest of the pack far away, but Newstead has closed in. Bobrajov might be thinking that maybe it's my time to lead, as down the inside goes Newstead. Granqvist goes through as well. Sukmani Kira now really having to put her experience into play here. She splits the two of them in half, but Granqvist is going to look down the inside, and Sukmani Kira unfortunately dropping to P5 there, but still in a good spot and a good position. Remember, she finished P12 earlier on with a penalty. Last lap board is out. It is a Fusion 1-2. Sayer, Bobrajov, Newstead's there in 3rd from Ludwig Granqvist in P4.
Is indeed. This is a good run again for these drivers into turn 5. No move at the moment for Maxim Bobrajov. Will it be an attempt into turn 14? We saw some action in the last hairpin on the last lap in the first round of heats for X30 Mini. I think that's exactly what Bobrajov's doing here, just waiting for that moment. Only needs one opportunity to get down the inside and make the move for the race win. This is going to be the key run through turn 13, and Bobrajov is right there.
Yeah, is he going to go for the move, though? That's the question. Remember, he had a good win, or a good result earlier on. He had a P4. He'll be happy with a P2 here. He stays behind. He doesn't attack. He stays there. But they do attack behind, but it will stay the same. Jarlath Sayer will take the win. Bobrajov in 2nd. Newstead 3rd. Granqvist will come in P4 for Jarlath Sayer. That is a result he needed. P13 earlier after that penalty. A P1 now certainly helps him out.
Yeah, because you've got to remember that with these races, there's quite a big weighting on them towards the final intermediate classification, which will be ultimately decided tomorrow. But there are points, championship points at stake there, and Jarlath Sayer, of course, on the form that we've seen so far this year, is definitely in that discussion. Every point does count. So Jarlath Sayer takes the win from his teammate Maxim Bobrishov, who continues the strong form that we saw in the second round of IAME Series Italy. That's actually the same order that finished the final in, of course. Sayer from Bobrishov. Austin Newstead, I think, can be pleased with that result as well, showing that the all-round package for BMR there is once again performing well this weekend. Drivers come into Parc Fermé. Will, of course, go through all of the post-race checks, be weighed, and all of the parameters verified. There is your provisional classification. Sayer from Bobrishov, Newstead, Gronquist, Kira, the top 5, Muskwood, House, Gibson and Porter all inside the top 10.
Yes, indeed. Luke Pavel finishing in 11th place. 5 places gained from Samuel Hugden, finished in P12. Daniel Ferguson, 13 places gained in that one. He came from the back of the grid to finish right smack bang in the middle of it. The Ram Racing driver from the United Kingdom. Very good position. Aaron Bufford finishing in 14th place. 4 places gained from Tony Casciafero. 10 places gained in that one from Baptiste Augustin, finishing in P16. From Green, who dropped back to 17th, Butz in 18th. Agden, Morales, Lemaire, Sammy from Warner dropping down to 23rd. Akita Mir, Ivan Gonzalez dropping down to 25th place. That's a 16 and a 25th. These are not good results for the driver for the Birlart Racing team. Race start, good start from the inside row. And for all of them, we thought it was going to be a Fusion 1, 2, 3, 4 in this race, didn't we?
We did. This was not going to be that way. This is the view on board from 3rd on the grid, seeing just how close it is at one of the starts here at Franciacorta. But it was a good one for Sukmani Kira. Jarlath Sayer working through to Peter. This was a really scary moment. And you know what? I think that's some of the best driving on the grass that I've seen all year. From Baptiste Augustin, because he's holding to the right, knowing that he must not run back into the middle of the pack, and avoided a bigger incident there. There, running wide, that was the 847 of Ivan Gonzalez for Birlart Racing. Unfortunately, that would be the end of anything really worth noting for the Spaniard. It would be P25 for Ivan Gonzalez. Change for the lead. Jarlath Sayer got past Sukmani Kira at the end of lap number 2. And yeah, you had this quartet of Fusion drivers out front, with Maxim Bobrishov the first to make a move, getting past Harley Musk there for 3rd place. Musk would slip back into the pack and eventually lose that spot to Newstead. And the 2 Jamie Green Racing drivers who came very close together. Will Green taking to the grass. Freddie Wood moving through there, but thankfully both of them would recover into the higher reaches of the order. In fact, no, Will Green would fall down to 17th place.
Yeah, Will Green had a shocker in that one. Not the results he would have wanted. You could see his little reaction there. It wasn't much, but, you know, the hand off the wheel just saying, what was that? You know, you're my teammate. Why'd you just pick me off the circuit? But, you know, those things, they happen. I'm sure they will have a discussion after that race with the team and between the drivers. Just think, let's not do that again, please. Let's try and work together in the races. But the race went on, and these 2 closed in. They had a good race. Newstead and Granquist, nicely done for them, finishing P3 and 4. But it would go the way of Jarlath Sayer, Maxim Bobrishov with their results. Sayer needing to make sure that he comes out with that one with a clean nose.
Absolutely. Well, we're about 6 minutes away from the next race. There is your schedule for the rest of today. The qualifying heats for Groups A and D coming up for the minis. We're back to the seniors after for the next round, the penultimate round of heats for the most experienced category here this weekend. And then we do the whole cycle again that we've had this afternoon. Another 2 heats for the juniors, another 2 heats for the minis, and then another 3 for the seniors to take us all the way up to, well, probably about 6:30 here at the circuit for that final race of the day, which goes off from 6:10.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, it's still a long day ahead of us here in Franciacorta. We are going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. In 5 minutes' time, we'll be back out with the next qualifying heat. Nestled along the sun-kissed shores of the Mediterranean, Valencia beckons with its vibrant energy and rich tapestry of history and culture. Out on row number 8, Luke Cassidy and
Hey, how's your homework going? Are you done yet? Because we have a race in 10 minutes.
This is two signals to the drivers to slow it down, bring it down, get everyone formed up.
Morning. Did you sleep well? Ready for your session?
Good morning, Cher. How are you? Did you see our new mini helmets?
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, created for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The next race is upon us very, very soon. Qualifying heat A versus D. For the Mini X30 category. That is the one that is lined up, and for so many of our drivers in this one, it's going to be an exciting one. Pole sitter as well in qualifying. Harry Williams not coming away with a race win just yet, but Bruno Priam earlier on did take a race win. He has got a good race ahead of him right now. Antoine Vinot has also had a race win, but he starts on the fourth row of the grid.
A lot of drivers in this race have started strongly. I'm looking through the results from earlier. 6 of our top 8 on the grid finished in the top 10 in the first round. So for a lot of these drivers, they want to continue that form. But for Harry Williams in particular, super performance in qualifying, fastest overall. This is a driver who made the final in Zweira, but in terms of the points discussion, wasn't really as a part of it. Was 23rd in the final in Zweira. So to see the work that he's put in and that the Ollie Rowland Motorsport team have put in to get that 827 up to the front of the grid, they've got to be praised for that.
Yeah, they certainly have. There is Bruno Priam, who starts this one on the front row of the grid. Winner earlier on in his first qualifying heat, looking to replicate that as well, especially with Antoine Vinod just a little further behind. Alfie Davison, you can see just behind him there in the 870, ready to get going. Sun is shining. There is our race director, Martin Bean, just watching alongside, ready to get going for this one. He turns to look at me, then he turns to look at the camera and gives it a wave. There we go. We could talk about his life story on this one. But
you can tell it's getting warm because Beanie's got his coat off.
Yeah,
I think that's the first time I've seen that this year.
Exactly. It could be 30 degrees and Beanie's got a wool hat and a big warm jacket on. And that's only because he lives and resides in Dubai. So he comes from very hot weather, and even when it's lovely here and we're all in T-shirts, he's wrapped up like it's 2 degrees. But still, he is in a prime position to watch over this race as the whistle blows and the drivers make their way out. Let's take you through the starting lineup. It's Harry Williams and Bruno Priam on row number 1. Yoel Puya and Alfie Davidson go from row 2. Colby Patterson and Romeo Mello round out row number 3 with Antoine Vinot and Matas Brageau on row 4. Bruno Greeling and Noah Grenier round out row number 5 from Aurelio Longatano, and Zdeněk Babacek rounding out row number 6.
Gabriel Rinaudo starts on row number 7 alongside Pato Medina, who did get into the top 10 in the first round. Christian Kobe and Charlie Clough start on row 8. Patrick Christensen and Cooper Snedden starts on row 5. On row 10, we find Julian van der Koltelet and Zoltan Koini. Milo Cornell starts on row 11 alongside his compatriot from Belgium, Ralph van Turnhout. Min Jae Kim starts on row 12 alongside Mason Hibbert. And then on row 13, it's Guido Abageni and Nahil El Gahoudi.
Well, again, packed grid here of 26 drivers. All of them have made their way out onto the circuit. Again, well, compared to the first round of qualifying heats for Mini X30, the second have been, I don't want to say tamer, it certainly wasn't. Calmer, I think, is a better word of describing it. You know, yeah, drivers get in their positions, a change here, a change there, but not the dramatic battle between the two teams that we were expecting.
Well, I think a big part of that was a lot of the drivers towards the front of the grid in the first race had not got good results in that first round. It's like, right, we just need a calm one here, as you say, to get us back into contention. That's not the case with this one, so this could be a bit more feisty. We're about to find out then. 7 laps on the board for X30 Mini. Lights are green. Away we go. Very good start for the pole side of the grid. Not good at all for Bruno Priam, who's already down to around 5th place. Could get even worse. Wide goes one of the Fusions. It's the 870 of Alfie Davidson, who started on P4. Down into turn 5 for the first time. I think it's Jan Puyol who's come through. There's another driver running wide through the water. That's from how much rain we had, especially on free practice day on Thursday.
I think that's Zdeněk Babacek.
Yes, I think it is. The 818 of Zdeněk Babacek, who was so strong in the heats in Spain, having a bit of a difficult time here in Italy, is going to have to find all the way from the back of the field.
Yeah, that's a big... Oh, and there's another one, the 835, that's gone off the track. It's a Spirit Racing from the back of the grid. It's Zoltan Koini, unfortunately. He's out of this race. That looked to be maybe at turn 1 as well. So he's had a disaster in this race. Crucially, though, it looks like all three okay. But, yeah, some moments in this race. So it is Jean Puyol who leads the way, but that has just changed. Antoine Venot has just gone to the front of the field. Antoine Venot from the 4th row of the grid leads this race.
This is a superb performance from Antoine Venot at this stage of the race, as stormed up from the 4th row of the grid. As out is one of the ORMs.
872, I think that is.
It's the 872. Apologies, can't quite make out who that is in the wall. Hopefully they are okay. That looked to be either at turn 1 or, yeah, it's got to be at turn 1. Because they're just going through.
I think
is it the 873?
I think it's Mason Hibbert for ORM who's in the wall there. Yep, it is Mason Hibbert. Unfortunately, he's out of this race, but he is walking away. And okay, that is also at turn number 1.
That's a shame for Mason Hibbert's first appearance of the year in the IAME Euro Series, and a bit of a baptism of fire at this stage. Moves all over the place in and through turns 1, 2 and 3. This is all around 2nd, 3rd, 4th downwards, and it looks like Jean Puyol. Oh, Jean Puyol's getting deep. It just saves it from going beyond the curb there. Loses a number of positions, but that could have been a lot worse.
I think we need to see a replay of that again, because he put a hand up there thinking that was he assisted off the racing line there, because certainly that's a rare mistake from Jean Puyol there, because that's an easy braking zone, but easily done if you're surrounded by other drivers. Antoine Venot then leads the way, and it's still a good start to the race, clear by 0.4 of a second. But in the mini category, you do not want to be on your own. You need to be with teammates, and right now his closest teammate is Harry Williams, who's there in P2.
Yeah, Harry Williams has fought back well here into P2. I've got to say, very impressed with Aurelio Longitano so far in this race. The last time we saw the 826 for this long, Anthony, was on Thursday during free practice. Or it was Friday morning, either way. The last time we saw the 826, there was a quite significant angle in the chassis that shouldn't be there.
Yes.
Great work by the team to get Aurelio back into a position where he can race well up there in 3rd place.
Yeah, certainly so. That'll be a brand new chassis he's running on there, because there was no, that other chassis, that was for the bin. That was done, that chassis, after that crash. So, yeah, that was a big, big shame for him. But, yeah, like you say, fighting fit right now. They're in P3, or maybe they're in P2, as that's beautifully late on the brakes there, well timed. And as Williams goes through, Longitano goes through as well. So it is Williams for Longitano. Venot has gone down into 3rd place. Patterson's still there from Noah Grenier. They still battle away. Matthias Bregeau there in 6th place. all of the field, nice and closely compacted in that top sector there. A little bit close for comfort under braking, but William leads the way.
Yeah, really good stuff again from Harry Williams. Was confident on the brakes, was in full control for me all the way through. And how about Noah Grenier as well? Had a difficult first race, was classified for P26. It's breaking down behind as well. Through goes Grenier into third place. Longitano now finding itself there in fourth. As out of the race is the 832. That's Pato Medina, apologies, for Croc Promotion. Good news is Pato is okay, but the Mexican is out of this race. It will not be another top 10.
Yeah, that is a big shame there for Pato Medina. Out of this race, there is a warning flag getting prepared, and I can see it's for the number 826 out there, and that is for Aurelio Longitano, who currently sits in P5, the driver we were just talking about after having that incident, now seeing a 5-second time penalty. And there, confirmation on your screen, it going ahead.
Yeah, not good news for Aurelio Longitano, but one of those things that you've just got to get on with at this stage. Won't completely ruin his point score from this second round of heats. It's all getting a bit of a squabble there between Antoine Venance, down the inside by Matthias Braccio there. Beautiful move for Braccio. Off the road is Longitano. Well, now it's definitely getting worse. Back onto the circuit through turn 13. Is going to lose all the speed by more drivers. I think he's fallen down outside of the top 10, and more drivers flying through as they get through turn 14.
And that's going to be the worst feeling for him, because now when he gets to the start-finish line, he'll see that he's got a warning flag, and he'll think that that was for him for that event, and he'll think that wasn't my fault, but it wasn't for that one, it was for something else. So that's going to be the worst feeling for that one. Here we go, though, at the front, and Harry Williams leads the way, but under the close supervision of Noah Grenier for the Euro karting team, the Belgian, looking very strong there. There is Bruno Priam, who I believe has got up into third place now. So he's pushing forward in this one. Change here to the inside, forcing the move, contact, and they're both off the circuit. First and second place, Williams and Grenier off the circuit. Brajot leads the way. No, it isn't. It's Bruno Priam who leads the way. He's going to get another win, and already he's thinking, go on, I've done it.
Well, that just shows you how quickly things can change in X30 Mini. It wasn't on the cards about 30 seconds ago, but Bruno Priam is going to take a second win of the weekend. What a drive from Bruno Priam. Will set alone at the top of the intermediate classification in a bit of a crazy finish there. Priam wins it. Colby Patterson comes through to take second place, and Antoine Venance, another good result there in third.
Well, how about that then? Bruno Priam taking his second win. Well, I don't want it to sound bad, but completely accidentally, because the front two, after contact, tumbled down the order. That is not what you wanted to see at all for Harry Williams. It was a P5 earlier on for Harry Williams. He didn't get the win he would have wanted. It's a P10 this time around for Williams after that coming together there with they ran a little further down the order. Unfortunately for all of them, it's just not gone the way at all. But for Noah Grenier, just that moment there out on circuit, the contact between the two of them was looking so strong, but unfortunately he would tumble down the order just that little bit more. So they will not be happy with each other, I'm sure, with that contact. But Bruno Priam takes his second win of the weekend. Colby Patterson from Antoine Venance, Matthias Brajot, Bruno Grieling from Jean Bouillat, unfortunately with dropping down 3 places in that one. Noah Grenier from Min-Jae Kim, Charlie Clough from Harry Williams, Cooper Snedden from Aurelio Longitano, Zenit Babacek from Cotelet, then it is Christensen from El Gahoudi, Van Turent, Renato from Ebergeni, finishing in 19th place. 6 places gained there from Milo Cornil. Christian Kobe in 21st, Alfie Davidson, the last of the finishers on that one for retirement. So let's take you through the highlights on that one. There was quite a busy race for Harry Williams. It was a good start, absolutely fine at the front, and unfortunately there for Alfie Davidson, it was just out of turn 1, getting squeezed. Well, he wasn't squeezed, he was on the outside row there, but it was then the last ditch. It was kind of like an adjustment from one of the other drivers in the infield, and he reacted to that, which unfortunately put him right on the dirty part of the track. Race continued, and then you saw the 3 ORMs having to deal with the likes of everyone behind. You had Spirit Racing, you had NBC, you had Euro Karting, all there just trying to get involved, but Kobe Patterson was the better out of the two of them. That, unfortunately, was Zenit Babacek off the track at turn 5. That was another moment there. That was Zoltan Koini, unfortunately, on the outside. You can see there the water from the rain that we've had over the last couple of days collecting at the side of the circuit. Big shame, but though out of this race. Action at the front, though, was down the inside. Antoine Vinot getting the lead of the race. Not holding on to it, though, as it continued to just battle away here between himself and his Fusion compatriot here, Jean Bouillot, though. But Bouillot would unfortunately have his race cut short after a moment at turn number 5, which should have been a big shame for him. That was Mason Hibbert out of the race as well. Very unfortunate for him, but good to see that he was okay. And walking away from his incident, there was this moment here for Jean Bouillot. Again, from that angle, not sure if there was contact between the two of them there, but it clearly, with his hand going up in the air, was unhappy with what had happened out on circuit. Harry Williams fighting back, though, getting back up into the race lead. And there, the big, brave move there from the 826 Spirit Racing driver, just getting through. Brilliant driving there from Mathis Brogeau, just pulling it up in position. As well, fighting in that top section. This is when Euro Karting Noah Grenier started to get involved, closed in right behind Antoine Venet. Another retirement from the 832 from the session. It did not go well at all for the crop promotion driver. Pato Medina, unfortunately, retiring from the race, finishing in 23rd place. Race reaching its halfway point, and again, more overtakes happening thick and fast. Grenier up into second place, just behind Harry Williams. They would go forth and try and battle between themselves as the rest of the field all kind of concertinaed up behind. You had Charlie Clough battling there with Patterson. They would go through. Vinay going off the track as well, but it would just be a top and turvy race there for the two drivers. That was the disastrous moment there for Longatano, getting squeezed off the track, unfortunately for him as well on that lap, getting a warning flag as well, but not for that incident. This was the contact between the top two, which put Bruno Priam into the lead of the race. Just the wheels making contact, and both of them going off the track, tumbling down the order. And, well, before we'd even reached the penultimate corner, it wasn't even the last corner, there was a last-ditch attempt from Antoine Venet down the inside. He would get up into second very briefly. Patterson, though, would get through on both of them. But in front, Bruno Priam celebrating out of the final corner. He would take the win in the second qualifying heat for them, and he would get 0 points. He leads the intermediate classifications now ahead of Antoine Vinot, who has 3 points. Colby Patterson with the 4 points from Maxim Bobajov's 5 points sitting in P4. The next race coming up very soon. It is back with the seniors for qualifying Heat B versus F, and we look forward to seeing what Natalia Granada can do. So we are going to have a quick look now at one of the interviews, I think, down in Parc Ferme, not too sure. But if Andrew is down there, we'll head down to him.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Down here in Parc Ferme with Colby Patterson. Colby, P2 in that race, a tough race. Talk me through it.
Strong start, but towards the middle, dropped off the pack a little bit. Struggled, but when it came to the fight between everybody at the top 3, it's brought me back into the fight, and then on the last lap, it's just a bit of chaos. Then on the last corner, just sent it.
2024 has been a really strong season for you so far. What do you think's made the difference this year?
I've just completely up my game. Last year I had a rough start, and then this year I've come back stronger, and I'm now pushing.
This great battle between the two teams, yourself, Oliver Rowland Motorsports and Fusion Motorsport, how do you see it playing out for the rest of the weekend?
I think it would be strong. I think I can bring at least a top 3, but I just need to keep my performance up, and then I think we should be okay.
Good stuff. Well, well done again, Colby Patterson there. Second place in X30 Mini in that second round of heats. For now, though, Anthony, back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, indeed. Good to hear from Colby Patterson. They're very, very confident with that one, really stepping up the game, like he was saying. 3 places gained in that race. Seniors coming up next, qualifying heat B versus F. Oh, and my, have we got a lot to talk about in terms of tyres. So many drivers have decided to change it up a little bit in this one, but no one on the front 2 rows as they've deployed fresher tyres earlier on today for some of them, not for all of them. But Natalia Granada, again, starting this one on the front row. She did deploy a newer set on the left-hand side of her car earlier on. That was the race that she came away with a race win. So really looking forward to seeing what she can do on this one. There you can see the marshals just enjoying a nice little rest in between races in the shade there. You can imagine they've had a tough old day just keeping an eye on all the drivers. And there are some hotspots around this track where we have seen the incidents, of course, in towards turn 1, into turn 5 as well. So many of the marshals have had a lot of work to do over the course of this weekend. There, close up, Natalia Granada at the front of this grid. This time around, you can see the tyres there. The tyres on the right-hand side of your screen would be the left-hand side of her car. That would be the ones that have got a bit fresher. They're the right-hand tyres, a little bit more used. But still, really looking forward to seeing what Natalia Granada can do in this one, because she looks so strong this weekend. Romeo Rossell starts alongside as well. No fresh tyres there either. Again, good results for Romeo Rossell. Really looking forward to seeing what he can do. Württemberger as well. No new tyres. Laurit Sash has been a driver who's been, I think, in the thorn of the side of many a driver so far this weekend. Has good results and is not afraid to get his cart down the inside, not afraid to get his nose down the inside at all throughout this one. So, again, really curious to see how they get on in this one. Then you go to the third row of the grid. Louis Coman and Mark Lepiccolo. They have deployed a brand new set of complete tyres, and for Mark Lepiccolo, it is completely understandable. He's not had some good results here, has he? He has dropped down, Andrew.
That is the tyre decision of a semi-bit of desperation there, knowing he needs a really good result in this one to make sure that he can be in a place in the superheats on a grid where you can then race your way into the top 36. I think it's going to be a big ask to be in that top 36 from the end of today in the intermediate classification. But, if you can start around, say, in the top 10 or 11 rows in a superheat and then have a good superheat, you can pull yourself into that top 36 cut-off for the final. 1 minute board in the air. Ahead of this next race. You're watching live coverage of round 2 for this year's IAME Euro Series. Live here from Franciacorta in northern Italy. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you. Getting ready for this next round of the X30 Senior qualifying heats.
Indeed, plenty of action so far has been released over the course of the morning. Plenty more races to come this evening, but we are getting through these races at a fair rate of knots. It's Group B and F coming up next for the senior category. There you can see the sideline still filling up with people watching. The weather is lovely here today. I mean, if you are local in Milan and Italy or anything like that, get the drive done down here to Franciacorta. Come and have a look, because you can enter into the circuit. It's an open event. You are available. There's lots of things to do. There's some racing simulators up on the balcony as well. There's obviously the cafes, everything, the teams to go around and look at, and of course the racing to enjoy as well. Whistle blows. Senior X30 qualifying heat B and F heads itself out onto the circuit. Get my words out. There we go. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Natalia Granada and Romeo Rossell on row number 1. Colin Württemberger and Laurit Sash going from row 2. Louis Coman and Mark Lepiccolo round out row number 3. Both of them going fresh set of tyres. The same as Clovis Nougared, who starts on the 4th row of the grid, with Mathis Machalts alongside us, deployed them on the left-hand side of his cart. Heikki Kautonen and Raymond LeBlanc, also going for a fresh set, have gone from row 5. From Eduardo Villa and Julian Cameron on row 6. Lars Venek and Fred Green go from row 6. From Mattis Barb and Bertram Sasha on row number 8.
Row 9, Tristan Powell has had a difficult day, hoping for better things in this one ahead of Ricardo Salemi. Julian Baker starts on row 10 alongside Luis Aguirre. Thibaut Ramaker's won his last race from 21st on the grid. Can he do so again? It starts on row 11 alongside Marcel Matijevich. Hawk White and Abdullah Camel start on row 12. Louis Johnston-Cool and Hugo Besson start on row 13. Soleil Noll and Delano Vellens start on row 14. And it's Thiago Lear and Marc Granada completing the top 30 on row 15. Luis Tordma and Alessandro Bigi start on row 16. And just the single kart on row 17. Emilio Ortolani there on the grid. One driver not starting this race, and we assume out of the event, because it's not the first time that we've said did not start. Kart 221, that's Patrick Ogrodovchik.
Indeed, we do hope Patrick is okay. Right then, field making its way down in towards turn 14. This should be the start of the race. There's the red line, no overtaking along this point. You should be in formation right now. And hopefully everyone should be nice and slow and bunching each other up. But it's a long back straight that we've got there, 180 metres, and the front of the grid have only just gone around the corner. The back of the grid have only just come out of turn 13, so they're still quite a ways back. Field is not formed, and we are going round again. Yes, so drivers at the back of the grid, I think, need to get a wiggle on there to try and close up. There, our race director, Martin Bean, deeming that not a clean start. So, good for some, maybe. Bad for others. A lot of time spent on these tyres, warming them up, gaining the temperature. You can cook these tyres pretty quickly if you push them a bit hard.
You can indeed. Well, it does give us a bit of time to just go over the qualifying heats. Intermediate classification has things stand going into this. This is the penultimate round of senior races, and we should stress there are some drivers who've raced 4 times, some who've raced 5 amongst this. Danny Caronini is on top, still the only driver with a perfect record through all of their races. Christian Biasate second on 4 points, as is Utran. Riccardo Ferrari is 4th on 7. Romeo Roussel in this race, of course, 9 points at the moment. Marcus Luzio on 10, and then a tie for 7th place, completing that top 8 between Loritz Sash and Andy Rattel. Loritz Sash, of course, in this race also. So let's see if those drivers can defend their positions. This is when it really starts to hot up, not just in terms of the temperatures, but the reckoning of this weekend. This is looking already a better formation. Natalia Granada at the front of the order yet again. Will lead this one from Romeo Roussel.
Let's see what happens this time around then. Into the tram lines. Is it green? Yes, it is. We go racing here. Franciacorta down in towards turn 1. Great start for the inside row. Keep an eye on Roussel. Whoa. There's contact in the middle of the pack. One car took a big hit there. It's the 205. I think that's Heikki Kaltonen who took a big hit there. I will try and confirm who that is, but certainly not a comfortable run through turn number 1 there. But the rest of the field go through. And I think Romeo Roussel has gained positions in this one. Natalia Granada is battling away here, and she's holding on, I think, is that for P2 there, because Roussel has driven away?
No, that's for the lead of the race. So initially, Württemberger would come through to take the lead, and Natalia Granada said, no, not having that. Straight back down the inside. Oh, very close there between Württemberger and the 301 of Louis Command. That was on the way into turn 14. End of the first lap. Natalia Granada is clear by 0.7 of a second ahead of Louis Command. Romeo Roussel is still in there in 5th place now. He's just behind Clovis Nugared, who's been good the last few weeks here at this circuit. Also on the move, I can see Mathis Barber there in the 387, the Castellet kart racing team. An improvement of 9 places for the Frenchman, up there into 6th.
Certainly is. Well, racing continuing there. I've got to say, these karts don't look stable right now, do they? They are sliding all over the place. Roussel down the inside, retakes that one from Württemberger. Württemberger is all over the place. Now remember, he deployed a full set of brand new tyres earlier on. He used them quite a bit, but again, pushing himself through. You're pointing at the timing screen there. I've just spotted it myself. Thibaut Ramicus, who won earlier on after gaining 20 places, he's on the move again. He's up P9. Change for the lead. Kuman into the lead. Granada down to P2.
Indeed, not a huge problem for Granada now, though, because there's a good gap to the rest of the chasing pack. Yeah, the karts do not look comfortable at all right now. I think as the temperatures have come up, this is this is a set of conditions that we've not had so far this weekend. Yesterday was cloudy, dry, but not particularly high temperatures. Parts of Thursday were an absolute washout. It was more like a powerboat event than a kart race for free practice. And of course, we've not had particularly hot temperatures at the events so far this year, whether that be Zuera or Valencia. So I do wonder whether the drivers are going into a bit of a journey of the unknown and struggling. They're finding out new things right now, and it's all about conserving the rubber.
Exactly. Zuera was cold and windy. Down the inside, Clovis Nougare getting the move done. Now up into P2, charging through. The Frenchman having a very good run on this one. 5 places gained now up into P2. Fastest lap of the race as well, so looking very, very strong out there. Russell still in P4. Mattis Barb is up to P5. 10 places gained for Mattis Barb. That is a great start to the race. Just behind this battle here, the 4th, 5th place, 6th place battle. Well, actually, you know, it's 4th place all the way down to 33rd. That's what the computer's saying. That's how close the group is. And looking out the commentary box window, I'll agree with it.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that one. Some other great drives through the field. Marc Granada is up 15 spots, has got new tyres on the left-hand side, using them effectively, and is up to 15th place. Hugo Bassan has also gained 10 spots, is up to now 15th place. Is there down the inside. That's the 387 Mattis Barber, who is absolutely flying. Going past Russell there. Russell now having to defend from Fred Green. Fred Green now on a croc promotion and does a classic switchback move there out of turn number 5. And there he is again, the young Belgian, Thibaut Ramekes for VDK Racing. Well, we've already seen one amazing performance from Ramekes here today, winning from 21st on the grid. I don't think it's as much on the cards in this one, but he's now up 13 spots into the top 10. Back with the leaders. It's the 2 French drivers, Louis Comar for Diamond, and then Clovis Nougare for Renault Racing Team. And Nougare is all over the back of Coman here, down the inside into turn 2, and he's got it done. What a move from Clovis Nougare for Renault Racing Team. This is the kind of form that we saw leading into this event. Was the fastest driver over a single lap here a few weeks ago. And there he is, fastest lap of this race as well, at 50.005.
Well, he's being assisted, of course, with the fact that he put on a brand new set of tyres for this race. Louis Coman also deploying a brand new set as well. So both these drivers have deployed a brand new set. And a technical flag has come out for Marc Lepiccolo. That means, as far as I'm concerned, I think that's weekend done. I don't even think he'll make... he'll make...
Well, he might do. He'll be on the edge.
Well, yeah, he won't. I don't even think he will on that one. I think it'll be consolation race only, and from that race, it's out of the weekend. So, I think that's a real big shame.
Yeah, it's at least the 3rd result for Marc Lepiccolo that he would not have wanted at the start of the weekend. We're on lap 7 of 11 here in X30 Senior, and there's something on a graphic that's... nobody wants to see if they're out on track. Thibaut Ramekes, fastest driver on the circuit, 49.747. He's at it again. He's up to 12th place. He's actually fallen down a few spots, actually, but the pace is definitely there for the closing stages of this race. No, not anymore. Ramekes is out. Ramekes is out. Well, has it happened again? We said it earlier that often when karts go very quickly, they go bang in the next moment. And for Thibaut Ramekes, that could be a weekend, could be a championship-defining moment out of this race.
Well, there you can see by his body language, he's just not happy at all. And he's looking at the track. I'm not sure if that's just to make sure that it's clear that he can walk where he is walking, or he's looking for someone. Was he assisted off the track there, or was he the cause of the issue? That's the ultimate question. Did he go for a move that wasn't quite there just this yet, trying to repeat what he did earlier on? It's one of the many questions. We don't know. We didn't see it, but I'm sure Race Control certainly did see it, and I'm sure they are looking into it right now. Back here, though, at the front, Clovis Nougare, Louis Coman looking very strong. Natalia Granada, 3rd place. What a weekend it's been for Natalia Granada. A win earlier on, but had just consistently good results this weekend. She'll be in a great position for the Super Heats earlier on.
Just further proving that the pace that we saw on Friday morning in time qualifying was not a fluke. The weekend goes from bad to worse for Mark Lepiccolo. That is a black flag, I would assume, for not respecting the mechanical flag, the black and orange one that was distributed around 3 minutes ago. It's 3 laps they get before they will get what's happened there, the black flag. So that really is weekend done for Mark Lepiccolo. Meanwhile, front of the order, Clovis Nougaret is just ticking on by. And this, I think, is a new warning to the rest of the field, that this is a driver who I think's got a bit of a dark horse this weekend, but likes this circuit, gets into a good rhythm, and keeps getting stronger and stronger every time we see him come out on circuits.
Yeah, he certainly do. Louis Johnson-Cool's just seen a warning flag as well. He won't be a fan of that one, especially after the mechanical gremlins he suffered earlier on in the weekend. Still with these two here, 1/10 between them. Come on again with the fastest lap of the race. Is not attacking Nougaret, though. They've got such a lead from the rest of the field that they could scrap right now. They could fight it amongst themselves, but choosing not to. Come on, tucking into the slipstream there to try and close that gap up, because Nougaret now, I think, has opened up a little bit more now as he starts to extend his lead. Onto the final lap we go. Nougaret and Coman looking very strong here now.
They really, really are setting great lap times. 49.588 last time around for Coman, new fastest lap of the race. Here we are on the final lap. Clovis Nougaret is going to be playing himself into the top 10, I'd imagine, here with this result in terms of the intermediate classification, of course. Currently sitting with Carinini still at the top of it. Nougaret feeling the need to defend, though, into turn 12. Can he get the run off and through turn 13? Yes, he can. He won't need to defend too hard here. It would be very brave for Coman to go down the inside from that far back. Nougaret's a little bit loose on the rear axle, though, but it won't matter. Clovis Nougaret is going to take the checkered flag. It's a 1-2 for France. Nougaret from Coman. Great drives, deserving points for both of those drivers. Natalia Granada across the line in third. Another strong result for the Spaniard.
Certainly so, and of course as well for Fred Green, 10 places gained ahead of the rest of the field. Raymond Blanc, another good result there, 5 places gained in the top 5. But yeah, for Clovis Nougaret, that is a good race, I think, deploying the fresh tyres at the right time.
Yeah, really spot-on work there with the tyre strategy. But Clovis Nougaret, a good result, and puts the pressure on those still to come through the course of this afternoon. Points as they stand at the moment. Remember, we are midway through one of the rotations. Carinini 0, Liasati 4, Utron 4, Ferrari 7, Lucia, Rattel, Dragan and McLaughlin also in the top 8. That's the scores we've got available on our screens. All of those drivers still to race, of course. Well, lots of attention from the side of the circuits, circuit corners. There is your provisional results from Groups B and F. Nougaret by half a tenth ahead of Louis Coman, Natalia Granada third, Fred Green and Raymond Blanc in the top 5.
Mathis Maschaltz and Württemberger then finishing within the top 7. Marc Granada, 22 positions gained, finishes in P8. Hugo Besson in 9th place, 17 positions gained. Romeo Russell rounding out the top 10 on that one, looking strong, but dropping down to that top 10. Mathis Barb from Julian Burbacher finishes in 12th place from Tristan Powell. No, a good result there for Powell. He needed that after the retirement earlier on. Lauret Sash from Heikki Kaltonen finishing to 15th place. Louis Johnson-Cool finishing in 16th, but with that warning flag will tumble him down the order, unfortunately. Only a handful of places, though. I think he'll probably finish around P20. Salemi finishing in 17th place, Juan Navarro Villa in the top 18. But the highlights here, let's have a look at them, because the start was good for Granada, holding on to the lead. Württemberger, though, with his used tyres that he deployed earlier on, that was the moment. I think it was Heikki Kaltonen that got caught out from that battle there. That was the 209, who just got spat out sideways, then hit again, and that possibly has just bent his chassis, and then he'll have to try and recover that one. And yeah, the rest of the field, it all kicked off in the background there, didn't it? Bertram Sash also involved.
Yeah, Lars Vennick also held up across the course of that that opening lap incident. Mark Lepiccolo running out wide there in close proximity with another driver. What a move that was from Natalia Granada. The worn tyres coming into effect, a lot more sliding for the seniors in this race, so that was a brave move from her down the inside. Strange moments also on lap 1. Württemberger and Coman nearly coming to blows on the run into turn 14. But there was Nugared as well with that steady start, was in 4th place early on and then set about making his way up through the field. First past Württemberger for 3rd place with a move through turn number 5. Easy to get this one wrong, of course. That was very well applied. Coming through the field as well was Reimer Blanc, who's had a great recovery after a retirement earlier on this morning. That's 2 strong results now for Reimer Blanc across the course of today. The 349 was coming through as well. Everybody fighting for positions up and down the order. This was Coman down the inside of Granada. That was for the lead of the race at the start of lap number 3. We're also having our eyes on Thibaut Ramekes, who at this stage on lap 3 was looking for another hero's drive through the field, but it would all go wrong shortly after that. That down the inside, that was the 387 of Mathis Barber, who had a great first half of the race, but then fell back a bit. In the end, would be classified in 11th place. This was the key move, though, Anthony, on lap 6, Nugared going for the lead.
Yeah, indeed. That was a very strong moment there that started that battle. The disastrous moment here for Thibaut Ramekes, like you were talking about earlier on. Just unsure what happened, but clearly his body language there was saying a million words, wasn't it? Technical flag at that point had gone out to Mark Piccolo. He wasn't able to come back in, and then he unfortunately got himself a black flag at the end of that one. But certainly for Clovis Nugared, the result it would have wanted. Senior X30 qualifying Heat A versus D is coming up next. Danny Carinini is the man, the man to beat this weekend. He starts this one on pole position. Luca Bertoni starting alongside for this one. It's a tense time. There is Luca Bertoni. The 4th fastest driver in qualifying for Zanki Motorsport. Great to catch up with him. Here's what he had to say. Well, the final Senior X30 qualifying practice is done and dusted here at Franciacorta for round 2. And Luca Bertoni, fastest of group. Luca, brilliant time from yourself there. Faster than the rest. The track feeling good for you?
Yeah, the track, to be fair, got a bit slower compared to the last few sessions, but the strategy was great. We went ahead. We didn't really care about the slipstream because we knew that in 4 minutes the most important thing was to focus on my driving, and I think that the lap I did was pretty good, and the car was perfect, the engine was perfect, so big thanks to the team, and I'm quite confident going into the heats because my pace is pretty good.
Yeah. That's now Zanki Motorsport with 2 drivers who have gone fastest overall. Do you feel like the team really will help push you forward in this weekend?
Yeah, we've done a lot of team working in these past 2 days, also in the qualifying. So I think that this is going to be also really important in heats. We're going to, I think, get some really good results because of this. And yeah, we're really confident, we are fast, and I think we can do great things.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's see what we can do in this one. It's going to be a long weekend, so many heats to go. You've got qualifying heats today on Friday, and then you've got, of course, a very busy day on Saturday. The main question is, are you looking forward to it now you know you're fastest in group?
Yeah, of course. I know this track really well, and so I'm really confident.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, and we'll see you out there on track.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, great to chat there to Luca Bertoni. He was talking about his teammate. Yeah, we will work together and hope it all goes well. Danny Carinini, his fellow teammate for Zanki Motorsport, but has 0 points. Is this the driver who is going to be willing to work together, or a driver who is going to say, no, you're going to be my rear gunner?
I think it will be the latter.
I think the rear gunner is going to be the right choice there. I've
watched these 2 young gentlemen race for many years. Yeah, I think that's the way it's going to go. And for Danny Carinini, he has this strategy. It's worked very well for him before. Let's see if he can do it again.
Exactly that. Let's take you through the starting lineup then. And Danny Carinini and Luca Bertoni start this one from the front row of the grid. Jona Luja and Hugo Heron go from row 2. Andrea Pirovano and Riccardo Ferrari, who's looking for another good result in this one. What can he do from the 3rd row of the grid? Lewis Bird and Alessandro Cocosa go from row 4 from Arthur Fatot. And Matteo Giaccardi on row 5. Nicholas Simic and Kian Geraghty go from row 6 from Kevin Bress. and Leonardo Logoni on row 7. Cathal Clark and Maxime Blanchimont round out row number 8.
Gustav Wisniewski starts on row 9 alongside Kevin Bakker. Robbie Buckley and Mickey Blashko starts on row 10. Vilma Svan and George Nasser starts on the 11th row of the grid. Luca Horton and Francois Delatti start on row 12. Miguel Silva and Wesley Goy start on row 13. Then it's Rafael Rajani and Timeo Rupen on row 14. Elio Weiss and Tommaso Curiani start on row 15. Milan Marchak and Emilio van Overberger start on row 16. The 34-cart field is completed by row 17. Dylan Patel and George Koknakis. All 34 carts running. Great performances so far, not just in terms of pace and entertainment out there, but also reliability of the products here this weekend. Good to see all 34 runners taking to the formation lap.
I'm going to talk about tyres now.
Oh, yeah?
I am, yeah. I like to talk about tyres. I like them. But apparently so does this grid. Nearly the entirety of this grid has deployed a fresh set of tyres, either on both sides or on one side of their kart. Basically, if you are Dylan Patel or George Kokkinakis there at the back of the grid, who you think, right, well, we're going to deploy these fresh tyres now. Let's see what we can do for the back of the grid. We'll make our way through. They'll have just seen the entire grid go for brand new sets of tyres and gone, oh no, that was a bad time to deploy the new tyres. We're not going to claim any positions in this one. But who will get the win? It's Danny Carinini and Luca Bertoni at the front of the grid. We are green flag and racing, and it is Carinini on the inside who gets the jump on the outside there. Watch it, the Zanki Bertoni nearly running onto the grass there as they squeeze their way through. In fact, I don't even see him within the top 5. He's dropped to P6. Who's got through into second place? It is Johan Aluja in second place from the second row of the grid. It's the TB card of Andrea Piravano there in third.
Yeah, a really good start for Ryan Aluja. Knew he needed to just hook onto the back of Carinini's rear bumper and make sure that he got that inside run on Bertoni. It was all going on in the second half of the field as well. I saw Leonardo Longoni have a very scary sideways moment on the exit of turn number 3, but managed to keep himself in there. All 34 carts running right now. Coming round to complete lap number 1 then, Danny Carinini in that familiar position at the front of the field. Leads by 0.3 of a second ahead of Aluja, but here comes Piravano. Piravano down the inside on a circuit he knows well. That's a super move, and it gets him up to second place.
Crucially as well, Arthur Fasora is there in 4th place. 5 places gained in this race. He has had a brilliant start. He started this race P9. Gained so many positions in this one. He is really signing his way through the field here, but we'll keep an eye on this one. Piravano, it is in a good position here to close into Danny Carinini. Luca Bertoni, investigation flag from the start of that race. Not too sure why. Was he out of the tram lines?
Well, the question would be, was he out of the tram lines before the red lights went out? We had a listen in with Martin Bean's driver's briefing at the start of the weekend. He was very clear on it. It's monitored closely and to the millisecond that if any driver jumps out of those tram lines before the lights go out, it will be a penalty. It's just an investigation right now, but we'll let you know if we get any more news as and when we have it. For now, though, Bertoni's starting to move back up through the order, up to 4th place, past Arthur Vassor that time around. Now, I would be interested in seeing a replay of the start if we have got one, just for our own semi-speculative eyes. Of course, we're not the officials. We don't make the final call. For Danny Carinini right now, having to work a bit harder than perhaps normal, because Andrea Piravano is not letting him get away too far away. The gap right now is just under half a second.
Yeah, it is half a second, but it is still a doable gap. It's still comfortable. Here's a little look further down in the field. You saw very quickly there, I think Wisniewski, Giacardi, Vilma Svan, Logoni, all trying to make their way through the field here. This is back a little further up in the order. Kevin Bryce setting the fastest lap of the race now. There is Arthur Vassor, Lewis Bird, Bryce, Simic all trying to get through. But Tony, though, looking quick, but like I say, under investigation. There was Riccardo Ferrari just going through the shot as well, and the M2 coloured liveried kart just going through. Vassor really impressing me on this one with those positions gained. He's staying in touch with these drivers up ahead here. waiting, I think, for a prime opportunity. But for Pirovano, I think he's not going to close in on Carinini here. And now I think the drivers behind have sensed that, and they've teamed up and they've gone through. Aluja, Bertoni go through. Pirovano now under pressure from Arthur Vassort in P5.
Yeah, I just wonder with Pirovano whether this is one of those tyre management challenges right now. If he's pushed them too hard, if he's pushed that new set too hard, too early, they can get a bit peaky sometimes. He's got to bring the temperatures back and get them back into the proper operating, the stable range. Riccardo Ferrari is setting the timing screen alive as right down the inside here comes Luca Bertoni. This is the second on the road. We've not heard any more news regards the investigation of the 2-4-3 here in the commentary box. But that is Bertoni back up to second place now. He's wrestling the kart into turn number 2. But keep an eye on Ferrari. They're in 8th place now, a little bit further back from this pack, but has just set another new fastest lap of the race of 49.5. That is an astonishing bit of pace.
Yeah, that certainly is. Really pushing it forward. I mean, but we've seen this, you know, Riccardo Ferrari, has he decided to deploy a new set of tyres? My answer to that is going to be yes, but not a full set. He's only gone for the left-hand side. So again, we have seen that left-hand side work for so many drivers. We're seeing it work for him right now, but this has been not his worst result, but he's down a lot more than what he's been in earlier races when he's on lesser tyres than what he's currently been on now, has Riccardo Ferrari. So he is right at the back of this train. You can just see him there in the pink M2 liveried car just coming through, but he is racing for Zanki Motorsport this weekend. Yeah, I don't want to say he's struggling in this one, but he's not found the rhythm yet in this one.
Not quite yet, but there's still 5 laps of this one to go, including the one that we are on right now. This group are not closing in on Carinini. This is looking, again, like a routine victory for Danny Carinini as there is trouble for one of the PSRs. I think that is Dylan Patel in the 302. We will drop outside of the top 30. Onto the back straights yet again, down and towards turn 14. And, whoa, right on the scene there. That was Kevin Brest down the inside of Pirovano for 5th place. End of lap 7. Leader clear by 1.2.
Yeah, indeed. This is exactly what Danny Carinini needs in this racing today. Superb effort from him over the course of this weekend. Under pressure, though, down the inside. Nicely timed, but was it outbraked there for Bryce? No, it wasn't. And Kevin Brest goes through. Nicely done, but now here comes Riccardo Ferrari down the inside of Arthur Vassort. Now that's kicked off. It's got Lewis Bird, Pirovano, Gerety, Heron, all in this train now starting to get through. Now we're starting to see these drivers on the single set of fresh tyres really start to come through the field now as Pirovano has dropped down to P10 now.
Yeah, it's not gone the way that Pirovano would have wanted. Down the inside, here comes Cian Gerety. Now here we go. We've seen this many a time that as the competition gets on, Cian Gerety gets stronger and stronger. We've not talked about him too much so far this weekend, but that's him past his compatriot Lewis Bird up to 6th place.
Yep, nicely done. Back here though, still Bertoni in 2nd place, but remember he is still under investigation. We've not had anything come through just yet of it, but still there is a question mark over the driver in 2nd place. Johan Aluja will know that, of course. He will have been in that position to see that warning flag came up on the screen, but right now not wanting to push it too hard, thinking there could be something after this race. I could save my tyres a little bit more, not have to push him too hard, trying to get past him. You know, it is the long game he's thinking of right here.
He is indeed, and he's very, very good at it. 2 laps to go then. Lead is now 0.9 of a second. Who's made the most progress in this race? I think we're going to Milan Marchak in 22nd place right now, as there's a warning flag. That'll be a 5-second penalty for the 274 of Rafael Reggiani. This is on board with Matteo Giaccardi. That is Luca Horton just ahead of Longoni. I think this is back on actually, no, it's not on the first lap. That's how close it is in the middle of the pack. That was only a few moments ago. Back in the battle for 2nd on the road. Bertoni looking comfortable at the moment ahead of Aluja.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, he's not stressing the kart out there too much. He's not going defensive in any way. He's just staying behind it. Quick check over the shoulder there, just to think, you know, what is the gap situation? And very kindly delivered by our production crew there. It's just under 0.3 of a second is the gap. But Tony won't know that. He'll go, how far? 1 finger, 2 finger, 3 finger, 4 finger lengths behind is how far he is. But yeah, doing a really good job. But like I say, question mark. This man here, though, fantastic job. Danny Carinini, outright pole, fastest group. Win after win after win after win. It's just all coming together for him this weekend.
It is, but we've got to remember that it was a similar position at Zuera, and you know, it didn't quite go his way in the final. He'll be happy with his work so far, but I think this is why he's trying to reserve so much for tomorrow, especially if it starts to get warmer as well. But right now, Danny Carinini wins again at Franciacorta. It's a Zanchi Motorsport 1-2 over the line with Luca Bertoni there in second place. Ryan Aluja is definitely back on form now after a difficult start to the day, P3. But that was cool, calm and collected for Carinini, and he will march on with one more race to go. Could it be a perfect run through the qualifying heats for the Italian? We'll find out later on today at about 5:30, 17:30 local time. That race is due to go off.
Indeed. Well, right now he can just relax for a little bit. He's got a nice big break until his next race, which is due out at 5:30. So he can sit back, watch the next of the senior races, and then, of course, go into the juniors and minis a little bit later on. But for Danny Carinini, that's exactly what he needed. He'll make his way back into the pit lane, or into Parc Fermé, I should say, and will be delighted with that one, knowing that he has 0 points to his name and is a prime position later on for that race. Well, we'll head down in a moment to do a live interview with our race winner on that one, but we'll take, of course, before that one, short ad break. But for Danny Carinini, that's the result he would have wanted. Luca Bertoni, Johanna Luja, Riccardo Ferrari from Kevin Bress, Cian Geraghty from Other Sort, Lewis Bird from Hugo Heron, Cathal Clark, I should say, from Gustav Vinevsky, finishing just behind in P11. Pirovano dropping to P12 at the end of that one from George Nassar. Then it's Nicholas Simic from Leonardo Lagoni rounding out the top 15.
Second half of the finishers, Luca Horton 16th, Phil Masvara, Matteo Giaccardi, Maxime Blanchemont and Francois Delatti all inside the top 20. Alessandro Cocozza, Milan Marchak, Elliot Weiss and Mickey Blashkos in a top 25 completed by Robbie Buckley. Just a good drive that from Marchak, up 9 spots in that race. Miguel Silva, Wesley de Goy, Kevin Bakker, Timeo Rupen in a top 30 completed by George Kokinakis, Kirone and Patel finishes in that one, as was Van Overberg one of the time, which was Rafael Pajani. Right, so here's the start. Yes, interesting positioning there for Luca Bertoni off the start, but for Danny Carinini, no problems. Into turn 1 in the lead of the race. Van Aluja followed through as well. The rest of them, that was the moment for Longoni, right in the middle of the pack, wrestling his way through turn number 2. Plenty of overtaking once again down into turn 5, but all in all, a good clean start for the 34 runners here in X30 Senior.
It certainly was, and as they get going in this one, you could just see the newer tyres getting deployed in this one. Everyone choosing to go for it now, and I've already got the intel. It's the similar story in the next race, Andrew. Everyone is going fresh tyres, but right here, right now, you could just see them going to work here. Big moves down the inside for Sort going for it. And again, just not wasting any time. He tried to gain as many positions as he could right in that early stage, just really pushing through the field to try and close up. And he did do a good job. There he is in P4, but then he had to deal with the likes of the drivers behind. Retirement in the latter stages of the race, unfortunately for Rafael Rajani from Portugal. He was out of the race in the dying stages of the race. Big moves again, big sends. I thought he was going to run out wide there, but luckily for Kevin Bress, he just held on to that position.
Yeah, another good result for one of the drivers from the French squad, Castellet Karts Racing. In the end, Bress would go through into 5th place. Down into turn 14, Cian Geraghty had one of the strongest runs so far. He's doing a lot of the engineering on his machine now as well. And Cian Geraghty, would fight his way through to 6th place. This was on board with Giaccardi. Close moments between Horton and Longoni, both of them getting past Longoni in that move. But for Danny Caronini, business as usual. Starts on pole position, gets the lead, lights to flag victory, and he stays perfecto through the course of this weekend.
That's Spanish, by the way. But we're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We're back in around 4 minutes' time for the next of the senior qualifying heats. They'll be coming up very, very soon. Stay with us.
Racing Spirit was born out of the need to create a clothing line that could embody the passion and the experience that OMP gathered and cultivated working alongside the most successful racing teams of the last 50 years. Racing Spirit garments are made by enthusiasts, for enthusiasts. They can be worn every day in leisure time, but especially on race venues. From the paddock of the hottest Formula One races to the service parks of winter rallies in all weather conditions. Racing Spirit offers a complete range of clothing and accessories for men and women, designed and developed in Italy, combining aesthetics, comfort, and functionality. Because of these features, it is the brand of choice of several prestigious motorsport outfits and organizations. Racing Spirit is the meeting point between high quality and Italian style, as well as the introduction of sustainable materials and innovation, such as the use of graphene. Racing Spirit offering comes with 4 options: cutting-edge designs and customization techniques. Lifestyle is a line of garments ideal for everyday and leisure wear, with refined style and innovative materials. Crew are custom garments of the highest quality that strengthen the visual identity of the team or organization. For instance, the choice of Skoda Motorsport and Dallara. Corporate is a full custom-designed clothing line for sizable organizations, such as Toyota Racing Development. Finally, the teamwear line for maximum creative freedom uses sublimation printing technology derived from OMP's racing experience. Similarly to the other Racing Force Group brands, Racing Spirit shares the same DNA of competing to be the first and ultimately become the reference in the market.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Senior X30 qualifying heat C versus G is coming up next out onto the circuit. And again, like we alluded to a little bit earlier on, tyres has been the main talking point. More tyres have been deployed in this one. For Marcus Luzio, though, it's been a relatively decent weekend. He sits 4th in the IC, 10 points to his name, but he's still in a really good position. He starts on pole for this one, and he has deployed a new set of tyres, but only on the left-hand side.
On the left-hand side, but this is where, you know, last race he was up against drivers who'd deployed half sets and kept himself in there. This is where that should now reward him. He's got fresher tyres than a number of the other drivers out there on circuit. Let's see if he can deliver from pole position.
Certainly so. There you can see the 1 minute board up in the air. Hopefully it doesn't wave it around like I just don't care. There we go. There's a nice one in there. I like that song. But there we go. Yeah, Marcus Luzio getting himself ready. He does have to deal with David Dragan starting alongside him. He has deployed a full set of brand new tyres on the outside there. That could be a worrying threat there for Marcus Luzio, who, again, is looking for another strong result in this.
And we've seen Dragan be able to get very good starts from second on the grid so far this weekend. He went round the outside of Natalia Granada in a race earlier on this afternoon. So, yeah, keep an eye out for the Romanian Fulzanchi Motorsport. We're nearly ready. Well, we are ready. We're just waiting for the timer to tick over to 15:50 to begin the formation lap here on time at the circuit. Clement Outron in this race as well, currently defending 3rd place in the IC. Could be interesting to see how he gets on here.
Certainly so. Engines fire up as we make our way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup then for qualifying heat C versus G. Marcus Luzio and David Dragan start this one on the front row of the grid. Clement Outron and Matthias van der Kerkhoff going from row 2. Sam Balota and Finn McLaughlin go from row 3. Row 4 is Angelo Mello and Nicholas Fragakis on that row. Then it's Thomas van Villey and Joseph Smith on row 5. Teresa Babichkova and Andy Rattel round out row 6. Alessandro Tedesca, Ralph Tharin, Eloy Gonzalez and Christian Vagani round out the next 2 rows up to row 8.
Kevin Lantinger and Marlon Bayer go from row 9. Andrea Giudice and Morgan Knudsen start on row 10. Sem van der Heijden has had a testing weekend, goes from row 11 here alongside Greece's Christos Hatsis. On the red speed, Marius Barryberg has been quiet so far this weekend. Can the Norwegian move through from the 12th row of the grid? It's joined by Nicolas Antil on that one. Freddie Housley, another driver who's had a difficult weekend, starts on row 13 alongside Florent Panet. Otto Pikkanen and Lucas Friedrich will move forward, you think, on pace from row 14. Ricardo Kokotza and Victor Kulmala start on row 15. Boque Romeo and Gabriel Amarillo start on row 16. All 33 drivers due in this race are out on circuit. The 33rd of them is the 309 of Luke Taylor.
Well, this is going to be a busy race in this one with so many drivers deploying that fresh set of tyres. We saw how busy the previous race was with the entire grid choosing to go for a fresh set. It didn't shake up the field as much as I think it would have done earlier on when you saw, 1 or 2 drivers go for a new set. They flew through the field. This time around, it makes it just that little bit more hectic in a way for the field. But as they make their way in towards turn 14, hopefully we'll get a start first time of asking. There you can see there's a gap there. And that is, what position that is? Is that McLaughlin just not going into position? Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's McLaughlin is just leaving a gap in front of him there, so he can get on the power for the start of this one. Are we going? Yes, we are. We're green flag and racing. And that start didn't work out for him. Actually, he's dropped down several positions for Finn McLaughlin. He's going to try and hold it around the outside, but he's going to slot back in. The start for the inside worked well. Lucio Utron Balota getting away well. Lucio's got some clean air. Balota in 3rd place is holding on to it. They slot through turn number 5. All of them make it through. Do they all make it through the exit of turn 6 and through 7? And the answer to that is yes. It's a nice clean start from the inside row as Lucio leads the way.
Yeah, very good start for the inside row. I think also compounded by the anti-pole side of the grid being at least semi-asleep there. In reactions to the lights, but never mind that. If you're Marcus Lucio in the lead of this race, here comes David Dragan down the inside. Whoa. And gets the position. Coming in as well is Matthias van der Kerkhoff in the black helmet and the black and white victory lane entry there. End of lap number 1. It's Lucio from Utram. Balota. Dragan has got past Angelo there into 4th place. Van der Kerkhoff didn't quite make his way through following Dragan, but is there in 6th place. McLaughlin, Van Vliet, Smith and Gonzalez completing the top 10.
Well, still action happening here on lap number 2 now, with Lucio, like you were saying, leading the way. Utron looking comfortable-ish because Balota right in that rear bumper, and I thought that was going to be a move there for Melli. Melli is going to need a good result on this one. Disaster what happened to him earlier on with that rear bumper falling off. It's not what he will have wanted, at that stage of the weekend.
No, but it has had solid results in other stages of the weekend, so I think we've got to probably forget about being in the front, say, 5 rows of the final, but definitely could still be in the final with more good results from here on in. End of lap number 2. Changes for position 2 confirm. Van der Kerkhoff passed Meliangelo, as we just discussed there. Joseph Smith having a better weekend of it here in Franciacorta, up to 8th place now ahead of Thomas van Vliet. Fastest driver on the circuit right now, though, is Finn McLaughlin. 7th place at the moment for the Irishman, racing once again for VDK Racing. 50.224. Other reports, Babichkova, Teresa Babichkova through into 14th place ahead of Alessandro Tedesca.
Yes, indeed. Well, there you can see a battle's happening there. There's a driver, I think, at the back of the grid with a bit of rear-end damage there. The rear bumper is bent inwards. It's the 370. Now, who is this right down the field? Nicholas Antilli there, unfortunately. Yeah, for the Kart Club Valais there. He has not had the race he would have wanted here.
Yes, that's a curious one. I think he's either... It looks even more like a motorbike's running to the back of him, or he's run backwards.
He's reversed into a lamppost at some point. It's bananaed, that rear bumper.
Either way, not ideal, not factory specification, as we say. Andy Rattel, fastest driver on the circuit, 49.792. As down the inside for TB. That's a nice move there, and it's the 269. coming through the order yet again. It's Clement Outron now back into second place.
Indeed, yeah, it's got that move done there. Nicely done on the inside of David Dragan. Dragan, though, might have the opportunity to fight back in towards turn number 2 as Belote is having to deal with the freight train of carts behind. And, well, Outron thought that Dragan was going to go for the move at turn 2 as he went defensive there in through turns 2 and 3. Now they're going to lose touch a little bit here with Marcus Luzio if they don't try and work together here. The gap's only 0.3 of a second. They're still within touching distance. There's the gap between the two, non-existent between Outron and Dragan at the moment. But Van der Kerkhoff, I think, is the driver these drivers need to worry about. He's there in P4. He has closed in quite a bit. He started this race in P4, so he hasn't gained anything. But he did drop back quite a bit at the start of the race because he started on the outside, and as we saw, the outside was caught sleeping a little bit at the start of that race. He's closed back in, and he's looking strong there. There you can see him in the victory lane closing in, just behind these three. And if they continue to scrap like they are, well, they will get closed in. Luzio's been closed in now. Outron and Dragan are on that rear bumper.
Well, Luzio has been closed in, but we've seen him be able to deal with this scenario several times this season already. Has he once again been able to reserve something in terms of that performance that just keep him in the lead of this one? Down through sector number 2, cascading into turn 11, then 12. Van der Kerkhoff dragging that second lot of the chase group across the gap, it would seem. Andy Rattel has just gone up to 9th place past Thomas Van Vliet for the lead. Here goes Outron down the inside. Bit of help from Dragan behind, and Luzio slips back into 3rd.
Yep, that was nicely done. Again, the two of them just pushing itself forward, and now Dragan's going to go for the move. Luzio back down the inside. Here comes Van der Kerkhoff as well. Denied by Outron, who slams the door closed. Now it's starting to get a little bit heated between these drivers, but crucially, Luzio is in second place. He can try and close up to Dragan again. Now, Dragan, remember, has got the fresh set, full set of tyres. Change again. Van der Kerkhoff's got through this time for good on Outron. He's up into 3rd place.
Belote, McLaughlin and Smith closing in not too far behind. David Dragan is pushing hard here to try and break away, try and use the advantage of his full set of new tyres to break away from the rest of the pack. These are crucial laps for the Romanian. Racing once again for Sankey Motorsport. His lead is 0.2 of a second into turn 1. They go through turn 2 and then 3, sweeping down through 4 and towards the hairpin of turn 5. Corner exits are really important here for David Dragan. That's where he needs to use the new rear tyres to propel himself out of the corners, give himself more an advantage, especially when they head down towards turn 14.
Talking of exits, we were talking about this before the weekend even started. We were looking at the track and we were just thinking, we've been here so many times. Where are these sort of key moments where you don't want to mess up? One of the main ones is out of turn 5, isn't
Absolutely.
it? That inside corner, you can get such an exit out there, and from there you're flat through 6, 7, 8 into the braking zone of 9. That's a vital one as well, because it's so easy to get a move down the inside through 9 and 10. We have seen it time in, time out over the course of this weekend. You mess that corner up, you're in trouble.
Turn 5. Van der Kerkhoff down the inside of Luzio. That's a brave manoeuvre, and he's made it work. Oh, what a gutsy move from the Belgian for victory lane. But yet, it's often something that you see when you've got a big pack. If you get off the racing line throughout a turn 5, you might have to wait all the way to turn 14 to get back on it. If you've got 10 carts coming down your inside through all sector number 2, and there's simply no opportunity to get back on the racing line, back in that racing groove, even through here through turn 13. Oh dear, as off the road is the 218, the EGP.
That's Angelo Mello.
That's down the order again, and Eloy Gonzalez I think was involved in that as well. Well, the winner here last year, not quite hitting the same form so far this weekend, now finds himself outside the top 20.
Angelo Melli, I should say. I keep calling him Mello. Angelo Melli, unfortunately, again dropping down the order. This will not be the results he will have wanted at all. He's tumbling down to 26th place. This is Finn McLaughlin on the charge back. Outron goes back through those, so he's out-braked himself. Who is just behind there? Is it Joseph Smith? It is Joseph Smith. He's made his way up through the field just that little bit, gaining those positions. Rattel is in close company as well. There you can see Rattel. Here is a replay then. This is how, well, this move here from Van der Kerkhoff down the inside. Really nicely timed there. That was a brave move. We didn't think he was even close enough for that move yet.
He used the curb to great effect there.
He did.
Yeah, just hooking himself in. That's one of those that just shows the level of driver that are racing this year in the IAME Euro Series. If he snatches the break there, he's straight into the side of Marcus Luzio, and both carts are out of the race. Great racing from both of them over that second place. We're on the final lap now. David Dragan, big things expected from Dragan here this weekend. There's a lot of experience racing at this level in Italy, and is showing why, because he's leading this race. There's a warning flag for Marius Barryberg. That'll be +5 seconds for the Norwegian. He's having a tough weekend. David Dragan has just got 2 more corners to go, and he's going to secure a race victory here.
He certainly will. This is a superb race for David Dragan. The results he will have wanted then. Out of turn 15, he'll see the checkered flag. Nicely done, and he knows it. Bang at the head there as he goes through. It's like, yes, done it. That's what we needed.
Well, a driver who didn't qualify for the final in Zuera, was 4 positions outside the cutoff, is well on course to being there on Sunday. Elevates himself to 6th place in the intermediate classification, which stands like this after 5 rounds of races, 1 to go. Danny Carinini leads still on a perfect score of 0. Biasati is there on 4. Utron now slips to 9 points, so that's a separation of the 2 TB kart runners from before this round. Riccardo Ferrari now sits 4th on 11 points. Marcus Luzio slips to 5th. With that result in that last race, he's on 13. David Dragan, as we say, improves now to 6th place. Romeo Roussel goes up to 7th. Finn McLaughlin holds in 8th. And the drivers heading on into Parc Ferme. They have all got 1 race to go in X30 Senior, apart from Group B. They are now done. They've all had their races if they're in Group B. There's your provisional results for Group C versus Group G. Dragan from Van der Kerkhoff, Luzio, McLaughlin, Utron, your top 5. Smith, Rattel, Balota, Van Vleet and Latinga starting, or all finishing, I should say, in the top 10. Babichkova in 11th place there, ahead of Zanzaren. Barryberg 13th, but with a 5-second penalty. Marlon Bayer 14th. Good drive as well from Otto Pukkanen there, up to 15th place. Alessandro Tedesca 16th. Lucas Friedrich gained 11 spots, finished P17. Andrea Giudice finishes there in 18th place, ahead of Morgan Knudsen and Florent Panet. Christos Hatzis finishes P21. Eloy Gonzalez, an incident in that race, left the Spaniard P22. Luke Taylor up 10 spots to 23rd in the top 25, completed by Freddie Housley and Ricardo Cocotza. Victor Kumala in 26th, ahead of Gabriel Amarillo. Nicolas Antil in 28th place. Bocco Romiol in 29th. 4 retirements in that race. Sam van der Hayden, Angelo, Nicola Faragakis and Christian Vagani. Let's have a look at the highlights then. Not a good start for the anti-pole side of the grid. Dragan all the way down to 5th place by the time the field had even got through turn number 1. But for Marcus Luzio, it was another good start using his new tyres. Had half a set to great effect. Drivers running through and down the hill towards turn number 5, hoping for clean things. And it was a relatively clean start. It was a good start for this pack of X30 seniors. Van der Kerkhoff was on the prowl, looking to gain positions. Aggressive as ever. Really good overtaking from the Belgian, including this spot here, going down the inside of Melli there for a position. Marcus Luzio controlling things at the front, but after a weak start, David Dragan really started to use his full set of new tyres to strong effect, getting up to 3rd place. Unknown causes of the bent rear bumper for the 370 of Nicolas Antil, but the Swiss driver in the end would be P28. Clément Lutron did his best to try and hold off David Dragan. Van der Kerkhoff was on the move again, that time down the inside of Sambalota. That was at the start of lap number 5. Finn McLaughlin having a strong race yet again, continuing the good form we've seen throughout the course of 2024. The VDK Racing pilot would come home in 4th place, and Andy Rattel once again, this is a driver I'd keep an eye on in the super heats tomorrow when he's got a bit of a better starting position, because so far we've seen this weekend that the race pace has been very good. This was the change of story for Marcus Luzio. Not much that Luzio could have done about both Dragan and Utron coming down the inside. Dragan would hit the front with his own move into turn 2 at the start of lap 7. That would be the key move for the Romanian. He would not be displaced from this point on. It was all about whether Matthias van der Kerkhoff could fight his way through. Well, he definitely could. He got through past Utron for 3rd place and a move into turn 9. Not seen too many of those pulled off in that manner so far this weekend. And this one was even better. Inch perfect, millimetre perfect down the inside of Marcus Luzio. And that would put Victory Lane Karting back into 2nd place, getting right on the curb there. Any more speed into that corner, and that would have been an incident for the two of them. But David Dragan would not be defeated in this one. Good tactics, good use of the tyres by Zanki Motorsports. Finn McLaughlin would be down the inside. That was his key move for 4th place on Clement Utron. He would get back through once again into that 4th place. But there is Dragan across the line after 11 laps, takes the checkered flag, elevates himself to 6th place in the intermediate classification, ahead of the entertaining Van der Kerkhoff once again, Marcus Luzio in 3rd. Few clouds over the circuit here, but still good conditions in Franciacorta. Let's head down to Anthony Jordan, who's in Parc Ferme with our race winner.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I'm with David Dragan at the end of that fabulous race. David, superb driving from yourself out there. Track is, I think, getting quicker out there. How are the tyres feeling? Because everyone is choosing to go for brand new tyres at this stage of the weekend. What was your decision to go for the tyres then?
Yeah, well, the track is definitely getting faster. The weather is getting warmer as well, so so our new tires are definitely going to help here, especially in the later hits, as we get the super hit and then we get another new set for the final.
You're going to be out a little bit later on, so it's beginning to get to that stage of the weekend. Now you're 6th in the intermediate classifications. You're in a good spot, ready for tomorrow. Super heats, that's where championship points come into play at the end of the super heats. Do you feel everything is going to be sorted and ready for that one? Do you feel the team is going to help back you up as well?
Yeah, definitely. We're getting better as a whole. We're improving, and I just hope we'll do a great job.
You've seen your teammate, Danny Caronini, we've been working really well, getting good scores and doing what you need. If you ended up in a situation in the superheat where you're 1st and 2nd with Danny, are you going to be bothered that he's fighting quite high up in the ice here? Are you just going to go for the move?
No, I definitely won't be bothered. He's definitely the favorite here this weekend, and I think he's going to win the final. If I'm behind him or we're in a 1-2 situation, I think we're going to work together to try to finish the super hit or the final, whatever it is, together as a team.
Play the team game. I like it. Well, congratulations on that one, and we'll see you out there a little bit later on, but well done with the race win.
Thank you, thank you.
Excellent. Well, perfect stuff then for David Dragan. We'll see him out later on. More races coming up. Let's see what's coming up next. Over to you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Next up, it's the start of the 3rd and final round for X30 Junior. For Groups A and C, they will kick things off with another 8 laps over the course of 10.5 kilometres. And as we say, this is the final set of heats for all of these drivers. This is the last chance that they've got to qualify well for the super heats tomorrow. All drivers will make it through to those super heats with our field of just over 50 drivers here this weekend, but they all want to be in as strong a position as possible. Make sure they don't leave themselves too much to do in that one single super heat tomorrow, where the job will be make sure you're in the top 36 for the final intermediate classification. That's what books you a spot through into Sunday's final. Situation in the intermediate classification as things stand, leading at the moment is that man there, cart number 21 for Future Motorsport, Harrison Mackie. 2 races, 2 wins, and he starts this one from pole position. The formation lap begins. Let's take you through the full grid for X30 Junior. Qualifying heat, Group A versus C. Harrison Mackie starts on pole position. Alongside him on the front row is his teammate Riley Cranham. Tyg Buckley and Zach Green go from row number 2. And it's fired on Papaphilippou and Kenzo Craigie on row number 3. Archie Owen and Guido Bedoli start on row 4. Then it's Matteo Melis and Arthur Didonka starting on row 5. That's your top 10. Henry Carter and Wouter Bergenu start on row 6. Aston Sharp and Moritz Moore go from row 7. Chiara Batic and Javier Barasca start on the 8th row of the grid ahead of Evan Purcell and Nat Johnston. Completing the top 20, runner-up last time out in Suera, Thomas Pradir. Alongside him on that row is Romania's David Minciuna. The winner from last time out in Spain, Benjamin Maniac, starts 21st and is joined by Jacob Backler on row 11. Amelia Byrne and Ella Hakkinen start on row 12. Good race from Ella Hakkinen earlier, gaining 7 spots. And the last row is row 13. Daniel Oliver and Luigi Cocchianella complete the 26 kart field. Anthony Jordan rejoins me in the commentary box. It's warm out there, mate. It's hotting up, and you know, it's the last round of heats for all these X30 juniors, and it's now or never if they've not performed so far today.
It's a tense time for them at this point, because so many drivers have had those good results, Mackie being one of them. He starts at the front row for this one. Prime opportunity to really, really push himself forward in this one. There has been, I think, developments in the tyre strategy in this one as well. Not many are going for a full set, but in a little further back in the field, there has been. Looks like Javier Broasca has chosen to go for a brand new full set, the same as Daniel Oliver. Also, brand new complete set of tyres, but no one at the front. They are saving them for tomorrow. Lights go green. We are racing then. The final time we will see groups A and C out today. Who is going to start on pole for the Superheat tomorrow? And it could very well be Harrison Mackie if he can get a win in this race. One of the karts going off the track there just in the background. I think that was Wouter Bergenu, or could have been Aston Sharp there, who has gone off the track, but they were next to each other, and both of them also going a little bit wide. The rest of the field slotting through then as they head down in towards turn number 9 and 10 for the first time. The train starting to form, but crucially, it's Mackie, Buckley and Papaphilippou who have broken away nicely.
Yeah, they've done a really good bit of work in the early stages of this race, sweeping through 13 and down towards 14 for the first time in this one. It's a good start for Harrison Mackie, although they looked very good on the brakes there was Tyg Buckley. That could be a key factor through the course of this race. Buckley setting up for a potential move here, and Mackie's wise to it, just sits to the inside, doesn't defend too hard there, but he just wanted to make sure that the odds for Buckley were long. Put out that thought in his mind potentially of going for a move at the start of lap number 2, but it's a breakaway of 5 completed by Zach Green there in the number 68, who's had a good start. Chiara Batic's had a good start, up to 10th place, a good improvement of 5 spots there.
Certainly is. Keeping an eye on this train there. No moves just yet between the top of them. Buckley got ahead of Cranham, so it was Cranham who was in second in the early stages of that race. Like you can see, they're in 3rd place. Now we're going to see a double move here. We're going to see Buckley on Mackie. We're going to see Papaphilippou on Cranham. And Zach Green's going to go through as well. So Cranham doesn't just lose 1, he loses 2 and drops down to P5 now. Buckley leads the way. Mackie, this is the first time he's not led a qualifying heat this far this weekend.
Indeed, he's been in very good form so far this weekend. Well, Tyg Buckley on 4 points at the moment, has had 2 second places so far this year. Green down the inside. That was a mighty move, and it's side by side now between Papaphilippou and the 39 of Cranham. Kenzo Craigie on the scene as well, trying to go for 2 moves. That was a bit of a brave one, but in fact it's worked. It's unconventional, but it's worked for Kenzo Craigie. Got Papaphilippou off the racing line and got it done on the exit of turn 10 there.
Archie Owen getting involved as well. But yeah, that looked like the first attempt failed, but then it sort of discombobulated Papaphilippou there, and he just went wide on the second one, and then got it on the second apex there through turn 10. So nicely done. Green with that fantastic move earlier on is closed in here, and he will close in even more with Mackie retaking the lead down the inside of Tyg Buckley and moves up into P1 again. Checks over the shoulder and does immediately go defensive in towards turn 5. That forces Green to go for the long way round to the outside of Buckley. It doesn't help him out. He doesn't get alongside. Chiara Batic Fastest lap of the race, 51.096, looking strong there.
Yeah, looking very strong indeed. Down into sector number 2 once again. Harrison Mackie in the lead of this one. Well, just to go back to Tyg Buckley, has been arguably the most consistent driver across qualifying heats in 2024 so far, but has still not had a qualifying heat win. Lots of seconds, lots of thirds. It means he's scored well through these parts of both round 1 and round 2, but he's still searching for that elusive victory. Zach Green right there as well. 3 drivers who all know each other very well, for teams that know each other very well. Mackie, great defence there into turn 2. Zach Green looking very quick here, looking down the inside now for second place. Lovely move through past Buckley there into second place.
Yeah, that is nicely done. Working really, really well there for Mackie as well with the rest of them. Green looking strong, and like you're saying, really now he's got to dig deep here to try and close up to Mackie. Now he's got past Buckley. Like you were saying, Buckley there, he's looking for his first win, but again, he's in these good positions. You might not need to get a win in the qualifying heats as long as you have the good finals. The super heats and the finals, they're the important ones. This is just basically a really long, overcomplicated qualifying session for 2 races that you've got over the course. The super heat that sorts out the grid for the final, and of course the final itself. Buckley back down the inside of Green, back into P2. These two are chopping and changing. Papaphilippou and Craigie have swapped places as well. And here comes Papaphilippou down the inside. Green's tumbled down the order. He's gone back into P5.
I think there's a bit of a hand up there from Papaphilippou to say either sorry about that or thank you for not turning in on me. There's Zach Green. That was one of those moves that was bold from Papaphilippou, but very much gave Green one of 2 options. Either give me this position or we're both ending up off the circuit. And they both carry on for now. But that move from Buckley at the start of this lap, switching from driver's left to the inside, brilliantly done. Now, has this chase pack got the pace to bring Harrison Mackie back? We're at the end of lap number 6, 2 to go. Through or defending there is Papaphilippou ahead of Kenzo Craig, who's done a lot of racing this year so far. This weekend on board with the GGM team there, and he's having another strong run. Can he find a way down the inside? Oh no, I think he got caught in 2 minds there. That was too much curb through and into sector number 2, and it's now left invulnerable a bit to Zach Green. Back comes Riley Cranham. The 63 of Henry Carter is also involved. It is a good run for Henry Carter. We've not seen too much of the Croc Promotions driver so far today, but Carter up to 7th place.
Ella Hakkinen, unfortunately, seeing a warning flag. That'll be an in-race 5-second time penalty. And straight on there at the turn 14. Who's that? Who's missing from the top drivers?
It's Craigie.
Is it Kenzo Craigie? Yes, it is. He's tumbled down the order. Kenzo Craigie is out of this race. He was looking strong there, but we just saw a hint of Carter. There's more contact. Green going wheel to wheel there with Chiara Batigue. Batigue keeping it all on the track and keeping it in order, but a very sideways moment there. She holds on to it and she stays in that position, but very scary moments there on this final lap of the race. Mackie, though, crucially leads the way from Buckley, but only by 1/10 of a second. Can Buckley get the move done in towards turn 14? There will be a moment here. They're going to go defensive. Can Buckley get it round the outside? That's the ultimate question. I think Mackie's learned how to defend that corner perfectly over this weekend, and he will take it across the line. It's Harrison Mackie.
And pole position for one of the super heats tomorrow, locked in. Brilliant performance from Harrison Mackie, his strongest of 2024 so far, and he can be very, very happy about that indeed. Takes the win from Tyg Buckley. For Buckley, it's 6 points on the board. It could be pole position for him in one of the super heats as well. He's currently 3rd in the IC, so Scott Lindblom finishes 4th or lower. That'll swap Buckley up to first position for Super Heat B. But what we do know is Super Heat A will start tomorrow with this man, Harrison Mackie, at the very front.
Oh, it certainly will. Super Heat 1 is going to be a good one. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. That will be tomorrow. Don't go anywhere, though. There is still one more Junior X30 qualifying heat to go today. That one is coming up straight after a brief live interview with our pole sitter for Super Heat 1 tomorrow. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. Next race due to come out on track at 30:30 in around 10 minutes' time. So we've got plenty of time to go through the results. Harrison Mackie, Tyke Buckley, Fadem Papaphilippou and Riley Cranham. Carter from Owen, Green Batig, Dodonka Broaska, Melis from Plader, Magnac, Johnstone and Sharp round out the top 15. Then it is Volta Bergenu, Guido Badoldi finishing in 17th place from Jakob Bachelor. Emilio Berndt finishing in 19th place from Moritz Moore. Ella Hakkinen finishing in 21st, but remember, does have that warning flag. Unfortunately, she'll tumble down just that little bit more. Evan Purcell finishing in 22nd place from Daniel Oliver. Devin Minchuna from Kenzo Craigie. Unfortunately, he did see the checkered flag, but all the way down in 25th place. That is a disaster then for Craigie. Cocanelia there as well, also out of the race on the middle point of the race, unfortunately finishing in 26th place. But there on your screen, Harrison Mackie, what can you say about that one? Superb run of qualifying heats. He'll secure pole position for tomorrow's Superheat. Let's take you through the highlights on this one. It was a good start from the inside row. Watch the top three go through there. You can see Mackie, Buckley, Papaphilippou getting a good getaway. Keep an eye though on Riley Cranham. He managed to get the result back up into that top spot though in the early stages. The driver for Fusion Motorsport just dropping down a little bit. There you can see off the track. It didn't go well at all. I believe that was for Aston Sharp, but I think he actually finished quite high up in the order, so not completely sure who that was who went off the circuit. But still, a shaky start then for the rest of the field. But crucially, it was a good getaway, though. This was the moment that Tyke Buckley went for the move on Harrison Mackie. This was the first time that Buckley would have led this weekend in a qualifying heat. He has always been behind Harrison Mackie, but Mackie would fight back. That was the moment that Kenzo Craigie got down the inside of Papaphilippou in towards turns 9 and 10. The move wasn't on through 9. He made it work through turn 10, so it was a good recovery at the end of that one. There you can see Archie Owen just going wheel to wheel there with Riley Cranham, not able to get the move done. Zach Green got up to third place, though, on lap number 4, and this is where we saw the change at the front once again. Mackie down the inside, that allowed Zach Green to close in, but Zach Green, unfortunately, not finishing within the top 3, finishing all the way down P7. That was another angle of the move on the same lap, just confirming that position change here. Mackie retaking the lead of that one, not wanting to waste any time, as he wanted a clean weekend. Like you say, outright pole position and a clean one. He is doing a carbon copy to Danny Carinini in the senior category. But Danny Carinini, of course, one more race he's got left. There was Tyke Buckley back down the inside into second place on Zach Green, on Will Green, sorry, I should say. No, on Zach Green, I should say. But yeah, nicely done all the way throughout. There again, Kenzo Craigie. Not sure what happened to Kenzo Craigie at the end of that race. Off at turn 14, something had happened. That was Henry Carter going down the inside, getting the moves done. He actually had a good race on that one, gained 6 positions, finished up in P5, so some good results for Henry Carter. This was the moment there. Zach Green, Chiara Batig, wheel-to-wheel contact there, and Archie Owen managing to get the jump on the rest of the field. It would go the way, though. Harrison Mackie, he would take the checkered flag. 0 points to his name. Outright pole position in qualifying on Friday. He's going to start on pole for the Superheat later on in the weekend. Let's go down to Parc Ferme, Andrew Mather, and I'm sure who's with Harrison Mackie.
Indeed, Anthony here with Harrison Mackie. Harrison, 3 wins from 3, a perfect Saturday, pole position for the Superheat. Tomorrow, you can't ask for much more than that.
No, definitely not. Obviously, I didn't think this would be as how it is, but obviously we've got it how it is, and everything's been right. It's a team set up. Obviously, T4, Chris, watched it in the tent. Obviously, been a massive help to be able to do this. So.
How good does it feel to be, what we say, delivering now on the promise that we saw at the very start of the year? Thinking back to Winter Cup at Valencia, it didn't quite go your way. Zuera was a tough one as well, but now you really seem to be in your stride this season.
Yeah, obviously Valencia didn't go well. We had a crash at the start of that. Zuera weren't too bad. We came third, but we're bringing the pace that we should have had at them two to here.
Last corner, I want to talk about that because you really seem to have that one nailed down in terms of being able to defend positions. Is there any secrets you want to share, or do you want to keep it to yourself?
No, I think just going into there, I think it's one of the best overtaking spots, and because you can defend going into turn one, and which obviously if you just sat behind, then obviously you can go back further back. So I just thought I'd just keep defending that every lap, just to make sure no one can go in to make that race painful. So.
Pole for the superheat tomorrow. How are things looking? How are the tyres? What condition are they in before that one?
I think everything's fine, setup's fine. I don't know, I think everything's sort of all right. I think we just got to go for the same what we've done today for tomorrow.
Anything for brother Lewis to work on tomorrow tomorrow morning?
Could be a bit more happier, to be fair.
Good stuff. Well done, Harrison. Harrison Mackie there, P1 in X30 Junior, and we'll start from pole position in the superheat tomorrow. Anthony, back to you in the box.
Thank you very much. There are some serious shades there on Harrison Mackie. I'm kind of jealous of them, but the reflection in those certainly weren't doing you any justice there, Andrew. Next race is coming up, qualifying Heat B versus D. Obviously, we have secured who is on pole position for Superheat 1. Scott Lindblom is in line to potentially be your pole sitter in Superheat 2. But, of course, Ty Butley in that first qualifying heat is there in third. If Lindblom drops down a few places in this one, he might be in a little bit of bother. He does start, though, on pole position for this one, Groups B and D, with Jos Mulder alongside. There you can see the 3-minute board is a few moments there ahead of us. There you can see Scott Lindblom. He's in the shade. He hasn't got his race suit on yet. He's not seated or anything like that. He is, well, that is a sign of a driver who is, well, chilled, I think, at the moment. There you can see Lindblom not yet suited and booted, ready to get going in this one. There is a bit of time to go, actually, before this race gets underway. It is due to start in around 4 minutes' time. But there, Scott Lindblom really just enjoying at this moment. There's the whistle for the 3-minute board. And I think that's his cue to start getting race ready. This is a moment really now for Scott to really focus. Because like you say, if he can start on pole for Superheat 2, he can come away with some good championship points at the end of that one. Of course, he'll have to work on trying to beat Mackie. You know, he's only got the 3 points. If he gets a win here, 3 points, it means that if Mackie finishes that Superheat tomorrow lower than third place or fourth place, Lindblom would take the lead. If Lindblom wins that, he would get the 10 championship points. Again, it sounds a little bit confusing. I hope you're sticking with us on that one, but it does make sense in our minds. There is Jos Mulder, again, just having a really good run this weekend. He does sit within the top 8 in the intermediate classifications. He sits a little further down, and he's 7th with 11 points. He's joint with Zach Green, but he knows that Zach Green isn't going to race again, so just needs a win here to make sure he stays in that sort of position here. He may be able to gain 1 or 2, but his 11 is the lowest he can get in terms of points. It's only if anyone else in this race drops down a little bit.
Yeah, if he can get a win here, it would mean the likes of Angelina Simmons would at best be able to score 2 points, which would elevate him up the order. But if you're Angelina Simmons, this is a great opportunity to hold potentially a third place starting grid position for one of those superheats right now, this is another one of those circuits where if offer some of the drivers, would you rather start second or third? That long run into turn 2, they'd probably say, yeah, I'll take the inside of row 2, thank you very much. So for Angelina, great opportunity here to put herself in a very strong starting spot for one of those superheats tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly that. There are some of the mini drivers who are there watching the juniors. They'll be out next after this one. They're just waiting to see what happens out on circuit. Tense time here coming in for the drivers. 1 minute board goes up in the air. And again, for Lindblom, Mulder, Simmons, Sennemanier, as well as Helder and Phillips, this is all now a moment of really trying to push themselves through the field, trying to put themselves through. There's Robert Rose, the pre-grid officer this weekend, doing what he can. He's got a cheeky smile on his face, but I can guarantee you this, he does not like to be interviewed, so do not stick a microphone in his face.
No, he'll try and run away from you, the key word being try. Martin Bean, our race director, overlooking things. Good afternoon, Martin, giving us a wave and a salute.
Happiest man in karting is Martin Bean. Happiest man in karting.
The time is 16:29 here in Franciacorta. Hello to everyone watching around Europe, around the world. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you. The last race of the qualifying heats for X30 Junior, X30 Mini coming up after this one, and that last round of heats for seniors as well. Let's take you through the grid, though, for this qualifying heat between groups B and D in X30 Junior.
It's Sweden's Scott Lindblom who started on pole position. Jos Mulder starting alongside. Spain's Angelina Simmons from Belgium's Senna Menier go from row number 2. Jorn Helder and Jesse Phillips go from row 3. Dan Alleman and Toby Gale go from row 4. Simon Katola and Stig Dredemaker round out the top 10. They go from row 5 from Didier Klieft and Niels Malik on row 6. Alex Pinera and Federico Sbardelity round out row number 7.
Connor Clancy and Max Murray go from row number 8. Quinten van Leeuwen and Matteo Peruccio start on row 9. Victoria Farfus starts on row 10 alongside Rock Pinera. Elvis Krasauskas and Flavio Cara start on row 11. Last 2 rows of the grid, Daniel Motta and Elias Lemont on row number 12, and Jürgen Anna starting 25th and last in this one. 8 laps to decide it. This is the last race of the qualifying heats for X30 Junior. Groups A and C have completed their programs here for today. Can this set of drivers do what they need to do to book themselves into the best slots on the grids for tomorrow's superheats, trying to get themselves in the top 36 as well in that intermediate classification to not leave themselves with too much to do tomorrow?
Yeah, exactly that. You know, if I was Tyke Butler, you've just finished your last qualifying heat of the day. You're currently 3rd. You're probably really hoping that Scott Lindblom goes down, because Buckley's always been in these races with Mackie. Hasn't he? He's been in the same group as him, so he's always had to deal with it. He's always coming second there. What's coming first? He knows that that might not happen if he's in the same superheat as him, and he might drop down a little bit more. Even he'll make the final, but he'll drop down quite a bit on that one. If he could get into his own superheat without him, he might have a chance of winning it, and that might help him out a little bit in starting where he wants to.
Indeed. Well, the racing gods all know what's about to happen. We do
exactly.
not. The grid looks pretty much all formed up. Good running there from the X30 Juniors. Into the tram lines. Are we good for a start? Lights are red. They're out the green. And we're racing once again here at Franciacorta. Great start for Lindblom. Great start for Simmons as well. He's immediately up to P2. Up to P3 as well, I think, is Jorn Helder. So great start once again from those on the inside row. Someone's off the circuit towards the back of the field. It was very close through turn number 4, but it's advantage Scott Lindblom at the front of the field, already breaking away from the rest of the pack.
And I think that one driver was Niels Malik. He did not clock up until the last person. So I think he may have been the driver in bother, but he's still in the race, and so is the rest of the field. Back through they go through turn number 13, now down the back straight in towards turn 14 for the first time. And again, defensive line there for Simmons. Bit of contact there in the background. Who's got spat out there? It's the Spirit Racing that went wide. I think it was Dan Alleman that went out wide. Well, your race leader, Scott Lindblom, is so far ahead. Once again, it's a carbon copy. Oh, and again, down the inside there. Jorn Helder. Well, there's a bit of contact there between the two of them. But still, Angelina Simmons has not been deterred. Is fighting back here.
And Simeon Katola coming into play. Has had a good start, up 5 positions for the Finn, racing for GP racing this weekend. Drivers have got to remember they've got to keep it smart here. They don't want to undo all the hard work that they've done so far across the 2 rounds already that have taken place today. Justin Mulder trying to fight up back through the order in the number 27, the bright green helmet there in the black and white's victory lane. Alex Pinera has had a good start. Has had a difficult weekend. Both of the Pineras have had a tough weekend here in Italy so far. But the Spaniard for Auto Club Arsitu Valle going there in 6th place. End of lap number 2. It's a Fusion Motorsport 1-2. Lindblom from Helder. Simeon Katola now there in 3rd place, checking over the shoulder, assessing the situation, which right now is probably work with Jorn Helder to try and close down what is now a .773 gap to the race leader, and I'd say is coming down right now.
Catola there with the fastest lap of the race on that last lap would suggest you are correct in that Jorn Helder as well, who's gone purple in Sector 1 and now in Sector 2, I think is closing down because the gap's less than 0.7 of a second now. If these two start battling, it'd be the worst decision they've ever made in their life. They are closing in. Keep pushing, keep working together, go for it. Do not start battling. Oh, we're seeing the lines here, and down the inside will go Catola. Now, he may think that's a good idea, but they were closing in. The work that they've done there, the gap's down to 0.4 of a second. If the gap continues to come down, it's fine. It's worked. But if it starts going backwards, probably not the right thing to do, because Jorn Helder was the fastest driver out on circuit on that last lap. But let's keep an eye on that gap, because actually, for Catola, actually breaking away a little bit from Jorn Helder, just that little bit. But, you know, again, it's just a difficult situation to judge right now.
This is a really key lap for Catola in the story of this race, because as he is doing right now, if he can prove himself to Helder, say, I'm worthy of making that move for second place because I'm quicker than both yourself and the race leader, come with me and you might win the race here. And he's done exactly that. He is closing in on Scott Lindblom here. So the two Scandinavians at the front of the order. The gap is now 1/4 of a second. 50.984 for Catola. That is some magnificent pace in these conditions. And the Finn is closing in now on Scott Lindblom through turn 5 and 6, sweeping into 7. Scott Lindblom checks over his shoulder and thinks, my goodness me, where's that number 76 come from? Because now Scott Lindblom's going to have to get the hammer down here to hold on to this lead.
Exactly. Catola started this one on the 5th row of the grid in P9. And yeah, so that would have been out of sight from Lindblom at the start of this. It's a new driver, Jorn Helder. 5-second in-race time penalty for Jorn Helder in 3rd place. A warning flag has come out for the 25. I'm not sure what it's for. We are midway point, nearly the latter stage of the race, as Lindblom sends it back down the inside. He is not going to allow Catola to hold on to the lead on this one, as the two have chopped and changed. You can see there Lindblom saying, yeah, sorry about that, come on, let's go. And I think Catola's just going to say, all right, okay, fine, I'll stay here. I won't go for the lead again. But we'll see what happens, because Catola is fast here, rapid. I didn't think the move earlier on was going to result in them closing up the gap. I thought the gap was going to open up again. But Lindblom, I think, is in kind of cruise mode now. I think he'll have stepped up a little bit now that overtake's happened, but they're not the fastest drivers anymore.
The trouble they might have, though, is if Scott Lindblom's ultimate pace right now is not quick enough, they're going to get caught by this second group, as Angela Simmons has gone down the inside of Helder. Just Mulder has come through as well. We're 2 laps to go in this one. And Catola and Lindblom had a very good 3rd sector there. They've got about 3/4 of a second over the chasing trio down into turn 5. Once again, it's going to be too far back there for Catola to try and move. We'll just hold station and try and creep that gap down again through sector number 2. Scott Lindblom is managing this one right now. Another very professional drive from this experienced driver from Sweden. He's raced in many categories in 2024. Has he got enough here to hold on? He does seem to be pulling away now from Simeon Catola. Has Catola pushed a little bit too hard in the early stages of this one? Well, that run into turn 14 would suggest the answer is no. He's still got the power down the straights. There's been a change for 3rd and 4th as well. Mulder now up into 3rd ahead of Simmons. Helder now down to 5th.
Yep, indeed. But again, look at this. He's gone wide here, and I think Scott Lindblom knew it was going to happen on that final lap, so he stayed tight on the inside of turns 2 and 3. That denied Catola that chance to go in, and instantly go defensive late on the brakes, though. Was it too late on the brakes? No, it wasn't. Simeon Catola there takes the lead of this race, but again, we'll have to keep the door closed. Jos Mulder is right there. This is dangerous territory for Scott Lindblom. Remember, if he drops any lower than 4th, he'll be out of pole position. He dives to the inside, wheel to wheel, and Lindblom goes through. He just closes the door on Catola. He gets back up into the race lead here, down into 14 for the final time. It is going to be a concertina effect, but they all hit the brakes at bang on the right moment. It's Scott Lindblom out of 15. It's pole position for Superheat 2.
What a defensive drive there from Scott Lindblom. He wrestled his way back into the lead. And, well, he must have picked up some tips from his teammate Harrison Mackie, because once again a Fusion Motorsport driver is able to control things through turn 14 and hold on to the lead. A magnificent job from Scott Lindblom. Will be second in the intermediate classification, and that will mean pole position for Superheat B tomorrow, and a very good opportunity to lead going through to the final as well, depending on how that Superheat goes. Got to give it to Simeon Catola as well. A very good drive, up 7 spots in that one, and had a good chance to win that one. It will have elevated himself massively in the intermediate classification. Look out for Catola tomorrow. That could be a kart that very much plays a part in how things go in those superheats. Let's have a look at the provisional classification as the drivers head into Parc Fermé. Scott Lindblom wins by 0.067 of a second. Just Mulder there in third place. Jorn Helder makes it 2 of the Dutch drivers in the top 5. Fourth place for Helder. Angelina Simmons, another great drive there in 5th place. Dan Alleman, Alex Pinheiro, Toby Gale, Conor Clancy and Quinton van Leeuwen were all in the top 10. Jesse Phillips better, 11th, but it's still been a difficult weekend for last year's driver who was top of the standings in Mini at this stage for round 3 of 2023's championship. Senna Mounier in 12th. Daniel Motor had a good drive. I think Motor gained the most positions in that race. Yes, Daniel did. Up 10 spots to 13th. Stig de Rademacher in 14th ahead of Max Murray, 15th. Roc Pinheiro 16th ahead of Federico Spadaletti. Matteo Peruccio, Nilas Malik and Elias Lemon. That was your top 20. All 25 drivers made the checkered flag. Flavio Cara in 21st. Jurgrana 22nd, up 3 there. Victoria Farfus in 23rd. Didier Kieft and Elvis Krasauskas, the last of the 25 finishers. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that last X30 qualifying heat of the day and of the weekend before we move to the super heats tomorrow. Mega start from Scott Lindblom. Angelina Simmons was up to 2nd place in the early stages as well. Another classic Franciacorta. Good start for those on the inside. That was Nilas Malik in the number 50, running wide out of turn number 3. Rejoined and actually had a very good recovery. Got back up to 19th place into the top 20. That could be the kind of move that gets him through to the final when we get into super heats tomorrow and tally up all the intermediate points. Race cracked on lap number 2. It was Jorn Helder up in 2nd place. At this stage, it looked very comfortable for Scott Lindblom. That was about to change, though. The number 76 of Simeon Catola, the GP Racing run machine, getting quicker and quicker across the course of the weekend. And, yeah, was moving up through the order into 3rd place and then went on the attack for 2nd. Alex Pinheiro had a bright race, probably the best race we've seen from Pinheiro so far this weekend. Would run through to 7th place. That was Catola down the inside of the number 25 of Jorn Helder. That was for 3rd place. Then got up into 2nd place and then went for the race lead. Quite to Scott Lindblom's surprise. Moved down the inside into turn number 14. Crucially, though, and I really do think this was crucial, Scott Lindblom immediately responded, went back down the inside into turn 2 at the start of lap 6 to say, no, I'm leading this one out. I'm controlling the pace in this one. You're going to have to do a little bit better than that, Simeon, to wrestle this one away. Jorn Helder lost position to Angelina Simmons and Just Mulder through hairpin turn 14. Did respond back, though. That was the move on Simmons that regave 4th place to Helder. Last lap was always going to be an attack from Simeon Catola. He made it stick initially down the inside into and through turn 5. Lindblom would respond down into turn 11 and turn 12. Gave just enough room to Catola to make his way round and towards turn 13. But this was the crucial move. As we saw from Harrison Mackie, very good control of the kart from Scott Lindblom through the final hairpin. Held everybody up in a fair manner and was then able to run it to the line to take victory, take 2nd place in the intermediate classification at the end of the qualifying heat, and crucially, pole position for Super Heat B tomorrow. Let's head down to Parc Fermé, where we've got Anthony Jordan ready and waiting for an interview.
Thank you very much. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé with our race winner for that one, Scott Lindblom. Race winner, but certainly wasn't a close race because, well, it was quite a tight fight right at the end there. You certainly had to think about where you're going to position the kart.
Yeah, no, it's very tight, and I had to think a lot because they were catching me, and Gettelar made the move on me, and I just came straight back at him because I had one right behind me. I think it was very nice.
Yeah. It was a fun race to watch, but I'm sure it probably wasn't too fun from your point of view, having to really think about those. That secures pole position for Superheat B tomorrow. That's a great place where you want to be starting. If you are going to win that race, you'll be in a prime position. You might be fighting alongside fellow Fusion teammate Harrison Mackie. You've seen how good Mackie's been. Is that a concern for you maybe going into this final and Superheats tomorrow?
No, not really. I mean, I'm just going to push as much as possible and hope for a good result. I'm going to give it my all.
Exactly, that's what we like to see. Let's talk a little bit about turn 14, the hairpin at the circuit. That last lap, we always hold our breath when you go into that corner. I'm sure you were holding your breath as well, but you managed to get away with it there. How are you feeling going into turn 14 on that last lap?
I mean, I really wanted that win, so I went for a risky move, but it paid off.
Yeah. Just held on to that inside line. It's what you needed, and you came out on top. It was a perfect, near perfect weekend for you on that one. You start on pole for Superheat 2 tomorrow. You're in a great position for tomorrow and the final. We'll see how you get on. Congratulations, Scott Lindblom.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Well, Scott, we'll let you go and get out of the sun and enjoy a little break. We're going to head over to the mini category now because it's time for their final races. Who's going to be starting on pole for Superheat 1 and 2 tomorrow in the X30 mini category? Andrew, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony Jordan. Indeed, it is the start of the third and final round of qualifying heats for X30 Mini here this weekend at Franciacorta. And these two races, combined with the results from rounds 1 and 2, will, of course, set the grid for the Superheats tomorrow. As things stand in this one, Harry Williams has another position for a chance from pole position to get another strong result. A quick review of the results so far today in X30 Mini, starting with the first round of heats earlier on this morning. Antoine Benals was your winner in the first race ahead of Colby Patterson. Austin Newstead in third. That was the A versus B race. Bruno Priam took a win as well in the C versus D race. Jarlath Sayer then got on the board in the B versus C race. And then Colby Patterson, after some changes in terms of the results, was your winner in the fourth race. There was a quick sight of Harry Williams in the 827. And there is Jarlath Sayer, who prepared for this round of the IAME Euro Series with a run in the Italian Championship, the IAME Series Italy event held here, their second round of the season. Sayer was your winner of that event back in April, so he's in very good form heading into this one this weekend. And this whole class has very much been typified of the story between two teams. Fusion Motorsport running with an example here, Jean Puyol, first run for the French driver this year in the IAME Euro Series. They've been very strong heading into and through this event so far. Puyol starts this race third on the grid, of course. The other team involved being ORM. We'll get to them in a moment. Here's Will Green with the third team that's really performing well so far this weekend, Jamie Green Racing. They're going to fancy their chances in this one to potentially cause a bit of an upset in this final qualifying heat of the afternoon for these particular drivers. Back on row 3, Colby Patterson, spoke to him earlier, the first of the ORM runners on that third row of the grid. Magnificent improvements this season so far for Colby Patterson. It's really found a bit of a cutting edge that perhaps eluded Colby Patterson in previous years. And yeah, I'm expecting good things once again from Colby, having taken that race win earlier on this afternoon.
Exactly that. Well, everyone getting themselves primed and ready for this race. There is Freddie Wood for the Jamie Green Racing team. Had a drama earlier on, wheel-to-wheel moment with his teammate. They are racing again in this one. Hopefully themselves can really get through this race and try fight to the end. Obviously, quite a fair few Brits in the top 6 in this one. 5 in the top 6 in groups A and C. There you can see the 1 minute board going up. Freddie Wood starting on the third row of the grid. Colby Patterson alongside. Antoine Vinal was a driver that we needed to keep an eye on because, again, he has been making some really good moves in this round of racing, really signing himself through the field. P2 earlier on, but still, it's good results he's had through the day because he's made positions.
Yeah, absolutely, and very good starts as well for Antoine Vinal. Now, a number of our eagle-eyed and eagle-eared viewers will probably be wondering, hang on a minute, Andrew, Colby Patterson finished second on the road in his race earlier on this afternoon. What's happened there? Bruno Priam had a disqualification from that race. That's why we now see for the qualifying heat for A versus D, it was Colby Patterson who took the race win in that one. Still not going to be too much of an effect, I think, on Bruno Priam's whole weekend. He can race back through, but yeah, a bit of a story there.
And that means, in theory, that no one has had multiple race wins. Yeah, no one's had a perfect weekend. So that means no one has a point score of 0. Patterson and Venier joint on 2 points. Let's go through the starting lineup for this one. Harry Williams, Charles Serre on row 1. Jean Puyol and Will Green, they go from row 2. Colby Patterson and Freddie Wood, they round out row number 3. Antoine Vinal and Ivan Gonzalez go from row 4 from Bruno Grieling. And Novella Morales on the top 10 on row 5. Aurelio Longatano and Ludwig Granqvist round out row number 6.
Gabriel Vinado and Oliver Warner start on row number 7. Christian Kobe and Luca Pavel go from row number 8. Patrick Christensen and Aaron Burhofer start on the 9th row of the grid. Row 10 is completed by Julian van der Koltelet and George Clark. Marlo Cornhill and Lewis Boots go from row number 11. Min Jae Kim and Atika Mir start on row 12. 26 cart field is completed by row 13. Guido Ebergeni and Daniel Ferguson.
Well, this is going to be a close one for these drivers. 7 laps is upon them. Race goes by quickly. It's only a minute a lap for these drivers, so it'll be a short old race for them. So again, they just need to get themselves in a good position, focus, and stay there. That, though, is easier said than done with the minis, because all they can think about right now is get to first, get to first, get to first. And that is, I think, the only thing that goes through their mind at this stage of the weekend is try and gain these positions, especially if you've had a few bad results, which for some drivers, they have. And I think that's going to be the ultimate challenge. We're going to see some drivers here who really have been well-deserved to be at the sharp end, but have struggled. And one example of that is Oliver Warner. He's not out. Is he out in this one?
Yes, he's starting in the middle of the pack, 7th row of the grid.
Yeah, so again, he needs a good result here to help him out.
Are we ready to go then? Drivers into the tram lines. Lights are red. And they're out on the green. Away we go then for the final heats for Groups A and C in X30 Mini towards turn 1. Good start for Harry Williams. Good start as well for Jean Puyol into 2nd place. All of them making their way through. One driver taking an alternative line through turn number 4. Puyol to the inside takes the lead. Great move by the French driver there, and up the inside as well. Is that Charles Sayer on the attack? Yes, it is. In the 809. Green's on the inside for P2 now, and Williams all over the curb. But what a move there from Puyol. Brave down the inside into turn 5 to take the lead.
We were talking about that one kart that went wide, and I said to myself, oh, you know what, that looks like a GGM. There's another kart that's gone off, and it was a GGM. It was Oliver Warner that went off. He's tumbled to the back of the grid. There's another kart that's off the track now, and that is Bruno Grieling, I believe, for the MDC Racing team. He is off the track, and it looks like that kart has actually come to a stop, and it has. He is out of the kart and out of this race. Back at the front, though, it's Fusion Motorsport. It is Jean Puyol who leads the way. The French driver looking strong. Will Green down the inside. The train comes through. Charles Sayer goes through as well. The dap-coloured race suit there, though, of the ORM driver Antoine Vinay trying to get down the inside. He hasn't done that, but they have swapped and changed positions here. Will Green trying to get back through, but has not managed to hold it. Charles Sayer now leads the way.
Charles Sayer looking very good out of turn 5. That's 2 laps in a row that Charles Sayer has got the drive up into sector 2. Absolutely spot on. It's giving him the lead of this race. Will Green has a little look down the inside through turn 11 and into 12. Didn't quite work. That might leave him vulnerable to Puyol behind. Williams still there in 4th. A good start once again from Ludwig Granqvist. Here comes Green down the inside. Retakes the lead, but for how long? Because here comes Puyol on the outside. 3 wide behind for 3rd, 4th, 5th. Are they all going to get themselves sorted out? Yes, they are. So Will Green takes the lead at the end of lap number 2, but here comes Jean Puyol down the inside. He takes the lead. Harry Williams is up to 3rd place. You can tell it's the final qualifying heat of the day for all these drivers because they are giving it their all. Here comes Williams down the inside of Green. They're going to be 3 wide off of turn 5. Once again, through comes Sayer. He likes that part of the circuit. All of a sudden, is a Fusion 1-2.
Well, it always benefits when there are 2 cars sending it down the inside of each other through the corner, and he hasn't got to do that. He just defends one of the ORMs. Is that Harry Williams? I think it is. Harry Williams tumbling down the order there, running wide. Oh, he's gone all the way down to P13. The pole sitter from qualifying in group is just tumbling down the order. Big send down the inside there for Sayer. It's not worked out. Puyol holds on to the lead as now Will Green gets back up into P2. This is now lap 4 of 7, and it's the entire grid battling for first place down the inside. Will Green gets pushed out wide. No, Will Green's still there in the lead, sorry. It was the Falcon that got pushed out wide. It's Ludwig Granqvist now who's in the crosshairs of the grid.
I've got to say, that was a very smart bit of driving from Will Green. On the back run into turn 14, he just helped Sayer into a bit of a battle with his teammate, held back through the hairpin, knowing that there was going to be a chance of him taking the lead by the time they got to turn 1. And that is exactly what he did. Very, very smart racing there. Down the order as well. One of our stronger runners today, even further down the order now. Something has happened to Antoine Vernant. It's down to 24th place. So that's one of the front runners down the order. As there's Gronquist going through. Passed on Puyol for 2nd place. Freddie Woods coming into play now as well there in 4th. End of the 4th lap, 3 laps to go. Green from Gronquist, Puyol, Woods, Sayer, but almost as soon as we've finished that rundown, it's changing all over again.
Well, indeed. I mean, this has really shaken things up. And you know what's shaken up the most about this? The drivers who were fighting at the front. Oh, there's another one that's out again. Who's that?
I think it's Christian Kobe.
Yeah, I think it is as well. Yeah, he's tumbled down the order. Look at that, qualifying heat. It's Maxim Bobrajov who leads the IC, and guess what? He's not even in this race. He's out next. Newstead, who's out next, is now 2nd. Granqvist is in this race. He's currently in 2nd place in this one with 8 points. If he wins this race, he'll also be joined on 6 points. So again, we don't know who's going to be on that right pole here.
For Granqvist, this might be enough. You don't know how that next race is going to go, but he's going to have to think about defending here from Jean Puyol at the end of lap number 5 onto lap number 6. Puyol looking to the inside, down the inside, takes 2nd place. There's 3 wide behind them. Freddie Wood's going to go onto the grass. There he goes. Can he get it back on circuit without losing too many positions? I think he's lost about 4 there. This is a pulsating race for X30 Mini. Longitano has just set the fastest lap of the race. How is the Swiss driver going? He's up to 4th. He's weaved his way through all the chaos and is sitting there for Spirit Karting just behind Ludwig Gronqvist.
Yeah, and you can see him right there. He's going to capitalize on these 2 scrapping here. Granqvist and Puyol going wheel to wheel here. There's marshals running around. I can't see a yellow flag out there, though. Defensive. Granqvist says to Puyol, go, what are you doing defending? Oh, and they almost got caught sleeping there. Longitano nearly sent it down the inside of both of them here. Out of the final corner, we go on to the final lap of this race, and Will Green is clear by 1.2 seconds while this discussion is still happening between these 2 drivers. Oh, big set. It's Harry Williams. Harry Williams has fought back fearlessly here. He had tumbled down the order. He is back in P5.
Oh, this is going to be one interesting lap chart at the end of this one, ladies and gentlemen, as Granqvist gets alongside Puyol once again. He's going to be on the outside for the next corner now. Wisely slips back in because Harry Williams would have been up the inside there for an opportunity of taking that 3rd place away. Who else is coming back into place? Sayer's there. George Clark's gained 13 places in this race, and the 831 for OMS is having a stunning run out there. Oliver Warner now setting purple sector times, is back up into the top 10. Who's going to take this 2nd place? Into turn 14 they go. It's still not decided. They're still squabbling as they head towards turn 15. Will Green's been brilliant. Will Green wins the race. 2nd for Puyol, 3rd for Gronqvist, Sayer and Williams in the top 5.
Well, that was unexpected, I think, is the understanding for this one. Well, Will Green takes the win, but Will Green doesn't sit anywhere within the top 8 of the IC. Will Green, though, that does not take away anything from a superb race on that one. Brilliant drive. Will Green for the Jamie Green Racing team will taste victory in the qualifying heats and their final qualifying heat of the day. There is one more mini X30 qualifying heat to go, and that race is going to determine who's going to be starting where. Puyol finishing in second place. Ludwig Granqvist finishing in third. Granqvist is third in the IC with 9 points. Bobrajov and Newstead, who are out next, are first and second, both on 6 points. If either of those drivers drops down the order, Granqvist could be your pole sitter for Superheat 1 tomorrow. There's a look then at the classifications. It's Green from Pocola, Granqvist from Seya, Williams from Longatano, George Clark for OMS Racing, 13 places gained in that race to finish P7. Luca Pavel finishing in 8th place from Ollie Warner. A good race there for Warner. That's what he needed. He dropped back to the back of the field at the start of the race. He clawed his way back up to P9. Patterson finishing in 10th place. Christensen finishing in 11th place from Gonzalez. Vinov finishing ahead of Cotelet. Wood and Boots rounding out the top 16, gaining positions. Buffa, Kim, Ronaldo, Milo, Morales, Ebergeni and Kobe. Ferguson and Greeling the field. Here's the highlights from that race, and crucially as well, Williams, Buya, Patterson getting the early getaway at the start of that one, and Jean Buya really looking strong in the second half of the day, because immediately he was going for the moves. There, out wide, unfortunately, was the GGM driver Oliver Warner, who had tumbled down all the way to the back of the field, was able to close back in, though, during the remainder of that race. Understandably, the entire pack was closed in a massive battle all the way throughout that one, but at the start of it, it was a good getaway for the Frenchman Jean Bouyer, who managed to open up a small gap from the rest of the field. Jarlis Seya started to make the moves, but it would be Will Green down the inside. He would get up into third place and would be immediately fighting for P2, going wheel to wheel with Harry Williams, who unfortunately would tumble down the order just that little bit. More retirements in the background, and actually I think that was a breakdown there for Bruno Greeling. Unfortunately, the driver just sending it off the circuit, looking down. That possibly could have been a chain off the cart there. Well, that was a disaster there. Will Green taking the lead, though, on lap number 2. And again, the Fusion ORM conundrum started to play its game, but then it also had a Falcon Racing team driver in there. It also had Spirit Karting. It also had OMS. And it also had the George Gibbons Motorsport team, all fighting within that top sector. Wheel to wheel there, as close as you can get it. Williams and Green nearly taking each other out on the track. There you can see Vernet just trying to get involved. After he took a win earlier on, he was looking so strong in this one. Unfortunately, he would tumble down the order in that last race. He would climb back up to 13th, though. There off the track would go Harry Williams. He would tumble down in that order there. You could see all the way down to, I think, about 11th place or something. But because the battles kept happening thick and fast, it just meant that the groups could stay close out on circuit. And that's what made it such an excitingly tantalizing race for the Minis. There you can see, look at that. On lap number 4, we had the entire grid all within a few seconds of each other. Again, chopping and changing. Green back in the lead. Boyer back down the inside of Granqvist, would get back up into second place. But then Vanot got back involved again. It was just a juggle of drivers all fighting for this top spot. And that's, again, it just kept it exciting. And that's what really shook up the order. There was the moment Antoine Vanot unfortunately got caught out on that exit curb. And in the Minis, that curb is completely violent. It will just squeeze them out onto the track. There, Granqvist just sending, go for the move, don't go defensive, but then immediately sent it down the inside, which was the whole reason why Jean Bouyer went defensive into the corner. Again, another off-track excursion there for one of the drivers, the 845, unfortunately taking a spin and going to the back of the field. Christian Kobe, not the results he will have wanted. at the end of his day today. Will Green broke away at that point. Another carbon copy there for Freddie Wood, unfortunately getting caught out on that exit of turn 3 through turn 4. The hand gestures, the conversation between Jean Bouillard and Ludwig Granqvist throughout that one. Granqvist not able to get it back down the inside this time around, and on the final lap, it was all down to this battle here. Watch them here on the exit, 3 wide. Oh, how close could you get? But Jean Bouillard just managing to get up into second place. Will Green took the checkered flag and was cleared by over 2 seconds from the rest of the field. And in a Mini X30 qualifying heat, that is somewhat unheard of. Well, all of these drivers put themselves in a good position out in the race, but Ludwig Granqvist is the best ranked driver in the IC. But we'll go down to Parc Ferme. Andrew Mather has one of our drivers.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with race winner Will Green. A 2-second win there, Will. Sounds like it was straightforward. We know it was anything but. Talk us through it from your perspective.
Yeah, it was a good race. I just had to keep my cool through the race, and I was able to get the gap around on lap 5, and I just had to focus from there and do an all right lap, and I was able to take it away.
Team really happy with the performance. I know you're having a little chat with them before joining us here in Parc Ferme. You found a lot of performance this weekend. That must feel really good.
Yeah, last weekend we struggled a little bit, but this weekend we've improved and been able to achieve some good things like that race then.
Talking specifics in that race, talk me through the couple of moves on the 2 Fusion drivers. Firstly into turn 14 and then to take the lead. How did you play that out in your mind? Was it all part of the plan, or were you just kind of going as it happened out there?
Yeah, there were 2. I was pushing Jarlath going into the last corner, and he went in on Jean, and then they tangled up a little bit together, and I was able to get the switch back on one of them.
Going into tomorrow now, you've had a good number of wins so far this season. You had good performances at Zweira. The race we've just seen, drivers going up the order, down the order quicker than a yo-yo. Does that give you a lot of more confidence as well, knowing that, yeah, you're going to be starting a little bit further back in the superheats, but you can race through around this circuit?
Yeah, it's a circuit where the toe is quite a big thing, so it's hard to pull away, but I was able to do that, which was quite good.
Last question, tyres, how are they feeling ahead of tomorrow?
They're getting a bit old, but losing a bit of grip, but they're still not too bad for the moment time. But yeah, it's all right.
Well done once again, Will. I know you'll keep fighting out there. Very good performance there, Anthony, from Will Green, really building into this weekend. Back to you in the box.
Thank you very much. Yeah, indeed. Very right in saying there, Will Green, superb performance on that one. 2.1 seconds clear from the rest of the field. Well, that signs it off for Groups A and C, but not for the Mini X30 category itself. Groups B and D are coming up next. This is their final race of the weekend. The final time we will see the Mini X30 category on track today until tomorrow for Superheats and, of course, the finals. Again, Sukhmani Kira and Bruno Priam starting this one on pole position on the front row of the grid. Bruno Priam, of course, disqualified from his previous race, so not the result he would have wanted. He will be having to fight back fierce in this one. The biggest question mark that we have, though, is that Maxim Bobrozov, who starts this one on the third row of the grid, is your current IC classification leader. Austin Newstead, who is starting this one on the 7th row of the grid in 13th place, is joint first in the intermediate classifications with Maxim Bobrozov, both of them on 6 points. That will, of course, change going into the race. Of course, as soon as we go live, the names will jump around a little bit, but certainly Ludwig Granqvist could be on outright pole position here for the final if Bobrozov and Newstead don't get the results that they want. So it's a fine line here between the grid, but then you've also got the likes of Mathis Bregeot, Bouya, who's just out as well, Antoine Venet, who's just out, Colby Patterson, who's just out as well, Gibson. You know, a lot of these names here in the top run, they are not in a position to really defend themselves, to really help them out. It's all down to those top 2 here. So this is going to be an interesting one. We are going to get a shake-up in the IC, I am sure. But at the moment, we just don't know who is going to be on pole position, though. But in this grid, 26 of them about to go to work here. There is a look at Harley Musk. And Musk there, you can see, I think, just focusing on the race ahead, or he's fallen asleep a little bit, but I'm sure it's the first of those two. It is a very tense moment for a lot of these drivers. You do have to focus. Alfie Davidson as well, who starts on the outside. Davidson needs a good result on this one. He did struggle just that little bit after running wide, so he needs to bring it back onto this one, get that good result. So I can imagine the tension is building somewhat for a lot of the drivers on this front row because, like we're saying, Andrew, as he joins back in the commentary box after being out there, Sukhmani Kira, Bruno Priam, Harley Musk, Alfie Davidson, the top 4 drivers in this race are not in the top 8 of the IC.
Which is quite a strange scenario for us at this stage of things, but it is where we are, and I think it's proof again that these races are important, but you can race your way through here in the X30 mini categories. We were just talking with Will Green there. Whistle goes, formation lap is underway. It's the final X30 mini qualifying heat of the day and of the weekend. It's groups B and D heading out on circuit.
Sukhmani Kira and Bruno Priam starting this one on the front row of the grid. Harley Musk and Alfie Davidson go from row 2. Maxim Bobajov and Romeo Mello go from row 3. Maxim Bobajov, leader of the IC at the moment. Samuel Hugden and Mathis Brageau round out row number 4. David Agden and Noah Grenier go from row 5. Austin Gibson and Zenik Babacek round out row 6 from Austin Newstead, second in the IC from Pato Medina on row 7.
George House and Charlie Clough form up an all United Kingdom row number 8. Baptiste, Augustin and Cooper Snedden start on row 5. Teddy Porter and Zoltan Koini complete the top 20 on row 10, ahead of Aurélien Lemaire and Ralph Van Turnhout on row 11. Ilyas Sami and Mason Hibbert start on row number 12. And it's a 26-cart field completed by row 13. Andorra's Tony Cacciafiero and Morocco's Nahil El Gahoudi.
Looking forward to this one. Really don't know what's going to happen in the IC right now because, of course, with Bobajov and Austin Newstead being not on the front row, their names, as soon as we start the race, will drop down. Will cascade down the order, which will put Granqvist up into the lead of the IC. So, you know, this is the sort of a shake-up here. Bobajov needs to gain the places to really get that. And he's in a good spot to do it because, remember, he's on the inside here. So Sukhmani Kira, Musk, Bobajov, they should all get the good run into turn 1 and be able to gain those positions in the early stages.
They should. That should also be a reminder to Bobajov to not get too excited out there. It's the worst of times to pick up a plus 5-second penalty or something of that description. There's a little bit of jostling around past the red line, and well, we've seen what we've just seen there. We'll leave that for the officials as we look to get this one underway. Red lights are on. Green lights are on. Away we go then for the last X30 mini heat of the weekend in a qualifying 7-lapper into turn 1. Good start for those on the inside, and straight away we're looking out for Bobashov trying to come through. It's all stacking up a little bit through turn number 4, but it's a Fusion 1-2-3 at the very front of the field. It's getting very tight. This driver's off. There's chaos in the second half of the field going through turn number 5. The 864 is involved. That's Aurélien Lemaire. The 872 is also involved. So that was Teddy Porter, and there were more in there. I think Mathis Brageau's not had a good start as well. That's a driver currently sat 5th in the IC. The Spirit Karting 839 has not come through Sector 1.
Mathis Brageau out off the race as well, but got back going now. Cooper Snedden for Oracle Motorsport also out of the race there. You can see Cooper Snedden, he's stuck on the curb, Cooper. You can't get it going. Your wheels are just spinning. Yes, the engine's on, but you've got to have assistance from the marshals, so you're out of this race, unfortunately. Another driver, Tony Cacciafiero, was involved there at turn 5. He's at the back of the grid, but I believe has managed to get restarted in this one. Right then, it's Bobajov that leads. That's exactly what he needs right now. 0 points to his name, 6 points. He would lead the intermediate classification, but Ludwig Granqvist is in a position to start on pole for Superheat 2 tomorrow because he is second in the points, depending on what Austin Newstead can do in this race. Newstead is up 7 positions. No, that's a lie. No, it isn't a lie. It's 7 positions. He's into P6.
Yeah, really good start from Austin Newstead. Change for second place. Here goes Harley Musk down the inside on Sukhmani Kira. And Austin Gibson is going to follow through as well. And goes Samuel Hugon. Tough moment for Sukmani Kira, but she's just got a hold now. There in 5th place. This is okay. This is a good spot to be in what is a very open class here this weekend. Down the inside, liking that. That's Samuel Hugon for Karting Pro Competition through to 3rd place. The 8-2-3, we've not seen too much of Hugon so far this weekend. Oh, there's a bit of a wide moment there for Sukmani Kira out of turn number 5, loses another couple of positions. Bruno Priam's coming through the order as well. Had a disqualification from the 2nd round of heats. Did take the checkered flag first on the road, but didn't keep the result. Look at this, Hugon. Where has this performance come from? Is through now into 2nd place. This is quite a turnaround for the French driver.
It certainly is. Really pushing himself forward on that one. Oh dear, a little bit big send down the inside there for Austin Newstead. That was mighty bold. And I think, has that moved him up to 3rd place?
It has. It has indeed.
It has. And what does that do for the IC? It updates it. Newstead 3rd. So he needs to get the win in this one, does Newstead. He's at a good position to do it. There is Newstead, 10 positions gained, but down the side, another change, and this is going to allow everyone to close back in once more. Bruno Priam back into 2nd place.
Investigation flag for Tony Cacciafiero, currently running in 22nd place. So to recap, Bobushov leads, Bruno Priam up into 2nd place, Harley Musk 3rd, Samuel Hugon there in 4th place. Austin Newstead has now slipped down to 5th. That drops him 1 point behind Gronquist on the live intermediate points. Here comes Bruno Priam. Where did that one come from? Down the inside into turn 14. Maxim Bobushov doesn't defend it too hard. I think that one had surprised the driver for Fusion there. Change of leader confirmed. Priam back to the front.
I can tell you exactly where that overtake came from. 2nd place.
2nd place. And a big slipstream.
Yeah, and a big slipstream. Yeah, indeed. But Bruno Priam looking very strong there. Bobushov down there to 2nd place off the track. 8:32. I think that is Patapedina.
It is.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, a hand in the air. I think that's best Italian impression there. I'm not happy at all about what happened in that incident there off the track. Tyres soaking wet now. The grass is very still muddy and boggy out there as well, isn't it, from the rain?
It feels a very long time since we're having red flags for weather conditions in free practice on Thursday. That's why you're seeing the dampness off the track, ladies and gentlemen, at home. But back with our battle at the front of the order, Bruno Priam and Maxim Bobushov. This is okay for Bobushov. He's still got a point over Gronquist in the intermediate classification. So I wonder right now if Bobushov will just go into frenemy mode and push Bruno Priam along to leave everybody else fighting for 3rd place. Austin Newstead's back up into 4th. Went purple, sector 1, sector 2, and a personal best through sector number 3 as well. Is the fastest of the front 4 right now. If you can find a way past Harley Musk, I think he's still well positioned here to at least challenge for the race win. Here he goes, down the inside, into 3rd place, potentially through turn 7, 8 and 9. Yeah, he's got that move done. So Newstead back up to 3rd and closing in on Bobushov.
I mean, this is an incredible one. Newstead's not won a qualifying heat yet he's in position to really be on pole for Superheat 1.
It's the consistency again. It's going to be so important, not just this weekend, but across the whole season. And we have seen this from BMR and Austin Newstead, that in race trim, they're probably going to do some work, I'd say, before Wackersdorf on the single lap pace. But what they've got absolutely nailed on is the race pace, even over these 7 lappers, because he's right there in 3rd, knowing now as well if he can find a way past Bobushov, he will take the lead in the IC. So it's a difficult position now for Bobushov. Signals to Bruno Priam to say, no, keep going, please don't defend, because there's a bigger picture for me here. And that's exactly what Bruno Priam and Maxim Bobushov are now doing. Right now, they're comfortable for this 2nd and 1st positions.
They are. If Newstead stayed here as well, he would be on the front row for Superheat 1 tomorrow, but crucially be on the outside of Superheat 1. So again, maybe, I would think, maybe I'll drop back 1 or 2 here, and then I can be on the 2nd row of the grid and on the inside. Defensive driving here from Bruno Priam. Is he going to try and get that defense move? No, he's not. He's going to stay there. Gives a good thumb up there to Maxim Babajov there. So it gets the job done. Checker flag goes out. Bruno Priam secures the win, but Maxim Bobrishov secures pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow.
That's a very heads-up piece of driving from Maxim Bobrishov. That would have been very tempting to go for another race victory. He didn't need to. He holds second place, and he holds the lead in the intermediate classification at the end of 3 rounds of qualifying heats. Austin Newstead, third place in that one, a gain of 10, and yes, he'll be on the outside of the front row for one of the super heats tomorrow, but again, I think the race pace of that BMR is very good again this weekend, and even if he was to lose a few positions, what we've seen today, on the basis of today, is that Austin Newstead has definitely got the speed to race back through a pack. The rest of the order coming into Parc Fermé now. Let's have a look at the provisional classification from that 7-lap race here in Franciacorta. Bruno Priam takes the checkered flag again, first over the line, takes it by 0.06 of a second ahead of Maxim Bobrishov, who takes pole position in Superheat 1. With that result, that'll be a race that you can see live tomorrow morning. Austin Newstead third, Harley Musk fourth, George House, great drive from George House in fifth place there. Both of the BMRs up 10 spots. Samuel Hugon was a bright star in that one, finishes P6 ahead of Sukhmani Kira, who has 3 top 10s from today's efforts. Alfie Davidson strong as well in P8. David Acton, good to see David up there in 9th place ahead of Zednek Babicek, completing the top 10. Noah Grenier 11th ahead of Charlie Clough. Baptiste Augustin in 13th as well, ahead of Zoltan Koini and Ralph van Turnhout. But all of that group of drivers, the last 4 of them taking advantage of the first lap incident, all gaining at least 4 places. Nahil El Gahoudi 16th, up 10 spots there for the driver from Morocco. Romeo Mello 17th ahead of Ilyas Sami. Tony Cacciafero 19th. Mason Hibbert completing the top 20. Porter, Lemaire, Medina, Gibson, Braggio and Snedden all involved in incidents in that race and outside the top 20. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. Very good start for Sukhmani Kira and her Fusion teammates. Bobrishov slipping down the inside there, going in fact from 5th on the grid to being 2nd coming out of turn number 3. A very impressive start there from Bobrishov. As mentioned, there were quite a few drivers in trouble on the first lap, including Teddy Porter, Aurelien Lemaire. Cooper Snedden would retire as well. And meanwhile, Bobrishov was going for the lead of the race, taking it away from Sukhmani Kira through sector number 2 on lap number 1. Down the inside as well, good start for Harley Musk. Good result as well, raced through to 4th place in this one. That was in going past Sukhmani Kira for 2nd. Kira would respond back down the inside with her own move to take 2nd place early on the 2nd lap of the race. But Bobrishov was in full control at this stage. Musk would then respond back once again through turn number 14, back and forth between the 2 Fusion Motorsport runners, and lurking behind as well, the 817, another one of the Fusion runners coming through the middle of the pack there. That's Austin Gibson, who had a very good start. In the end, though, would have problems later on in the race and fall down outside of the top 20. Back at the front, it was Bobrishov still continuing to lead on lap 3 with Harley Musk for company. But Austin Newstead also coming through the order. Sukhmani Kira losing a couple of positions there out of turn number 5. And down the inside into turn 11 and 12 would go the 823 of Samuel Hugon. This is really the bright point for the French driver. Momentarily up to 2nd place, but such is the nature of X30 Mini round this Franciacorta circuit. There's nothing the French driver could have done here. As Musk came down the inside, there was Newstead as well. Bruno Priam was coming back through the field after a bit of a problem at the start. That was the moment there for the 817 of Gibson running wide. That's how he lost all of those positions, running through the grass at turn 4. Bruno Priam, disappointment of course earlier on today with that disqualification, but again the race pace for the Spirit Karting 878 is very strong this weekend, and Bruno Priam, I would say, across all the races that we've seen so far in 2024, is very much showing himself as a king of consistency out there on track, always racing up at the front, always competitive. He found his way to the front of the order as there was problems for Pato Medina in the 832. More battles going on further behind. This was Samuel Hugon going for a move again, this time on the 877 of George House. George House would respond in turn later on in the race. But it was a calm finish. Bruno Priam taking the win on the line. Maxim Bobrishov knowing that he just needed second place in that one to secure pole position for the Superheat. Let's hear from our pole sitter in X30 Mini. He's down in Parc Ferme with Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, down in Parc Ferme and Maxim Bobrishov. Maxim, what a day for you. We're talking about in the highlights there, consistency is key, and consistency was key for you on this one. No qualifying heat wins, but you're outright pole, and you start on pole for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Congratulations.
Yeah, it was a great day for me. We were starting P5 in every heat, but for the first one we were starting P6. So we just decided to play it smart, and we didn't need too much to come pole, because the heat before us was there was a really big fight. So like the people that were at the front fell a bit behind, so we just needed to finish in front of Austin Newstead and finish in the top 3 to secure pole. So when Priam got in front of us, I just decided to work with him because I had no point of winning the heat. Second was good enough for us just to start on pole for tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, was that discussion happen then before the race? Were you really thinking about where you needed to be, knowing that you were going to be leading that one? So really, maths is at play in this, isn't it? Are you constantly thinking about positions of where you are on the circuit? Is that why you stayed in second place and didn't go for the move? You knew that was it? That's all you needed?
Before the race, of course, my mechanic said that we just need finish in the top 3 in front of Newstead to get pole position. So I knew that, and then when we went out, we had a great start. We're P1 for a few laps, and then Priam overtook us. And so I just pushed him because I had no point.
Now, obviously, with the minis, it's the youngest drivers here at the weekend. And obviously, with that, a race weekend is not just a Saturday and Sunday. It's a Friday, it's a Thursday, sometimes even a Wednesday. You're away from school and all of that. And obviously, you're one of the many drivers in this paddock who take advantage of the Minerva package. And how do you like working with Minerva going into these weekends, knowing that you get all your schoolwork done, but you get your racing done as well at the same time? What's it like to be with them?
Minerva is a really great school. It's really, I feel really proud to be with them. It's way better than normal school for me because you don't miss as much. When I used to go to a normal school, I used to skip at least half the year because I travel a lot. But now that I'm with Minerva, it's way easier and more practical.
Exactly. So it really helps out over a race weekend, doesn't it? Well, superb job with that one. All the schoolwork's done. All your race work is done. You start on pole tomorrow. You can have that nice smile on your face all the way throughout tonight and hope for a nice sunny day tomorrow. That's what we need. Well, congratulations, Maxim Bobrishov. We'll see you on the front row for Superheat 1 tomorrow in the Mini X30 category. Congratulations.
Thank you. Bye. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Maxim. Well, there we go. That is Mini X30 done and dusted. We'll head over back to the senior category next. Let's find out who is starting on pole position. Andrew, it's back over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. The last round of X30 senior qualifying. 2 long days for our most experienced drivers. And it ends in this next 3 races. First up, qualifying heats for Groups A versus E. Very simple situation for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Danny Caronini starts this one from pole position. If he wins this race, I think the points would even work out that he finished in the top 3. That will be to be confirmed once we get the points updated in front of us. But it's definitely a case of if he wins this race, he'll be on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. There is Danny Caronini looking chilled and composed, ready to hopefully do what he's done already 5 times so far this week, and that is take a win from pole position. He got this pole position virtue of a stunning solo effort in timed qualifying yesterday. Not needing a slipstream, not needing any tactics like that. He just got out there in that short 4-minute session, got the lap times in, was clear by 1/10 and a half of everybody else he really has been in very impressive form so far this weekend and won here a few weeks ago. There is Christian Biasati. It's an all-Italian front row, but it's the TB Kart 256 on the outside of row number 1. Biasati well positioned also in the intermediate classification, so it's not going to be an easy ride for Caronini, and especially if Biasati can get a good start. We have seen drivers go around from the outside into the lead by turn 1. You just never know around this circuit. There's Juan Aluja, had a really tough start to things here today with a problem in the very first race earlier on this morning, but has responded brilliantly. 2 strong results with the other races so far today. This is a good opportunity once again for Juan Aluja to book himself well up the order for the Super Heats tomorrow. Remember, no championship points after this set of qualifying heats. The first haul of points for this weekend will be awarded after the Super Heats. The intermediate classification points do carry over from today into those Super Heats, so this is still one that has a level of championship effect. Whistle blown. It is 17:30 here at the circuit, and it's time for the qualifying heats, the last one for groups A and E. Let's take you through the grid. On pole position, Danny Caronini for Zanchi Motorsports, TB Karts, Christian Biasati alongside on the front row. Juan Aluja is the only non-Italian in the top 3 rows. He's on row 2 alongside Roberto Castellozzi. It's an all-Italian row 3 as well, with Andrea Pirovano alongside former IWF winner Alex Lagetza. Lewis Bird and Kuyo Lee start on row 4, Artur Valsor and Conor Grant on row 5. Niklas Simic and Emmanuel Leodikis start on row 6. Kevin Bress has been impressive today, starts on row 7, alongside the driver who was on the podium last time out in Spain, Ruben Moya. Cahal Clark and Maximiano da Silva start on row 8. Gustav Wisniewski and Eden Spantwick start on row 9. Robbie Buckley and Hamza Al Fayez complete the top 20 on row 10. And starting in the second half of the field, Vilma Svan on row 11 alongside Hugo Jalade. Luca Horton and Alex Machado on row 12. Miguel Silva and Kilian Boss on row 13. Rafael Rajani and Luca Montebello on row 14. Elia Weiss and Luna Claret on row number 15. Milan Marchak and Austin Gale on row 16. 34 karts in the field, completed by row 17, Dylan Patel and Juan Pablo Girard, although Juan Pablo Girard does not take the start, so 33 runners here for these last races in X30 Senior. A lot to be decided, Anthony Jordan, but the job for Caronini, quite simple. It is indeed, if he finishes in the top 4, he will take pole position for Superheat A on the basis that Biasati does at the moment have 4. If they were to be tied up on points, it would go back to that timed qualifying on Friday, and Caronini would take the advantage, having been fastest of anyone in X30 Senior. This is a little bit of a higgledy-piggledy start, though, for a formation.
Well, amazingly, they've sorted it out now, so that's good to see. But yeah, there you can see everyone getting themselves sorted out and ready. The smoke's starting to clear. Are we going? First time of asking. Yes, we are. Here we go then. Across the start-finish line, it's a good start from Caronini, Aluja and Pirovano. Once again, the inside line working on the outside there. Keep an eye on them. You can see everyone trying to gain through. I think, is that Kuho Lee who's had a brilliant start there? And he's gained a few places, but oh, that's not a brilliant start at all. The 2-1-2 has rotated, and unfortunately, that is Luna Claret, unfortunately, for the Pantano Racing team, who has tumbled to the back of the field. Crucially, though, Caronini leads the way from Johan Aluja. Biasati is down to 3rd place, maybe even lower.
Yeah, he's had that difficult start from the outside. Yeah, he's down in 5th place right now, down the inside. It's another one of the TB karts on the move. It's Andrea Pirovano, who started quickly in the previous race but faded into the second half. At the end of lap 1, it's Caronini from Pirovano. Aluja, Lewis Bird has had a good start. He's up to 4th place. Biasati 5th. Simic in 6th place ahead of Valsor. Clark, Wisniewski and Alex Lagetza completes the top 10.
Yeah, they do. Back down the inside here. And again, Lewis Bird making that move done. A little bit wide there for Biasati. Everyone just slowing through. Aluja trying to get his position back now at this point of the race on lap number 2. There you can see running a little bit wide there is becoming under pressure from Nicholas Simek, who's piling on the pressure now. Another one of the EGPs just behind as well. And Biasate, in fact, it's at Biasate all the way down there now as well. So Biasate's tumbled down to P5 now. What does that do to the IC? Well, it helps out Danny Carinini because he's leading the way and he's absolutely fine and dry at the moment. He's cleared by 3/4 of a second now from Pirovano. But Clement Antoine now goes up to second in the IC. Bird down the inside, he gets back up into second place. Lewis Bird is looking really strong in this one, and that may be due to the fact that he might have helped himself out with a fresh set of tyres on the left-hand side of his wagon, but so has a lot of other people.
Yeah, a lot of the drivers at the front of this field have been able to hold on to their materials through the course of today. It's been tough conditions, air temperature up to 20 degrees here in northern Italy. We're on lap number 3. Good progress being made by Cathal Clark, is up 8 spots to 7th. Gustav Wisniewski is up to 8th place. A good drive there. Good to see one of the Polish drivers coming through for KB Racing Experience, who are putting a lot of effort into this IAME Euro Series season. This is a circuit they know well. A lot of Polish drivers race on the Italian racing scene. There's a warning flag for the 228 of Luca Montebello, so that'll be a +5 second penalty. The driver currently 30th on the road.
It's Bello getting a warning flag. He will not like that at all as Cathal Clark sets the fastest lap of the race. He will like that. So ups and downs in this race at the moment as we're on lap 4. And Carinini again continuing to open up the gap. Bird still in second place, but our eyes are fixated on this battle just that little further down. This is Biasati and Simek, and then his fellow TB kart racer Pirovano just ahead. So TB kart 3 drivers within the top 5. They'll be liking that because that's, you know, good results. But, yeah, they won't be fully appreciating the fact that they're not first and second right now. That is currently being done by Zanki Motorsport and Crop Promotion. TPK, Johanna Luja, really, I think he's been a good driver across this weekend. He's had good results, but just, I think, missing that right raw end pace that gets him right to the front here because he's just positioning himself in those tricky situations that puts him down in that field a little bit.
Yeah, and it's difficult running up against teams that know this circuit very, very well, of course. As, down the inside, that's a nice move from Biasate. Some TB kart versus TB kart action once again. We saw Biasate go toe-to-toe with Clement Outron in the previous round of heats. That was a bit calmer, that one. I think the wider picture obviously has been spelt out to the TB team, saying, well, you know, we want to get one of those pole positions in the super heats tomorrow. Biasate is best positioned to do that, and that move puts him up to 4th. Also puts him a point ahead now in the intermediate classification of his teammate Clement Outron.
Certainly does. On to lap 6 now we go. And again, just controlling the pace there. Everyone moving up. Let's have a look further back in the field. Who's made some big moves there? Robbie Buckley up 10 places. Vilma Svan, also the privateer from Sweden, 10 places gained, just outside the top 10 there in P11. Milan Marjak, 15 places gained in this one. It's up into P16. That is a brilliant run at the moment for Marjak. Really looking strong in this field. There are some big drivers who have dropped down the order, unfortunately, Greece's victory lane, but we'll come back to that as Biasate down the inside of Pirovano moves back up into 3rd place now and is on the charge to Lewis Bird. IC, does that change it? Yes, it does. Biasate back into 2nd, Outron back into 3rd.
Now a bit of breathing room for Christian Biasate. That's 2 points clear of his teammate now. If he can find a way past Bird, it'll be 3. Danny Carinini is, well, not for the first time this weekend and not for the first time this season, is doing Danny Carinini things at the front of the order. 1.1 seconds clear of this battle now for 2nd place. As here goes Biasate down the inside of Bird. That's another great move by Biasate in and through turns 11 and 12. Gets him up to 2nd place now. Have they got the pace to close in on Danny Carinini? Recent history would suggest the answer is probably no, but you never can be completely sure of that in karting. We've got 4 laps to go. The lead is 1.4 seconds.
Let's keep an eye on it. We'll keep an eye on the sector times as well through that one, because there are purple sectors coming in throughout this race, but they're coming from further down in the field. Kevin Bress, fastest in Sector 1, Sector 2 is Kyu-Ho Lee, the South Korean driver for EGP Racing, who's currently in 13th place, is the fastest driver on track and purple in Sector 2. So again, it just shows that the pace is happening all the way throughout the field here right now. Here's a replay of an incident here. What is happening down the inside? This was, I think, the change here further down as Pirovano getting past Nicholas Simic there.
Yeah, that was a swap between teammates for 4th place. There's a warning flag for the 255 of Elia Weiss, so that'll be 5 seconds added to the race time of the 255. 3 laps to go. Up at the front of the order, still going out. It's now 1.6 seconds for Danny Carinini, and you would think that this is the phase of the race where Danny Carinini starts to conserve tyres. Don't know what he's going to need to do with them tomorrow, of course. Has put a new set on the left-hand side for this race. But another new fastest lap of the race from Kyu-Ho Lee that is down the inside. Nicholas Simic going through past Pirovano, so back round for 4th place. Look at Cahal Clark. This is a good run for Cahal Clark down the inside. Pirovano once again on his teammate Simic, and Clark's going to try and wrestle his way through as well. He's going to have to give that one up though. He's going to be on the outside through turn 15. Juan Aluja looking to have a fast end to this race. 2 laps to go, and yes, Carinini is now in conservation mode. It's just started to back the pace off. The gap is down to 1.4.
It is, so gap is going down just fractionally, now 1.3, but again, time is running out much faster than what that gap is closing in at, so I suspect it will be all she wrote. Danny Carinini looking strong at the front of this one, but not close enough for an attack either on this as well, so this kind of puts it in a stalemate at the moment. Danny Carinini doing exactly what he needs to do here. He's looking for an absolutely perfect weekend right now in this championship. Like a reminder back for the seniors in the championship, Danny Carinini did do well in the intermediate classification and the superheats. He came 2nd in that. He got the 9 points just behind Marcus Lucio. He got the 10. But it was the final at Zuera where it all went a bit P-tong for him. He only got 4 championship points, so he was still in point-scoring positions, but it's only the top 15 that get that, and then, of course, that means he was quite far down in the order outside the top 10.
Yeah, it was a race that didn't really, it just didn't work for him, did it? He was outside of the top 10, yes, still in the championship points, and you never know, those could be 4 important championship points, you know, when we go to Germany, when we go to Belgium later in the year. But I don't think he's going to be thinking too much about that right now, because he's in the lead of this one. He's dropped the pace back. He's in the lead by over half a second. Danny Carinini has had a supreme couple of days and is the victor again through the qualifying heats. A perfect run, a dominant performance here in Franciacorta.
It certainly is. Danny Carinini takes pole position for Superheat 1. Christian Biasati, who's down there as well, will take pole for Superheat 2. No one will be able to beat Biasati, as Utron has 9 points, Ferrari has 10, Lucio 13, Dragan 16 as well. So they can't score, if they win, they can't score lower than that. That's it. They won't gain any more positions. So Danny Carinini and Christian Biasati secure the pole positions, and there they are side by side together out on track. And well, that is only a taste of what we're going to get for tomorrow. Superheats will be there, but of course we've still got 2 more qualifying heats to determine where the rest of the grid will start for tomorrow. We know who our pole sitters are, but who could be alongside them for those qualifying heats tomorrow, or the superheats tomorrow? That is the ultimate question. Well, drivers will make their way back into Parc Fermé. We'll have a quick chat with some of our drivers, but there's a look at the provisional classifications at the end of it. Danny Carinini, Biasati from Bird, Pirovano from Simic, Clark, Aluja, Bryce from Wisniewski, Castellozzi from Swan, Machado and Marzak rounding out the top 13. 18 positions gained for Marzak, 12 for Machado, and Vilma Swan 10 positions gained. Kyu-Ho Lee finishing in 14th place from Arthur Fasort, rounding out the top 15. Robbie Buckley in 16th place from Legezza, fortunately dropping down 11 positions in that race. Connor Grant from Ruben Moya, not said much about Moya, who had a good round at Zuela. Luca Horton finishing in the top 20 from Killian Boss. Eden Spanswick finishing in 22nd place from Rafael Rajani. Hugo Gillade from Maximano de Silva. Emmanuel de Dijkers finishing in 26th place from Hamza Al-Fayez in 27th, and the rest of the field. We'll go over that a little bit later on. Here's the highlights from that race. The start, a little bit scrappy at the back of the field, but the front was good for Carinini, Aluja and Pirovano at the start of that one. You can see Christian Biasati just struggling to stay within the top 5. He slotted in 2P5 at the early stages of that race. 2 drivers off in the background, 1 spinning. Unfortunately for Luna Claret, it'd be at to the back of the field, but not last in the race, but still finishing 32nd. Not the result she would have wanted there. Oh, that was the Constantina effect. That's why Luna Claret went off the circuit. So actually, it was no fault of her own there, which was very unfortunate. She was just caught out by the drivers making contact on the inside. Race continued, and again Lewis Bird going wheel to wheel with Johan Aluja, who again just consistently held position, but just slowly and slowly as the race went on, lost 1 position here, 1 position there, and it just ended up being for Johan Aluja finishing in P7, 4 places down where Johan originally started that race. Bird got down the inside of Pirovano. We thought that battle was done and dusted, as we were hoping someone could try and close the gap up to Danny Carinini. Carinini in control of this race, and I think of this weekend as well. No drama for Carinini all the way throughout this one. Biasati back down the inside of Pirovano. That move got him up into 3rd place. Then went for the move on Bird into P2, and we thought Biasati could possibly have the time to close in, with us only being on lap 7 of 11. It was very doable for that gap to close down there. Nicola Simic getting back down the inside of Pirovano, only for a few moments later, Pirovano to get back down the inside of Nicola Simic in towards turn number 2 and 3 on the next lap of the race. Turn number 11 and 12 on lap 9 saw another change. Simic back down the inside. Pirovano instantly fighting back, though, in towards turn 14. This brought in the fusion driver of Cahal Clark in the 315 to close back in. But it was all down to Danny Carinini at the end of that race. Clear by 0.8 of a second from Christian Biasati, a sign that they did close in, but not at a race close enough. We're going to head down to Parc Ferme. Andrew Mather, it is over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Here with Danny Carinini. Danny, what can we say? A perfect run through the qualifying heats. Pole position for Super Heat number 1 tomorrow. An imperious performance. You must be delighted.
Yeah, I'm really happy about the work that I'm making and my team is making. We are really fast. Tomorrow, sure, will be more hard than now. Will be a big fight, but I'm ready.
It looks easy from our position. I'm sure it's anything but the fact we're here in Italy, you're with an Italian team, you're on an OTK product as well. You had a great preparation here for the IAME Series round 2. Does that put any extra pressure on?
No, pressure no, but sure, we prepare a lot this race. My team is Italian. I'm Italian, lives near here. Chassis looks perfect. Everything is perfect, I think, and I hope tomorrow will be the same to take a big prize.
We saw similar in Zweira, that ability you have to get a 1.5 second gap on the rest of the field and then conserve the tyres. But when backing off there to save the rubber, is that hard to keep the focus when you're not pushing absolutely all the way?
Yeah, my target is always go on the front and try to have a big gap and later manage. Tomorrow I hope it will be the same. It's not easy, but I'm here.
Looking good for a strong place in the final, pretty much irrespective of what happens in the Super Heat tomorrow. What have you learned from the final in Zweira that you can take forward into tomorrow's race?
The final of the Zweira was really hard. I had some problems and I cannot be on the battle to win. Unlucky because I start on the first row. I hope tomorrow we will not have this problem, and I think we are ready.
Well, congratulations once again, Danny. Really a very, very good performance, very impressive. Best of luck for tomorrow. That's the thoughts of our pole sitter, Anthony, in X30 Senior. But still plenty to be decided with 2 races to go. Back to you in the box.
Thanks, Andrew. Yes, indeed. Still plenty of action to come up. We have still got 2 more qualifying heats. Yes, okay, we may have found out who's going to be starting on pole position for both of the Superheats tomorrow, but we do not know who's going to be starting alongside them. That is the ultimate question. At the moment, it's Clement Outourane who sits third in the IC with 9 points to his name. He's currently in position to start alongside Danny Caronini. Riccardo Ferrari is currently in position to start alongside Christian Biasati. But Clement Outourane is out in the final race of the day. Riccardo Ferrari is out in this first race that is coming up right now. He starts on the inside row. So Riccardo Ferrari can't score any more or any less than 10 points. So he cannot better any of those positions. But the only question is that if he does drop down in the order, he might fall back. Crucially, though, the driver who's starting on pole position for this one is Luca Bertoni. Luca Bertoni is a driver who currently doesn't sit within the top 8 of the intermediate classification, but it is a driver who has certainly needed some good results on this one. He has had some struggling results over the course of this weekend, but still, now he's got the inside line here, and he's got fellow Zanchi Motorsport teammate David Dragan starting alongside. Now, Dragan is in the top 6 of the IC, 16 points. Again, if he wins this one, he doesn't get any more than that. But if Ferrari does finish any less than P6 or 7th, he might gain a few positions in this one. Here we go then. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Engines fire up. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. Luca Bertoni starts this one on the front row of the grid. David Dragan starts alongside as Zanchi Motorsport 1-2. Hugo Heron and Matthias van der Kerkhoff go from row 2 with Riccardo Ferrari and Finn McLaughlin on row 3. Alessandro Cocosa and Nicholas Fragakis go from row 4. Matteo Giaccardi and Joseph Smith round out the top 10 on row 5. Kian Geraghty and Andy Rattel on row 6. From Leonardo Logoni and Raul Ventharin on row 7. Maxime Blanchimont and Christian Fagani go from row 8.
Kevin Bakker and Marlon Bayer start on the 9th row of the grid. Mickey Blashkos and Morgan Knudsen start on row 10, completing the top 20. George Nassar and Christos Hassis start on row 11 ahead of Francois Delatti and Nicolas Antil on row number 12. Wesley de Goy and Florent Panet start on row 13 ahead of Timo Ruppen and Lucas Friedrich on row 14. Tommaso Chione and Victor Kulmala start on row 15 ahead of Emilio van Overberger and Gabriel Amarillo. 33 kart field is completed by Greece's George Kokinakis. This could be the last race of the weekend from a competitive sense for a number of our drivers. Remember, it's the top 72 that go through into the Superheats tomorrow. Yes, there is the consolation race, but no drivers will move beyond the consolation race if they are in it. It's not like a B final where there's a repechage through. That is one last race to end the weekend for those drivers. Nobody wants to be 73rd or lower in the intermediate classification. But given the size of field that we've got here this weekend, 118 drivers at the start of it, you know, we're going to lose a third of the field at the end of this round of qualifying heats. It's quite a high chance that you're going to be in there if you're starting towards the back.
Certainly so. And again, so many drivers deploying a fresh set of tyres on this one. Again, they do have 2 full sets. So many drivers have chosen to split their second set in half and deploy only 2 at a time. So that's why we're seeing so many new tyres getting used in this late stages. But crucially, I don't think many people have saved them for the Superheats tomorrow. Lights go green. We are racing. And, well, it's a shaky start there for Bertoni. He was communicating with Hugo Heron just behind. There's a big off at turn number 1. There's 2 cuts off in the barriers. One of them, or both of them, get going again. There's a bit of damage, but I think both of them are going to get going again. I think one of them, Florentin Panet, I think, has come a cropper. And, yeah, that's a lot of mud there that's got involved. And, yeah, Florentin Panet, and I think the other one was the TP cut of Lucas Frederick, I think was also off at turn number 1. But crucially, it is still Bertoni who leads the way.
Yeah, Lucas Frederic's had a very tough weekend, and I think that spells the end of the chances for the Spanish driver to go through into the Superheats tomorrow. On the attack into turn number 14, it's David Dragan up to 2nd place, deployed, I should say, his tyres into the race previously. What has he got in terms of performance here in the last race for Groups D rather, and G. Well, he's up to second place, but we'll look to close in now on Bertoni, the early stages of this second lap. Down the inside goes Ferrari, moving up to third place past. Oh, now
dear.
That is a big off, and there is a kart that has gone over there. That is a sizable incident, I think, involving Timo Rupen, Wesley de Goy, Francois Delatti and Morgan Knudsen have all not come through sector number 1, and quite understandably, we've gone into a slow procedure.
Yeah, race has been neutralised now, so drivers will have to adhere to that. And, well, we're under slow procedure. Those flags come out all the time, and there you can see Bertoni is saying to Dragan, what are you doing? Don't do that. But Dragan did the move. He's gone back, but you did it already, and that might be in the bad books here.
That will not be looked on kindly by the officials. We'll remain to see whether any action is required for it, as the drivers did swap those positions back round. But yeah, we're under slow procedure here. I hope everybody is okay down there at turn number 3. But Bertoni leads from Dragan. Ferrari there in third. Hera in fourth, ahead of Van der Kerkhoff fifth. McLaughlin, Longoni, Fragakis, Giacardi and Joseph Smith currently in the top 10. Emilio Van Overberg had made some really good progress, Anthony, before the slow procedure, was up 10 spots. Similar for George Kokonakis, up 11. Now, this is the moment. So the slow procedure has already been waved.
There's the yellow flag. There's the yellow flag.
You can see the officials waving the yellow flags. Dragan goes through. There is Bertoni saying, no, slow down. We're under slow procedure. And yeah, that is very unlike David Dragan, a very experienced racer. Puts his hand up to apologise, but as you say, the damage may well be done by that point. And there's a red flag. Okay, so the red flag has come out here at Franciacorta. The race has been stopped on lap number 3. The grid will form up, and we will have a pause, of course, until we know it is safe to continue racing.
Well, with that being on lap 3, obviously only a certain percentage of the race was completed. I think at that point on lap 3, I think it won't be a full race restart. It will be a shuffle of the positions that we currently have, and then it will be a restart from that one. Obviously, the track does need to be cleared, and of course, every driver needs to be made sure that they are all okay out on circuit. So obviously engines now stopped. There will be a pause in the procedure. Drivers will have a chance to just take a breath now from racing. And obviously this is a tense time for a driver. They've got themselves focused and dialed in to go racing. This is the sort of scale now where it comes backwards a little bit. You know, you've got to calm it down. The heart rate comes down, the tunnel vision disappears, and you start to lose a little bit of focus. Then you've got to get back into focus almost immediately, you know, and then restart racing again and go for it. So, you know, this can always be a tense time for the moment. There's the digi flag that you can see showing clear red flag. The crucial thing you can see for that is look at the marbles that have accumulated on that. That is quite phenomenal how high up in the air they go.
Yeah, it's something that's not as much this weekend, but they do have gearbox racing here as well. And I know I've commentated on races here before where you'll have a race start and you can hear the marbles. Obviously, those drivers starting on it tends to be the even side of the grid. So we've got story time for a bit here, and you'll hear the marbles being kicked up by the shifters up onto our commentary box window, and as you say, onto the start gantry as well. And the driver's just taking a bit of a pause. The driver involved is the 369 of Wesley de Goy. That is as much as we know right now. As soon as we receive news, we will convey it to you. But we're under red flag conditions here at Franciacorta. In the penultimate race of the day, the final qualifying heat for groups D and G in X30 Senior. The race on our timing screens, Anthony, is counted back to the end of lap number 2. That is expected per red flag procedure. Bertoni from Dragan, Ferrari, Hera, Van der Kerkhoff, McLaughlin, Longoni, Fragakis, Giacardi and Smith, the top 10.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, there you can see our pre-grid officers just working to get everything sorted out, ready for a restart. Obviously, not sure how long the delay will take. While we do wait for that, we are going to take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back very soon with hopefully the restart of qualifying heat D versus G for Senior X30.
Contact in the background and a spin in the middle of the field. Just across the line.
Here we go, into the tram lights. Lights go green. Here we go, down towards turn 1. Big dive up the inside jump. And keep an eye on the spin. Amazing. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, we are still under red flag procedure at the moment during the penultimate race of the weekend. This was qualifying heat D versus G. There you can see the driver who would be starting at the front of the grid for this one, Luca Bertoni. He's back in his kart. He's seated and focused, ready to get this race going again. But as you can see, the rest of the drivers yet to take a seat. There is our race director, Martin Bean, having a chat with the officials down there on the grid at the moment. There is a lot of talk going on just to make sure this race is fully ready and operational to get going again, all within the regulations that we need. So, as you can imagine, it's an important procedure that's going on right now.
Yeah, and it's one of those where time is required going through step by step to make sure that everything is safe. But first and foremost, to go racing once again. And Martin Bean directing things around there. There has been a bit of an extra drivers briefing. We saw the drivers during that advert break just going over to have a bit of a chat. Well, I say a bit of a chat with Martin Bean. More Martin Bean talking to the drivers, saying how he wants this this next phase to run. You can see Martin Bean talking there with Pasquale Lupoli. Pasquale Lupoli from the ACI, of course, here in Italy, the host nation for round 2 of the IAME Euro Series. Two gentlemen with a lot of experience in this scenario, some of the best in the business.
Yeah, 100% would completely agree with that statement. So I'd love to be a fly on the wall in the conversations that happen in these sort of areas, but unfortunately we'll keep it that... well, let's see. Let's try and listen into what they're saying. And of course, they stopped talking as soon as we cut in. There we go. Well, that's a bit of a shame on that one. But I think if they heard the PA go quiet, they probably thought, well, they're listening to us now. Let's stop. But there we go. Well, there you can see the drivers are being pushed into a single line. This is an indication that we are most likely getting ready to get going again very soon, but under a single file formation lap and a restart. So. Yeah, crucial to see on that one, meaning that we're probably going to start under a slow procedure as well. Yes. So, you know, this is the moment now. Then the drivers have had a bit of rest time to really get themselves dialed in, focused, ready to get going again for this one. But for a driver, is this, you know, never a nice thing? You know, we always say to them, you know, what do you do in the middle of a red flag? Do you have to refocus, all of that? A lot of them say, oh, I never get unfocused. They always stay focused. But is that the case? Is that just a media answer, or do they lose track?
I don't know whether it's a focus thing. I think it's more a case of just little worries that might come into a driver's mind. You know, let's take. I'm not saying that there is going to be anything in this next restart. A mechanical. This is a case of you've gone, you know, full send, you've got everything up to temperature, racing speed, and suddenly you've stopped. And then you've got to restart it all again. And it's just things like that can sometimes throw a metaphorical spanner in the works. Here's some of the highlights from before the red flag came out. This was the start, but Tony controlled it very well. Heran was down the inside as well, taking P2. Dragan having to accept that he was going to lose positions early on, side by side with Ferrari there. There was the first incident. That is how we saw Florent Pagnier. And I think, who else was off in that one? I think it was Victor Kulmala. No, it was Lucas Friedrich, wasn't it? He was off on the lap one. Those are the only drivers who probably, to some degree, are pleased to see the red flag come out in terms of their competition, because that means they're back onto the back of the grid. They won't be happy to see that obviously one driver will not retake the restart as a result of needing some attention that brought out the red flag, but at least for them it's an opportunity to come back through the field. Now this was the controversial moment, Anthony, because this is when the slow procedure had begun. Yellow flags were quite clearly out there. Luca Bertoni was slowing down, understandably, under a slow procedure, and David Dragan overtook. Now, they did swap that one back round. Dragan did apologise when he realised, I may have made a mistake here, but it remains to be seen whether there is any further action on that one. We've not had any notification on our time.
No, yeah.
We should stress, ladies and gentlemen, but that is what we've seen.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that was a bit of a moment on that one. We are still waiting for confirmation of when we are going to get going again. I believe it is still a bit of some time away, maybe possibly even 5 minutes or so away from a possible restart here. As you can see, some drivers are seated, some drivers still yet to get into their karts. Obviously, 10th time now, obviously, penultimate race of the day. We know who's going to be on pole position for the superheats. This is all really to just get sorted out for who's going to be starting where further down in that order. And, of course, who is going to be sent home and who is going into the consolation race and the superheats. So a lot of work still has to happen in these last 2 remaining heats. But with the time remaining, we are going to take another short break. Do not go anywhere. Hopefully, we'll be back with some more racing action in a few moments' time. Do stick with us. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, that was a lot shorter than 5 minutes, only probably about 30 seconds. We are back under yellow flag procedure. They have only just got going, so you have not missed anything just yet if you are still joining us from around the world on YouTube and Facebook. Unfortunately for one driver, though, he has not got going again. The 242 is stuck on the start-finish line. It's Pantano. I'm just trying to find out.
It's Andy Rattel.
Yeah, it is Andy Rattel. Well, he's pushing it back, and because this is a button start on this one, that means it's just not working there.
Electronics don't like being... there's another one gone. The 385 is out, and this is what we're meaning. Like, the electronics can sometimes be a little bit fragile. That's Fragakis out of the race as well. This is something you can see when they don't like... They're doing a second, well, what we call a hot restart.
Yes.
Like normally when you get to the point of, on a pre-grid, you've sat there for 10 minutes, everything's nice and cool, press the button, the electronics all say, we're happy and away we go. That's not been the case for those 2 drivers. We're still under yellow flag procedure here. No, we are green. We are green then. So, green flags in the air. We're back racing once again. Apologies for that. Luca Bertoni at the front of the field ahead of David Dragan. Dragan's going down the inside immediately for the race lead and taking it through turn 5. David Dragan to the front of the order, past his teammate Luca Bertoni. And, well, David Dragan trying to hold in the top 6 in the intermediate classification. That is a key move as we go back to green.
And this time it was legal. Down the inside as well. Ferrari goes down the inside. Riccardo Ferrari now up into 2nd place. Bertoni down to 3rd. And we'll have to contend with Van der Kerkhoff as well, who is starting to close in. Back down the inside, though. Keep an eye. Here comes Hugo Heron. Hugo Heron down the inside on the KBK competition kart. Gets it up, and I think maybe did he gain it and lose it again? Maybe so. Back here, though, Riccardo Ferrari to the race lead now. And through goes Bertoni again. The teammates go wheel to wheel.
Well, there's been one driver this week, except Danny Caronini, who's been able to be fast straight from the off. His name is Riccardo Ferrari, and he has taken full advantage of this restart to lead here on lap number 5. Fastest lap of the race for Marlon Bayo at 51.266. That will be beaten, of course, across the course of the time remaining. I think Andy Rattel has got going, by the way, the driver that we saw having trouble restarting off the grid, but is all the way down in 29th place. That is a real drop back for a driver who's been strong on race pace so far this weekend. End of lap number 5. Ferrari leads, Bertoni second, Dragan third. Then Leonardo Longoni's coming into this as well, P4. He's gained 9 places so far from where he started on lap number 1. There he is in the 284, all over the back of Dragan.
Well, right now, with Ferrari being in the race lead, he's securing a front row start for Superheat 2. But remember, Clement Antoine is out in the next race. If Antoine does not have a good race and drops down or doesn't win it, he would start on the front row for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Change here, though. Longoni and Dragan, they switch positions. Longoni now up into 3rd place and is hunting down Luca Bertoni. But that gap is still quite considerable at the moment as they come back onto the start-finish line. It's Ferrari, Bertoni, Longoni, Dragan, Giaccardi, McLaughlin, Geraghty, Heron, Van der Kerkhoff and Kokoza, the top 10 drivers in this race. We're on lap 7 of 11 right now, and Longoni has got the fastest lap of the race. From 3rd place, he is closing in on Luca Bertoni.
You sometimes see this in a red flag scenario. Strange things happen after a restart. This pace from Leonardo Longoni, he was 46th in timed qualifying yesterday. He's not really had the best of weekends. Well, this slight delay because of the red flag has seemingly sparked him into life here in 3rd place, closing in on Bertoni. Now there's been a warning flag for the 295 of Maxime Blanchemont. That'll be a 5-second penalty for the driver currently 13th on the road. 4 laps to go. Ferrari still leads from Bertoni, but it's Longoni they've got to keep an eye out because he's charging in there on the TB kart machine, the 284. What is the pace like through sector number 1? It's looking decent. It's another 14.6 for all 3 of them. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Kian Geraghty, a 49.809.
Certainly so, Geraghty, yeah, with that time looking very strong here. But Ferrari still leading the way from Bertoni. Bertoni looking like he may want to go for the move here. He is right in that slipstream. A check over the shoulder. He's closing. Not close enough for the move, for the lead, though. There's been some drama further back in the field. I think that may have been one other who's not come through. The Falcon Racing driver hasn't come through. It could have been Koganakis there who's had drama. In fact, actually, I think it's Andy Rattel. He's now retired from this race. That was a shame after he got re-going. Here again, Bertoni. Oh, he's closed in now. Ferrari's not been able to push away from this field as Heron sets the fastest lap of the race. He's closing it as well, but he's down into 8th place now.
And David Dragan's refound his pace as well, has just gone purple through sector number 1, so he's not out of this. Finn McLaughlin's charging in as well there in 5th place. Round through turn 13, once again, Ferrari looking very calm at the wheel, trying to get in that aerodynamic position down into turn 14. No attack this time from Luca Bertoni, and the slipstream not particularly effective that time for Luca Bertoni. End of lap number 9, 2 to go. There's a gesture and a half from Matteo Giaccardi, not too happy with things as he slips down to 9th place. But yet Ferrari at the moment doesn't seem to be challenged by Bertoni. Bertoni doesn't have the straight line speed.
No, he certainly doesn't. But again, he's got the speed in this section here, and this is where he closes in, because look, he's right on that rear bumper again, is Luca Bertoni. It's just a case of putting the two together. This is the closest he's been. He's right there. He could go for the move here in towards turn 11 and 12. Thinks against it. He doesn't go for it. He'll choose to stay behind. Through 13, they'll go in towards 14. Again, now there.
He's got it.
No, communication there. he said, Ferrari checked over the shoulder, and Ferrari said, okay, let's go. But Tony agreed with him. He said, you just keep going. And again, communication there, confirmation, they know what the plan is, but Tony doesn't want to go for this move. But when do you ever believe a racing driver and their story of saying, oh, I'm not going to overtake you. You carry on, don't defend. It's fine. Last corner, bam, race lead.
Luca Bertoni knows that he's slightly on the recovery drive here after that penalty in the previous race for a start line infringement, being out of the tram lines as the lights went out. Matthias van der Kerkhoff is the fastest driver on the road. He's up to 6th place. Bertoni looking to the inside. Had a little think about it there into turn 12, but I think he got himself caught in 2 minds there. Ferrari is clear by 3 kart lengths, maybe more. Heading into turn 14 here on the final lap of the race. Doesn't need to defend into the final chicane. It's going to be another race victory for Ferrari here in Franciacorta. Race winner once again. Takes it by 1/10.5 ahead of Luca Bertoni. And it will be a front row start for Riccardo Ferrari tomorrow in Super Heat 2. Well, what a race that was. It was a dramatic one, disrupted by the red flag due to the incident down at turn 3. It's Riccardo Ferrari who takes advantage of it all and got that restart absolutely spot on. Very good at getting the tyre temperature up and boosts himself up the order. Finishes on 10 points for the intermediate classification. As we say, it could still improve because there is still one more driver in the shape of Clément Outron yet to run for his final race. So the scores at the moment, Carinini on 0, we know that that is locked in. Biasate on 6 points, we know that is also locked in. So those are your 2 pole sitters for the Super Heats tomorrow. Outron is still there in 3rd with 1 race to win, one race to run, and needs to win it to hold 3rd in the IC, because Ferrari is right there on 10. Winner of this race by 1/10.5 from Luca Bertoni, Leonardo Longoni, rejuvenated. That's his best result of the weekend so far in 3rd. David Dragan 4th, Finn McLaughlin in 5th. Matthias van der Kerkhoff with a quieter race by his entertaining standards so far today, but it's still good there in P6. Cian Geraghty P7. Hugo Herart in 8th place ahead of Joseph Smith and Matteo Giaccardi. Mickey Blashkos, good drive there from Blashkos up into 11th place. Alessandro Cocozza in 12th. Raul Zanzara in 13th. Kevin Bakker 14th. George Nassar in 15th place. Luca Friedrich did take advantage of the reprieve that he had there with that red flag. Gains 12 positions in the end, finishes P16. You never know, that could be a crucial result that keeps him in play. Marlon Bayer 17th, Amelia van Overberger 18th. Morgan Nutten and Victor Kumala also in the top 20. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of the full race from the very start of it. This was the very start of the race before the red flag. Good start for Bertoni, as through went Herart as well there into 2nd place. Dragan fighting for 3rd side by side with Ferrari in the M2 machine. There was the first incident where we saw Florent Pagnet go off the circuit and Lucas Friedrich. At that point, they thought their races were done off the road at turn 1, but things would soon change, of course. David Dragan down the inside retook 2nd place away from Herart there in the 3.16. This was the start of lap 2. Ferrari down the inside of the Frenchman as well into turn 5, taking 3rd place. Then a real moment of drama through turn 2 and turn 3 as the slow procedure came out for an incident involving several drivers. There was the moment where Dragan did go by Luca Bertoni under the slow procedure. This was before the red flag came out. Those two would swap positions back to reiterate that. Then the red flag came out. We stopped for around 15 minutes, got restarted, and as sometimes can happen in karting, a hot restart, it's something that doesn't often happen, and it is a warm day. We lost 2 karts from that. Fragakis and Andy Rattel's machinery would not play ball at that stage. We restarted back into green racing, as down the inside immediately went Dragan at the start of lap number 4 after the red flag. Ferrari right there as well to challenge both of the Zanchi Motorsport runners. His own effort being run in partnership with Zanki as well. It's the M2 kart moving up to second place past Bertoni and then setting about chasing down Dragan. Heran was fighting back there as well with Van der Kerkhoff and the 284 of Leonardo Longoni, who was transformed, it would seem by the break. This was the move down the inside on lap 5. Riccardo Ferrari, as he's been throughout the whole weekend, all the way back to timed qualifying, is very good at getting the pace in early. He's not one of those drivers who has to wait 3 or 4 laps to get going, and had it to great effect there, retaking the lead. That was the 295 of Maxime Blanchemont, who would also have a 5-second penalty, if I'm not mistaken, for a warning flag. Christian Vagani having trouble as well, running wide in the end would be P22, but Riccardo Ferrari, having taken the lead with a few laps to go, controlled it to the end, arranged with Luca Bertoni that they would run 1 and 2 to the finish. Sensible results for both of them that leaves them in a strong position ahead of tomorrow's Superheats. Let's head down to Anthony Jordan in Parc Fermé for some of the thoughts at the end of that race.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Down in Parc Fermé, as you just said, with Riccardo Ferrari. Riccardo, brilliant race that was. And in fact, a brilliant weekend. You've had good races all the way throughout, but that's your second qualifying heat win. And now you secure a front row start for Superheat 2 tomorrow. That's what you like to see, isn't it?
We will see for sure pretty about the result of 2 days of heats. I want to thank my team, Marco, my mechanic, that is my dad, and Zanki Motorsport for the perfect engine. About the standings, I'm not sure if I can stay in the front of the row, but for sure in the first file of the grid, we can be there.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed. There's only one more race to go. Now, Riccardo, you didn't join us at Zuera for the first round in Spain. You do here. Depending on how this weekend goes, will we see you in Wackersdorf? Will we see you in Genk?
We will see how it will be this weekend, and after we will decide if make Wackersdorf and Genk, but I'm not sure now because we will see how it's going. But for now, we are happy about the result that we gained.
Exactly. Tomorrow is another day, Superheats and finals. It's going to be a busy day. Do you feel ready? Do you feel confident? What's the plan for tonight now your racing is all done today?
Yeah, I feel very good. I can hopeful to make a good result also in the Super Heat and in the final. Yeah. So we will see.
Excellent. Well, rest up tonight, get a good night's sleep, and we will see you out there tomorrow for the Super Heats and final. Congratulations on the brilliant racing today.
Thanks. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Well, there we go. Riccardo Ferrari, they're very happy with the races. Just one more race to go. Andrew, it's back over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. I do hope we get to see Riccardo Ferrari at Wackersdorf and Genk, because he's been a great addition to the field here this weekend in Italy. One more race to go here at Franciacorta for the Saturday's running. It's the final qualifying heat in X30 Senior as well. Group C and F with one more race to run. The whistle blows, and let's go through the grid then for this final race of the evening. Marcus Luzio starts from pole position. Romeo Roussels have been on a great form this weekend, starts alongside on the front row. Clement Outron, currently defending third place in the intermediate classification. If he wins this race, he'll be on the front row for Super Heat 1 tomorrow. Starts this one from row 2 and is joined by Loris Sash. Sambalota and Mark Lepiccolo on row number 3. I think Mark Lepiccolo is out on circuit, which is good news to see. I thought for a moment that he was in the pits. In the pits, though, I do think is Meliangelo, not showing us out on circuit, but should be starting from row 4 if they can get that one running. Matis Meerschout also on that 4th row of the grid. Thomas Van Vliet and Raima Blanc on row 5. Teresa Babichkova and Julian Kaman on row number 6. Alessandro Tedesca and Fred Green on row 7, ahead of Eloy Gonzalez and Bertram Sash on that row. Kevin Lantinga and Riccardo Salemi on row 9. Andrea Giudice and Luis Aguirre on row 10. Sam van der Heijden and Marcel Masiewicz start on row 11. Marius Barryberg and Abdullah Kamel start on row 12. Freddie Housley's had a tough weekend. One more race here today on Saturday from row 13 alongside Hugo Basson, who's had some good performances so far this weekend. Otto Pukkanen and Lano Vellens on row 14 ahead of Ricardo Cocozza and Mark Granada. That's your top 30. Bocco Romuald and Alessandro Bigi on row number 16. 34 kart field is completed by Luke Taylor and Emilio Ottolani. 2 drivers not taking the start per our information here in the box. They are Angelo, unfortunately, and I was about to say Hugo Basson, but now our indicators is that he's now back out of the pit. So we'll keep an eye on where the 3-2-1 is out there. But hasn't come through sector number 1 yet on these formation laps. Yes, I can just see Besson going through sector number 2 now. But we'll likely have to start this one from the back of the field, forming up the grid. They're past the red line on the back straight before turn 14, indicating that they cannot do any more overtaking. They must form the grid up as they are. Are we ready for a race start for the last time here today? Yes, we are. Lights are out, green and racing. Great start for Luzio, great start for Utron as well. Straight into second place, diving into turns 2 and 3. It's all getting a little bit scrappy in the midfield, but it's a good start yet again for Marcus Luzio, leading into turn 5. Romeo Rossell has dropped down to around 6th place. 2 wide, 3 wide going through turn number 5, but that's a great start for Marcus Luzio and a good start as well for Utron, knowing that this position would give him a front row start for one of those super heats tomorrow.
Bit of drama at the back of the field. Some of the karts getting tangled up on each other and have fallen down the field. We'll let you know who they are when they next go through the sector time, who doesn't come through very soon. But again, the good getaway at the front of the field. And, well, there you go. Yeah, mid-pack there. I can tell you probably something like Luiger, Matijevic, maybe one of the other drivers involved in that one. Across the line they go then. Luzio leads on Utron, Balota, Van Verley, Sasha, Roussel, Babitskova, Mushouts, Le Piccolo, Tedesca, the top 10 right now. Can tell you it was Sem van der Heijden, Andrea Guedes as well, Marius Barryberg and Marcel Matijevic, who were the drivers who were involved in that one. Here's Marcus Luzio, brand new set of tyres deployed, left-hand side, working well, leading the way. Not comfortably though, Utron is right on that rear bumper. And where does Utron go now? Well, with that position, he goes down to 4th, which secures Riccardo Ferrari, who was unsure whether or not he was going to stay on the front row, thinking he might go backwards. In fact, actually, Riccardo, you've gone forward, lad. You're now starting on pole for Super Heat 1, or front row for Super Heat 1. Not pole, the front row for Super Heat 1.
Yeah, a front row start is guaranteed for Ferrari. It's just a question of which Super Heat it's going to be in. At the moment, it's going to be Super Heat 1. And as long as Marcus Luzio can keep Clement Utron behind, it will stay that way. But for Clement Utron, he's trying to fight his way ahead of the Briton. Luzio defensive to the inside for turn 5. Very well positioned there from Luzio. Didn't let the overlap occur out through turn 6 and towards 2-7, and he holds onto the lead. But Sambalota's there as well. Has had a solid day, his Sambalota. Went a bit under the radar yesterday. But he's growing in confidence across the course of the weekend. Got to keep an eye on Lauritz Sash as well here in this race. Has just gone purple through Sector 1 and Sector 2. There in the kind of minty green, bluey white cart run by Falcon Racing Team. Beautiful piece of machinery there. Been very quick across the course of the weekend. Is now very much part of a 4-kart battle at the front of the field with Romeo Roussel trying to join in as well as Utron down the inside of Luzio side by side. Luzio fighting in there through turn 4, gets a bit of oversteer and through goes Utron. Down the inside, here comes Sash. Is there going to be a switchback for Balota? No, but new leader, and his name is Clement Utron.
Oh, that's good stuff there. That puts Riccardo Ferrari in the second Super Heat now. He'll drop 4th in the IC, but that, of course, still may change if the race changes again the lead. So it's gone from Luzio, Sash, Balota, Roussel still there in the top 5. Very close there. The only thing that kept Luzio from holding that position was he just clipped that curb on the inside, wasn't it? It just unsettled the kart too much. He kept his nose down the inside. It was the right thing to do. He just clipped that curb, and that's what sent him sideways.
Marcus Luzio's intermediate classification situation. At the moment, he sat 5th in the points. Winning this race wouldn't improve that unless Utron fell further down the order. But I suppose in that regard, it is in Luzio's interest to try and get ahead of Utron and cause a bit of chaos, perhaps, and back the Frenchman into the pack and see if he falls further down the order. And for Luzio, well, at the moment, this would be a decent slot on the grid. It would be 3rd on the grid for Super Heat number 1. As we've said before, 3rd is not a bad place to start here at Franciacorta. Luzio is going to go for the move, though, down the inside of Utron. Simple move, it looks like, through turn 14. And look at that. It's brought Lauritz Sash through into 2nd place. Now, this is more of a problem for Clement Utron. Drops him to 12 points. If he loses one more position, I reckon he's going to be slipping behind Luzio in the intermediate classification.
I would agree with that statement, Andrew, but will it be the case here? Because Utron is fighting back, but the only downside he's got Romeo and Russell, who's caught back up. Now Russell dropped to about P6 at the start of that race. The outside of the row of the front row did not get a good getaway, but he has clawed his way back in this race, and he is looking to go for the move here now. You can see how much they've broken away at the front. There's no chance of Utron catching unless Lawrence Sash and Luzio go to battle here. But right now, no change of position between those two. Utron's the ball's very much in his court here now. And right now he's trying to serve it to Romeo Russell here.
The drivers need to keep an eye on here for two drivers a little bit further back. Teresa Babichkova in 5th place, and Matiz Meerschout are on the charge. Russell down the inside of Utron. So Utron is now in 4th place. That's another loss of points. The IC life points change, and all of a sudden Utron, who is looking to have a calm race, book himself onto the front row for one of the superheats tomorrow, is now off of those front rows altogether. He's down to 5th place in the intermediate classification, tied on points with Luzio, but the advantage would go to Luzio because Luzio was faster in time qualifying earlier. It's getting worse for Utron. Babichkova down the inside takes another position away from the Frenchman. This is a difficult run now for Clement Utron. Has he pushed too hard in the early stages of today's running? Has he got any tyres left? Meanwhile, at the front of the order, well, it's changed again. Sash is now through past Luzio. That's a lifeline for Utron back now, because it's another 2 points onto Marcus Luzio's score. It's one of those where the abacus is going to be very busy across the course of the next 3.5 laps.
I just had to remind myself what an abacus was. I thought it was a dictionary for a second. Why would we need a dictionary at this point in the weekend? Russell down the inside, not able to get that move done. Now Utron fights back. And Babichkova now trying to have to fend off Eloy Gonzalez, who goes to the inside on the Birrell. That move happens, and as well as Russell, Utron gets back down the inside there. So Utron back into P3. This helps secure that spot again. Dragan goes up to 5th, Russell's back to 7th.
This is why you don't doubt Clement Utron is a fighter out there. We've already seen that today. He's wrestled his way back up to 3rd place. So that leaves the points in the IC thus. 0 for Carinini, 6 for Battisti. Oh, look at this, fighting through there. That's Eloy Gonzalez in the 210. One of the KCRs has come to play as well. It's Matiz Meerschout there in the 250. So into the 9th lap at the moment. Ferrari is 3rd on 10, sitting and watching this one from the sidelines, having completed his race. Oh, warning flag for Marcus Luzio. Now that really does change things, because that's a +5 second penalty now for Marcus Luzio, and I think that's the opportunity of getting ahead of Utron in the IC. Gone, 2 laps to go, and Utron can... and Utron's got a 5 second now. That changes it again. Luzio down the inside of Sash, made contact, loses position on the road to Utron. Here comes Gonzalez down the inside. You can tell it's the last qualifying heat of a day, because it's chaos out there.
Well, where is Riccardo Ferrari in all of this? Well, in the intermediate classifications, he sits currently 3rd, which means he'll start on the front row for Superheat 1 tomorrow. And with these penalties that are coming in now after this race, well, he won't go up anymore, but certainly it'll help out his case of starting on the front row in that race, which means he'd be starting alongside Danny Carinini. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing in his favour right now. But Lawrence Sash leads the way for Falcon Racing. And, well, as far as I'm concerned, he leads by... well, maybe only 0.7 of a second, because he's got Eloy Gonzalez there in 3rd place, who is still in contention of this race win.
This is good news for Eloy Gonzalez. This is more like the performances that we saw here in 2023. Let's have a look at a replay. Now, this is Russell down the inside of Luzio. Very tight there through 11 and 12. This was Luzio on Sash. This was after he'd seen the warning flag, and yeah, just getting a little bit too hot there into turn 1. I don't think that one was ever really on for Marcus Lutzi. Very lucky to only lose a position on the road. I tell you who could get really a lot out of this. David Dragan could be on the front row here. He could be up to 4th place. Meanwhile, final lap, Lauritz Sash is going to take race victory. A very well-raced run there for Lauritz Sash. Takes the final win of the day ahead of Clement Utron on the road, who has a +5 second penalty. Eloy Gonzalez will inherit that 2nd place as a result, having finished 3rd on the road. Marcus Luzio 4th also has a 5 second penalty. Now, let's do the maths. Where do those penalties drop Utron and Luzio? I think they're outside the top 15.
Yeah, I
that
think
is
they
going
are
to
as well.
bring Dragan onto the front row of the grid for Superheat 2 tomorrow.
Well, obviously everything we say is provisional because, one, we can't do maths or English, and that's why we commentate. But two, you know, so we don't take anything that we say for granted on this one. But Lauritz Sash, you can take for granted on this one, is a race heat winner here. And beautifully done, I think, as well.
And well-deserving, too. There's been a very good performance so far this week. And another one of those, I'd say, dark horses for tomorrow. But that race shows exactly why I think Sash could be on the podium.
Yeah,
in you know, less than 24 hours' time. He kept his head, raced through, did the job professionally, and took a race win.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, there we go. The crowds make their way back into the paddock. Here's a look then at the provisional with a capital P race results. Lauritz Sash ahead of Clement Utron, Eloy Gonzalez from Marcus Luzio, Utron and Luzio with those 5 second in-race time penalties. Romeo Rossell and Matthias Maschaltz ahead of Fred Green and Teresa Babichkova. You then have Sam Balota from Mark Lepiccolo, Kevin Lantinga from Julian Kamen, Bertram Sash from Thomas Van Verley. Mark Granada rounds out the top 15 after gaining 15 positions.
Mega drive from Mark Granada there. Hugo Besson was 16th ahead of Otto Pikkanen. Both of them gaining 10 spots. Reimer Blanc 18th. Luke Taylor gained spots again, up 14 to 19th. Ricardo Cocozzo completed the top 20. Ricardo Salemi and Alessandro Tedesco, Marius Barryberg, Freddie Housley all finished in the top 25, completed by Luis Aguirre. Really difficult weekend for Sam van der Heijden. At best will be towards the back of the grid in the superheats, but possibly in the consolation. 26th there. Alessandro Bigi, similar story. 27th, Bocco Romeo as well, P28. Marcel Matijevic, P29 in that race, will be through to the superheats, but an incident there early on relegated him down to 29th. Abdullah Kamal completed the top 30. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one. Well, it looks all plain sailing at the start for Luzio and Utron, getting the jump on the rest of the field, leading through the first couple of corners.
Yeah, indeed. A little bit scrappy in the background there. Some carts getting a little bit of podding going on, but at the front it was relatively clean. Bit of dust getting kicked up at the background there as well. There you can see Romeo Rossell, who had dropped down to about P6 or so, right in front of Teresa Babichkova. That was Lauritz Sash going for the first move there. The first move done very early on. No time wasted whatsoever. Marcus Luzio on the outside trying to hold on to the race lead. Went sideways through turn number 4 here. Now, it was moments after this that the warning flag came out, but I don't think that was the result of the warning flag because there was no real contact there. The move was clean. This move here again down the inside. Don't see anything wrong with that one. Took the lead of the race, but of course Sash would get the lead later on in that one. Utron was fighting back. This was Teresa Babichkova going down the inside of Utron. That move was fine and clear. Not sure where Utron as well got the warning flag. That was Rossell diving down the inside. Teresa Babichkova doing her best to try and hold on to that position, but Utron would fight back as well as Eloy Gonzalez would join the fray as well. It was at this moment here that the warning flags came out, wasn't it? And we were just confused. What did they do? And where did it happen?
Unknown to us in the box. Well, we know the effect of it, of course. +5 seconds for both of them. This was an even wilder moment for Luzio. That was just after he'd seen the flag. Lauritz Sash was wondering what on earth happened there, but thankfully both of them continued in the race. Utron was back up to 2nd place. Sash took the checkered flag. Utron second, but as I say, +5 seconds drops him down to 5.1 seconds. That's behind Bertram Sash and Thomas Van Villay. That's going to add some 12 points or so to his tally, and he's currently on 11 ahead of Dragan by 9. Do the maths. I reckon Utron's going to be behind by about 3, and for Luzio it's even worse.
Yeah, it certainly is.
He only had a 3-point advantage over Dragan.
Yeah, that certainly will shake things up. Of course, you can have a look at the full official intermediate classifications on the IAME Euro Series webpage. Make sure you head over to that one, IAMEEuroSeries.com, to make sure you can see all of the results, live timing, everything like that over the course of the weekend. That is it for Saturday and all the qualifying heats. We know who's going to be starting where, well, not all of them actually in the seniors, but we do know where they're starting for the juniors and the minis. We will be back tomorrow live for the Super Heats, Super Heat 1, 2 for the seniors, juniors and minis, of course, then the consolation race, and then, of course, the all-important finals, and then the podiums kick-starting at around 3:30 tomorrow. I've been Anthony Jordan, you've been Andrew Mather. It's been an exciting day of racing, lots of dramas. Sum it up, please, Andrew. 3 words only.
Franciacorta is great.
Franciacorta is great. There we go. We'll see you in 15.5 hours for Sunday here for the IAME Euro Series Round 2 live from Franciacorta. It's goodbye for now.
Up we go to the first corner. Franciacorta in the background and a spin in the middle of the field. Just across the line.
Here we go into the tram lights. Lights go green. Here we go down towards turn 1.
Big time up the inside jump and keep an eye on the spin. Amazing!